Name: Kageyama Reiji. Lifespan: 1075. Race: human. Chakra: none. Bloodline: none. Ninjutsu: none. Physical technique: none. Sealing technique: none. Ninja tools: none. Ninja talent: very poor. Click to roll the dice. Trap mastery: enhanced trap placement aptitude, enhanced geometric perception. Click to start playing games. Looking at the attribute list in front of him, 10-year-old Kageyama Reiji is a little desperate. Ninja talent: can roll the dice once a day to randomly change the talent. Refresh at 12 o'clock every night. Kageyama has been rolling since he was born. 10 years. Not even a single top-notch talent. How about forgetting it? Suddenly a thought popped up. No. Finally, I came to a world with extraordinary people. Kageyama doesn't want to be a cow, horse, cannon fodder anymore. Roll again. Kageyama waved his hand and clicked on the attribute panel in front of him. Ninja talent changes. Inyong. 1 and 0 exist at the same time. You're both male and female. Chakra increases by 2 cards. Kageyama felt very grand when he saw the inyong body. He just saw the introduction at the back. His face darkened instantly. Invade your mother's acupoint. The inyong body is here. Who wants to stab himself? Kageyama was so angry that he took off his pants and faced the wind and urinated 3 feet away towards a river. In 10 years, there's not a single good talent. I was so angry. Penguin Series Lottery. There's a guarantee for 10 times or 100 times. Kageyama urinated for 15 seconds, shook his hands quickly, and then stuffed them into his pants. Kageyama Reiji is a time traveler. He came from a blue star in his previous life. At a young age, he seemed to be possessed by bad luck. He has been unlucky since he was born. As a result, his body has been on the road of injury. Pain is a parasite of Kageyama's life. He was unlucky again. In order to numb himself, he found a cultivation game to play. Then the next morning, a flying motorcycle smashed the window and pressed on him. Then he was gone. When he opened his eyes again, he was reincarnated into this world similar to the Shao Rizi dynasty. A country called Tianjigua. Oto-geikure, a force that can fly over eaves and walk on walls. Every time bad luck comes, Kageyama is very panicked, and his will to survive is very strong. He actually has extraordinary power in this life. He is very surprised. He must master it. He must survive. He must not die. He can't practice with extremely poor talent. Since birth, Kageyama has no pressure. His parents are farmers who grow herbs under the Oto-geikure. On weekdays, they grow herbs for the village. Then they exchange food from the village. The leader of the village is called Orochimaru, who is a very good person. He never treats the villagers harshly. That's why Kageyama has been stable for so long. I heard that there's a lot of chaos outside. There are many wars. Kageyama has seen several times that the ninjas of Oto-geikure have been dispatched in large numbers. That's why he yearns for the power of flying over eaves and walking on walls. With that kind of power, even if he is unlucky, he can live longer as long as he is careful. Alas, continue to wait for better talents to come out. Anyway, Chief Orochimaru is such a good person and has the protection of the village ninja. Kageyama thought silently, looking at the guard ninja who manages the planting area of Oto-geikure coming from a distance. Kageyama came to the medicinal field. He began to pick up some dead leaves and sprinkle water to get rid of pests. The planting area is very large. It is the area that Kageyama takes care of. It is the size of a football field, and there are farmers like Kageyama in each area. They are carefully maintained. The quality of the medicinal materials is related to their survival. The better the quality, the more food can be exchanged. I heard that only their Oto-geikure, only such treatment. Because of the powerful strength of Oto-geikure, other countries and villages dare not provoke. In a land of ordinary civilians in other villages and countries, even if it is planted, it may be robbed. Finally buried his head and cried. Unlike Oto-geikure, under the powerful strength, no one dared to invade. Kageyama also saw that there were too many wars in other places. Based on his decades of bad luck in his previous life, he must not leave the Sound Village. Even if he becomes stronger, he must not let others know. Otherwise, ninjas have to carry out missions. After a day, Kageyama returned to the house after he was done. He just saw his parents coming back from exchanging food. He hurried to cook first. The next morning, after Kageyama woke up, he washed up as soon as possible. After feeling clean and clear, he looked at the attribute panel with vigor. In this place where there is not much entertainment, The lottery is what he looks forward to most every day. In fact, he knows that with his unlucky physique, he can't shake any top talents. As long as it's not very bad. Today should be no exception. Shake. The dice are turning. 5 elements of destiny. Top 5 elements qualifications. Yin and Yang combination. Top Yin and Yang escape qualifications, absolute control. Top physical skills qualifications. Self-taught. Obtain chakra refining methods and blood limit transparent world. Kageyama was just about to close the panel as usual and start today's work. Then he was stunned for a moment and opened it again. His eyes widened instantly, and the surprise was about to pop out. He rubbed his eyes. I hope it's not my illusion. 4 top talents. Forget about top talents. There are still 4. And they all look very cool. Before, the best was only 3 extremely poor talents. Kageyama became more and more excited. 4 top talents. The talents of 2 lifetimes, probably here. Kageyama tried to calm down. His eyes swayed from side to side. Such great luck is not like me. Be careful not to be crushed by bad luck. Confirm that no bad luck has occurred. Don't think too much. My luck is probably the best in my 2 lives. Today is the day to start playing games. Kageyama was very happy and clicked start playing games on the panel. The attribute list changed. Lines of text appeared in front of Kageyama. Start playing games review of life experience Kageyama Reiji. You were born in the Otoshino village of Tianwa. You have been well behaved since childhood and have seen many strange things. Your parents are very good to you. It seems that you are carrying something in the dark. You have an amazing top talent in ninjutsu. Until today, you accidentally obtained the chakra refining method and embarked on the road of ninja. In an instant, a strange and warm power surged in his body. Kageyama looked dazed for a moment. It was as if he had entered heaven. I just don't know what he experienced in heaven. He opened his eyes again. Kageyama was sweating all over. We looked around. The world changed. He walked out the door. He looked at the guarding ninja in the distance. He found that he could clearly see the nose hair sticking out of the other person's nostrils. You can also see his sharp eyes. In the medicinal field, the movement of bees flapping their wings is so clear. With this kind of eyes, I will definitely avoid bad luck and live longer in the future. Chapter 2. The Sound Ninja Leader Orochimaru. Name, Akahama Reiji. Lifespan, 1075. Race, human. Chakra, none. Bloodline limit, as follows. Transparent world. Upon activation of the transparent world, the user and Oppo's ability to predict movements and evade attacks is significantly enhanced, allowing them to perceive the opponent and Oppo's bodily structure. Ninjutsu, chakra refinement method, inheritance possible. Taijutsu, none. Sealing techniques, none. Ninja tools, none. Ninja talents, as follows. Destiny of 5 elements. Top tier elemental aptitude. Inyong harmony. Top tier inyong release aptitude. Absolute control. Top tier physical prowess aptitude. Self-taught. Acquired the chakra refinement method and the bloodline limit transparent world. Check interpersonal relationships. Returning to his bed, Akahama did not rush to inherit the chakra refinement method. He glanced at the interpersonal relationship panel. The screen transformed, and a luminescent display appeared. A rotating introduction akin to a digital creature emerged, showcasing the photographs of his parents, strikingly lifelike. Kaze, a commoner, raised you. Harbors great expectations for you to contribute to Lord Orochimaru. Favorability 3 stars. Lucy, a commoner, raised you. Hopes you will live well. Favorability 3 stars. Contribute to Lord Orochimaru? I suppose I shall quietly develop and carefully avoid misfortune. Upon seeing this, Akahama felt that this interpersonal relationship feature was somewhat useful. However, he had no intention of making any contributions unless deemed necessary. For example, to better ensure his survival, untouched by ill fate. This golden finger ability appears quite abundant. Yet, are his parents the only ones? Why are there no others? Is it beyond the scope, or are there other conditions? Akahama pondered, but did not dwell on it further. He pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to find his parents watering and fertilizing the plants. This is a medicinal farmer's life, residing next to the herb fields. Making work more convenient, Akahama approached the fields. There was no breakfast to be had. They were quite impoverished. Akahama, if you're hungry, make something to eat. Don't starve yourself. His father Kaze suggested. Don't eat too much. The food we exchanged yesterday has to last us a month, Lucy added, though she did not say he couldn't eat. Akahama understood it was all for his own good and nodded in agreement, beginning to assist in pest removal. At the age of 10, he could only manage lighter, more delicate tasks. Meanwhile, a distant guard ninja seemed to have overheard their conversation and glanced toward Akahama, furrowing his brow slightly. This fellow appears somewhat more attractive than yesterday. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before Akahama. Das has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability rating is 1 star. Who was Das? Akahama thought, instinctively turning to scan his surroundings. He just happened to meet the gaze of the guard ninja, who smiled at him. Akahama turned back and continued to tend to the plants. Indeed, it was the guard ninja, suddenly taking an interest in me. How infuriating. Is he perhaps that way? Can someone of his age find me appealing? No. I must find a way to avoid this. Nightfall. Akahama lay in bed, his parents already asleep. The inheritance commenced. The memories of the chakra refinement method surged rapidly into his mind. After a while, he exclaimed, so this is the cultivation method for extraordinary power. By harnessing both physical and spiritual energy, one could refine chakra, but care must be taken not to overexert, as it could damage cells and even shorten one's lifespan. This simply cannot do. I intend to live a long time, let us pace ourselves. Akahama mused silently. The allure of extraordinary power was undeniable, yet life itself was paramount. The attribute panel clearly indicated a lifespan of only 75 years. If even a fraction of that were to be diminished, he would surely weep. However, upon attaining extraordinary status, perhaps cultivation could extend one's lifespan? With Akihama's humble understanding, he only knew that ninjas were formidable, and those from the Sound Ninja Village even more so. He remained skeptical about whether ninjas could indeed prolong their lives. According to various novels, it seemed quite normal to enhance lifespan through cultivation. Akahama steeled his resolve. Game life commences. Option 1. Develop discreetly, remaining low profile and surviving quietly, while the system shields against chakra probing capabilities. Option 2. Develop ostentatiously, immediately showcasing your talents to the Sound Ninja Village, receiving substantial training and rewards, such as the wind after the strange door. Without a moment's thought, Akahama chose the first option. The first option was evidently a divine skill. The latter, whatever wind after the strange door was, appeared dubious. There is no comparison to hidden abilities. In the future, he could remain assuredly undetected. You may adjust the shielding function at will. Akahama chuckled softly. Perfect. He then began his cultivation according to the chakra refinement method. Once in a meditative state, he quickly sensed the two streams of energy within his mind and body. Their intertwining led to the formation of chakra coursing through his being. Oh, this is the chakra meridian, interconnected and expansive. Following the system's prescribed method, he practiced for an hour. However, at 45 minutes, he decided to halt. There was no rush. What if an hour's practice led to cellular damage? It simply wasn't worth it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Akahama had carved a wooden sword and was diligently practicing his strikes. The wooden sword hummed as he swung it, swish, swish. Although it was merely a downward strike, Akahama reveled in it. His top-tier physical talent was shining through. With each swing, he discovered the point of power and learned to augment his body with chakra. Indeed, this was extraordinary power. At merely 10 years old, he could wield a wooden sword with such proficiency. An ordinary child would likely tire quickly. Perhaps it was due to his physical prowess or the influence of chakra. Akihama's stamina had significantly improved, and his recovery time was swift. As he honed his technique, his posture grew increasingly refined. Akihama, what ninja game are you playing? Come help out. A voice called. It was his mother. Akihama set down the wooden sword and swiftly began today's chores. The distant guard ninja observed Akahama and Appo's actions, merely smiling. A child's pastime, he thought, yet the contribution to the herb fields was quite evident. Das has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability rating is 2 stars. The panel suddenly notified him. Akihama raised an eyebrow but continued his nimble movements, beginning to prune the medicinal plants. Some branches were necessary for the medicine, while others could be trimmed to nourish other parts of the plant. As for why he practiced with the sword, he had chakra now, but no means of employing it. His talent for physical prowess was so formidable that Akahama believed he could create impressive sword techniques even without a mentor. This developmental path seemed promising. He hoped for no unforeseen incidents to hinder his progress, allowing him to grow stronger. Yet he couldn't help but lament his unfortunate constitution. Chapter 3. Transparent World. Esteemed Ninja. Fundamentals of Swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. Bang! A stone lay beneath the feet of Kageyama, causing him to stumble momentarily. Thankfully, his innate talent for physical prowess allowed him to regain his balance with remarkable agility. He glanced down at the stone and let out a soft sigh. Damn it, this stroke of misfortune persists even in a different world. Just yesterday, this stone had not been there, yet now it obstructed his path. Having spent a decade in the ninja realm, he had frequently encountered minor misfortunes, akin to the stone that had suddenly appeared before him, causing him distress. He remained the same unfortunate fellow. Fortunately, the superior talent bestowed by the system had significantly enhanced his physical balance, rendering the incident less impactful. However, it served as a reminder that his jinxed nature had not vanished with the change of worlds. He would need to exercise greater caution in the future. As the sun rose, Kageyama completed his tasks and picked up his wooden sword once more. With no inclination for further misadventures and lacking entertainment, he resorted to honing his physical skills, leveraging his remarkable talent. The sword was uncomplicated yet possessed greater force than a mere fist, making it his weapon of choice. Kid, are you interested in swordsmanship? Would you like me to teach you a thing or two? Suddenly, a guard ninja approached Kageyama, smiling at him. He had observed Kageyama for some time and noticed a hint of talent in him. The boy seemed to handle the wooden sword with increasing proficiency. As a low-ranking ninja of the esteemed Sound Village, Das was eager to showcase his abilities by instructing this promising young lad. Boredom had recently plagued him, as Lord Orochimaru had not issued any significant missions, relegating him to mundane tasks such as guarding medicinal fields against wild animal attacks. This boy, in his eyes, represented an excellent opportunity to pass the time. Kageyama raised his head, momentarily taken aback. ISN and Oppos. See this a bit inappropriate? Esteemed ninja, your time is incredibly valuable. What bad luck. Generally, it was quite normal for children to engage in ninja games. Why had this ninja taken notice of him? Outside, there were other children playing ninja games as well. Damn it. This was pushing it. Nevertheless, Kageyama responded politely, preparing to decline the offer. Little did he know how exceptional his innate talent was in this ninja world. If he displayed it too conspicuously, he might attract the attention of significant figures, leading to a life as a ninja filled with perilous missions. Over the days, he had gathered intelligence indicating that ninjas were assassins. Assassination, espionage, intelligence gathering, protection, poisoning. These were all treacherous endeavors. Thankfully, based on his observations, this individual did not seem too formidable. Kageyama sought to maintain his distance from him, wishing to keep Das at bay. Das ruffled Kageyama's hair playfully. Of course. My time is precious, but my recognition is even more valuable. So strive to grow stronger under my guidance. Good lad. At such a tender age, the boy was already considering his interests. What a promising talent. He could undoubtedly become a formidable asset for Lord Orochimaru. Remembering his own humble beginnings, Das reflected on how Lord Orochimaru had once rescued him from destitution and personally taught him ninjutsu. Though he had only been one of many, Das felt that Lord Orochimaru's acknowledgement had been pivotal to his survival. Such recognition from Lord Orochimaru was invaluable, and thus, Das wished to bestow his esteemed recognition upon Kageyama, a mere mortal. Surely, Kageyama would be immensely grateful and idolize him as he did Lord Orochimaru. Indeed. As Das finished speaking, Kageyama lifted his gaze, his expression transformed. Something felt amiss, but he attributed it to the inherent differences between individuals. This was Kageyama's unique gaze of admiration. Esteemed sir, thank you for your guidance. What could Kageyama say? He could hardly refuse. After all, this was a ninja, an individual wielding power. The mere thought of ninjas being cold-blooded assassins sent shivers down his spine. He dreaded the idea of his unfortunate nature manifesting at the wrong moment, leading to a swift and lethal response from Das. Although logic dictated that he was merely a medicinal farmer, there always existed an element of uncertainty. Kageyama was unwilling to gamble on such odds, thus he acquiesced, striving to minimize the visibility of his talents, hoping to disappoint Das and encourage him to leave. Ultimately, he reasoned, no matter how esteemed a master might be, they would likely not wish to instruct someone as unremarkable as a rotting log. Das chuckled and unsheathed his real blade, demonstrating basic sword techniques. Basic techniques: vertical cut, cross slash, reverse cross slash. Each technique bore impressive names, but was fundamentally simple. As Kageyama stood behind him, he discreetly formed hand seals beneath his sleeves to refine his chakra, activating his singular ability. Instantly, his perception shifted. Within his mind's eye, he could discern the intricate details of Das's muscle movements, the points of force initiation, and the rhythm of his breathing. Under the influence of his extraordinary talent, these nuances were absorbed swiftly. Kageyama realized he could effortlessly replicate Das's muscular reactions and execute the sword techniques. It was remarkably convenient. This ability, known as bloodline limit, allowed him to adapt and express the nuanced adjustments required for physical exertion through his 10-year-old frame. This was the first time he had applied this skill to a ninja. Previously, he had refrained from doing so, fearing the system might falter and fail to conceal him. Just yesterday, while wandering the village, he had utilized Transparent World to observe an elder grinding medicine, attempting to learn covertly. A passing low-ranking ninja had not detected his actions, which instilled a measure of confidence in Kageyama regarding the system's capabilities. However, he remained cautious. This individual was merely guarding a medicinal field, unlikely to be more formidable than those who ventured out to kill. Kageyama was not a fool. He understood this through simple deduction. Thus, he boldly observed Das's swordsmanship in action. How about it? Did you glean any insights? Show me your execution. After finishing his explanation of the sword techniques, Das turned to Kageyama with a grin. He interpreted Kageyama's contemplative expression as a sign of intimidation by his impressive swordsmanship, a Navi child. Indeed. Yes, esteemed ninja. You may call me Das, the great Das. Yes, great Sir Das. Under the proud gaze of Das, Kageyama began his performance. With his superior physical talent, he adeptly followed the predetermined plan to diminish the presence of his innate abilities. As long as he deviated from the technique of the vertical cut, he feigned clumsiness, exerting force in an awkward manner, reminiscent of a pig wielding a knife. However, he executed the vertical cut, a technique he had previously practiced, with due diligence. Despite having fully mastered Das's methods of exertion and stances, Das scratched his head, pondering whether the boy's talent lay solely within the realm of the vertical cut. Observing Kageyama, he noted that the child seemed less skilled than a novice ninja. Yet Das dismissed his concerns. He was merely seeking to pass the time. After all, those with profound talents would surely catch the eye of Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 4. The Dread of Death. The Ruthless Thrust. A modicum of swordsmanship. Time slipped away like a thief, akin to hiding in a wardrobe with a beloved companion, oblivious to the passage of days. 10 days had quietly elapsed. In the medicinal herb field, Ingshan wielded his wooden sword, keenly observing his surroundings with a hawk's vigilance. It seemed as though an enemy had appeared before him, and with each calculated strike, he dispatched them one by one. Under the auspices of his exceptional physical talent, he relentlessly refined his swordsmanship. That fellow Das truly possessed remarkable perseverance. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side, and he sighed, for it was in Das's direction. After a span of 10 days, Ingshan had anticipated Das would grow disillusioned with him due to his clumsiness, thus neglecting him. To his surprise, Das remained tireless, as if he had unearthed a delightful new toy, much to Ingshan's annoyance. A sharp pain jolted through his foot. He had stepped on a perfectly square stone. A testament to his unfortunate luck. Ingshan had grown accustomed to his string of misfortunes, which seemed to transpire daily. Then, an epiphany struck him. His movements subtly altered, imbued with newfound details. Congratulations, basic swordsmanship achieved. A notification suddenly appeared. Had his basic swordsmanship ascended to a new realm? He had progressed from novice to adept, and now to a minor accomplishment, all within a mere 10 days. Ingshan could distinctly feel his substantial advancement in swordsmanship. This understanding was his own, not merely a product of the game interface. The interface served only as a prompt. He sensed that the revelations he had just experienced enabled him to wield the same force with greater potency and control. Kid, you truly are a piece of driftwood, he mused. However, under the esteemed Das, you might at least be able to contend with minor feral beasts. Just then, Das approached, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air, startling both Das and Ingshan. They turned to see a colossal wild boar, its body encased in a thick layer of mud armor. Eyeing Ingshan's busy parents. With a powerful leap, it propelled itself forward as if propelled by unseen forces. Damn it, Mom and Dad. Ingshan's eyes widened, disregarding his misfortune, and he charged forward. Yet, someone was faster. Whoosh. As he surged ahead, several shurikens flew past him, triggering life choice, brave development, no longer masquerading. Rush to assist, slay the wild boar. Reward, Kunlun three-legged technique, stealthy development. Observe coldly, prepare to flee. Reward, ruthless thrust, seeing Das already charging in. Ingshan made his choice and opted for the ruthless thrust. A wave of memories flooded his mind. This technique concealed one's breath, concentrating power at a single point for a rapid thrust, devoid of emotion, an ideal method for stealthy ambushes. He reached his parents' side. Mom, Dad, hurry. Feng Jian and Lucy, clearly accustomed to encountering wild beasts, immediately fled, urging Ingshan to follow suit. Without hesitation, he dashed away, for he was merely an ordinary person, and prudence dictated that he escape. Upon venturing beyond a certain distance, Ingshan finally turned back. He witnessed the wild boar recklessly rooting through the ground, uprooting countless medicinal herbs. With each stomp, clouds of dust erupted. Das and Appos, as shurikens merely grazed the boar and Appos, as thick armor, failing to penetrate. The creature shook its head, evading Das and Appos, as projectiles. The sounds of clashing attacks echoed in the air. Ingshan exhaled in relief. They were now at a safe distance, with Das occupying the beast and Appos' attention. He noticed other ninjas emerging in the distance, evidently alerted to the situation, a testament to the role of the guarding ninjas, tasked with preventing wild beasts from descending the mountain. Only the ninjas could handle such threats. This world was undeniably perilous. Ingshan gazed at the towering wild boar, realizing that even elephants from his past life would not measure up to its size. The king of beasts, feared by many, had now grown even more formidable. He felt fortunate for the presence of the guarding ninjas. Without their strength, he would surely meet his demise. The world was fraught with danger. The purpose of survival was indeed justified. In this extraordinary realm, risks lurked at every turn. Coupled with his unfortunate disposition, it was wise to remain concealed, gradually growing stronger to enhance his resilience against threats. As he pondered the shurikens, the ninja's weaponry, he wondered why Das had yet to employ any ninjutsu. He had heard that ninjas could wield such techniques but found himself intently watching the battle, noting that Das had not resorted to using ninjutsu to subdue his opponent. Suddenly, Ingshan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He saw Das multiply into two figures, one of which was sent flying by the boar, or rather, charged through. The boar stumbled, momentarily dazed. In a flash, Ingshan witnessed Das brandishing numerous pointed weapons, driving them into the boar's eyes. Blood erupted from the sockets. He recognized these as kunai. How brutal! Ingshan gasped. If that were to happen to him, death would be inevitable. The sense of danger escalated once more. With a roar, the boar swung its head violently, sending Das hurtling away. Both the man and beast began to close in on Ingshan. He instinctively pulled his parents back, acutely aware that his streak of misfortune was bound to manifest. He had no desire to emulate a protagonist from a novel. thrusting his newly acquired skills into the boar's other eye. That would be folly. Escape was paramount. Such heroic antics were ill-suited for him. As Shan and his parents fled, the battlefield seemed to pursue them, as if the boar were being guided by some unseen force. Yet, Das held his ground, buying time until other ninjas arrived to surround and ultimately slay the beast. At last, it lay dead. Exhausted from the chase, Shan felt drained. While his parents panted heavily, turning back to the lifeless boar, he hesitated to approach, fearing it might feign death. In this extraordinary world, anything was possible. Fortunately, he was raised within a formidable faction, led by a highly respected leader. Das was truly remarkable. As the other ninjas approached the boar to confirm its demise, Shan called out, eager to express his concern. He had seen Das struck by the boar, and the danger of harboring ill will was all too real. It was imperative to mitigate risks. You kid, ran quite fast. Chapter 5, Dividing the Boar. The Path to Ruthless Thrust. Feast on Flesh. In the medicinal fields. Shan heard Das's words. He scratched his head, nervously intertwining his legs. Lord Das, you're injured, he expressed with concern, glancing at the wound on Das's chest. He hesitated to respond to Das's comments, fearing that his quick escape might lead Das to perceive him as inept. Upon hearing Shan's words, Das inhaled sharply, feeling the pain in his chest. Yes, I am injured, but it's nothing to fear. Our village has skilled doctors. Other ninjas approached, noticing Das and Appo's wound. Das, let us get you to K, they urged. Das nodded, instructing Shan, you and the others should manage the scene. Shan nodded, refraining from further comment. Then, Kazama stepped forward, pointing towards a wild boar in the distance. Sir, how shall we handle that boar? He inquired, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shan felt a pang of trepidation, swallowing nervously as he glanced at Das, fearing he might take action. After all, that boar was a prized trophy of the ninjas. He hadn't expected his father to be so audacious. As Das turned with the support of his fellow ninjas, he called out, let us share the boar with the nearby herbalists. Hooray! Kazama and Lucy cheered, expressing their gratitude to Lord Das. Shan, caught in the moment, joined in the cheer. Not wanting to appear distant, he watched as Das waved goodbye, leaving the boar sprawled on the ground. Finally, Shan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had not only evaded danger, but also secured a source of meat, something he had gone without for days. His body craved nourishment, and the refinement of his chakra had been affected. Approaching the wild boar, Shan mused that this creature was a product of his own ill fortune. Thankfully, they were in the Sound Ninja village. Had they been in a weaker village like Konoha, the outcome could have been disastrous. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Even weaker villages could be mentioned in the context of a powerful force like the Sound Ninja village. Shan, hurry and call for help, Kazama urged. This boar was indeed a boon for their herbalists. There weren't many in the vicinity, but even divided among them, it would suffice for quite a while. Shan nodded and began notifying the nearby herbalists. He informed about 8 of them, knowing he couldn't reach too far. He had his own motives. It was a time of growth, and he needed to eat well. If it weren't for the herbalist's knowledge of the boar and Das's instructions, he wouldn't have bothered. Soon, the herbalists arrived, all smiles as they approached the fallen boar, greeted by Kazama and Lucy. Indeed, what a splendid sight. We have meat, they exclaimed, their admiration for the ninja evident. Some even prostrated themselves, worshipping in the direction of the Sound Ninja village. The children, upon realizing there would be meat, ceased their tears. I'll fetch a shovel, Shan declared, returning home to retrieve a metal spade. He began to help, striking the boar's body. As the dirt fell away, others joined in, and gradually, the boar's form was revealed, its robust muscles becoming visible. Shan gasped at the sight of its powerful limbs. They were as substantial as those of an adult. Just moments ago, he had contemplated rescuing someone. How reckless that seemed now. He resolved to flee whenever possible in the future. He couldn't allow himself to be a burden. After a while, the boar was divided among several families. It was a considerable challenge, given the boar's strength, necessitating a cooperative effort. Shan, still a child, could only observe. Families joyfully carried their portions home, Shan assisting his parents alongside them. Kazama, you are truly brave, remarked Lucy. It's all for Shan. He needs the nourishment at his age, Kazama replied. Shan listened, feeling a pang of emotion. It was for him that Kazama approached Das. What a burden I am, he thought, resolved to train harder and grow stronger. If he could bolster his strength, he could protect his parents from danger. Grateful for his exceptional physical prowess, he planned to practice his escape techniques and improve his stamina. Shan watched as his father applied some local herbs to the surplus boar meat. Shan, this is a deodorizing herb. Applying it to the meat will preserve it for a long time, Kazama explained as he worked. Shan nodded, realizing the significance of preserving such a large quantity of meat without the luxury of refrigeration. He recalled seeing similar herbs in the mountainous regions, embodying the wisdom of survival. After finishing, he reserved a portion for dinner, which would be roasted meat seasoned lightly with salt. As he savored his meal, he felt immense satisfaction. It was the first time since his arrival in this world that he had indulged in such a hearty feast. Despite the flavor being less than exquisite, Each bite filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, Kazama and Lucy consumed far less, seemingly cherishing every morsel. Observing their smiles, Shan indulged further. Driven by temptation, he sensed his exceptional talent for physical prowess working wonders, rapidly absorbing nutrients and aiding his growth. Before retiring for the night, Shan surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He commenced his chakra refinement for the day. Indeed, the process felt significantly easier, as if his body had gained more energy, likely due to the meat. The pork would last a while, and his innate talent informed him that this energy was essential for chakra cultivation, linked to spiritual energy. He sensed a slight increase in his strength, likely stemming from his experiences with the boar. After 45 minutes, he concluded his chakra refinement and retrieved a long wooden stick from beneath his bed. This would serve as his blade for the Ruthless thrust technique. With precision, he followed the guidance imparted by the system, forming seals with one hand. Channeling chakra into his hand and feet, the wooden stick thrust forward silently, without a sound, executing the technique flawlessly without drawing attention. He practiced repeatedly, once, twice, thrice, 50 times, gaining familiarity with the technique. Congratulations, Ruthless thrust has reached the beginner level. Chapter 6, The Miraculous Healer Dough. Developing Ninja Techniques. Morning broke, with wisps of smoke rising from every household, a sign of the benefits reaped by several families the day before. As Shan stepped outside, he was met with this scene, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Would these smoke emissions pose any danger to them? Turning his gaze to his own home, he noticed the faint plume of black smoke escaping. With the acquisition of wild boar meat, they were fortunate enough to enjoy breakfast, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. The odor-reducing herbs they had applied, however, had a limited shelf life, urging them to consume it while they could. They had divided the meat among themselves. Seizing the opportunity while his parents were occupied with cooking, Shan ventured out, making his way to the medicinal fields. His eyes darted around, particularly towards the mountain range where the wild boar had appeared, and then to the area where Das frequently lingered. Indeed, a figure soon came into view. It was Das. Shan addressed him, Lord Das, your formidable prowess yesterday. Have your injuries healed? He refrained from using the transparent world technique, wary that if he were discovered extracting chakra, it would spell disaster. Chakra, after all, was a skill exclusive to the forces of the Sound Ninja Village. Upon hearing Shan and Appo's words, Das chuckled. That lad Do has truly honed his medical skills. In less than half a day, my injuries were resolved. Shan pondered. Do must be a physician from the village. He dared not inquire further, fearing it might lead to trouble. From his deductions, this physician, named Do, was undoubtedly an exceptionally skilled healer. He kept his lips sealed, for he had heard that information was paramount. Questions were best avoided. Noticing Shan's silence, Das remarked, You, my friend, are rather taciturn. Honestly, I'll attend to the matters of the medicinal fields now. With that, Shan took his leave and raced towards the fields. A glance back confirmed that Das had resumed his patrol. What dedication! With that in mind, Shan turned his attention to the herbs. The protection offered by the Sound Ninja Village was for the sake of these medicinal plants, essential for their survival. It was imperative that he performed his duties well. He began inspecting the herbs, noticing leaves turning yellow. With deft fingers, he snapped off the damaged leaves, tucking them away for disposal later. These yellowed leaves would hinder the growth of the herbs. Initially, he considered employing the transparent world technique to identify any infested plants or those suffering other damage. But upon observing Das's turn back, he reconsidered. The health of the herbs was not of utmost importance. He had managed before without ninja techniques. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. Thus, Shan continued to address the herb issues with traditional methods. He removed the harmful leaves and dispatched any pests with a small stick, crushing them underfoot. According to his parents, squashing pests in the fields would deter others. Despite his lack of knowledge in pharmacology, he opted for the previously effective methods for safety. With his exceptional physical talent, these tasks became second nature. The more he worked, the more adept he became, his keen eyes swiftly spotting the afflicted plants. His small hands moved with precision, using the stick to extract insects and squashing them with his foot. Shan, it's time for dinner. The call from his parents snapped him from his focus. He dashed back home, his small feet carrying him swiftly, scanning the surroundings. A glance revealed Das still occupied, which was a relief. In a moment of clumsiness, he stumbled, instinctively trying to regain his balance, but ended up falling to the ground. Dusting himself off, he returned home. Peeking out, he saw Das and sighed in relief. His balance had almost betrayed him. It would have been perilous to reveal such an ability before Das, likely drawing unwanted attention and thrusting him into the shadowy world of assassins. What are you up to, Shan? His mother's voice called from behind. I'm coming. I want to eat meat, he replied eagerly. Seated at the table, he gazed longingly at the long-awaited breakfast. Night fell, with a piercing focus. Shan began to refine his chakra, the wooden sword slicing through the air with a soft whoosh. The air within 3 millimeters of the wooden sword was drawn back, coalescing around it. The room was enveloped in silence. Congratulations, Ruthless thrust has reached a minor success. Shan paid no heed to the notification. It had been 3 days since the wild boar incident, and his training in Ruthless thrust had progressed significantly. with his top-tier physical talent. Every bit of progress was a genuine insight. The system's prompts merely manifested his achievements. They held no real significance for him. Stowing the wooden sword, he exhaled softly. Each night, he dedicated half an hour to practice. No more, lest his parents discover his endeavors. No less, for that would squander his talent. He had gained a slight edge. Yet he felt a lack of satisfactory escape skills. The morning runs had not significantly improved his speed or resulted in any new techniques. However, he had begun to sense the potential within him. By concentrating chakra beneath his feet, he envisioned forming elastic clusters that would spring him forward with each step, enhancing both speed and conserving stamina. He recognized this was a gift of his talent. He understood well the difficulty of creating something new. Particularly in the realm of ninjutsu, transforming nothing into something was no small feat. As he concentrated chakra at his feet, a small cloud of dust was kicked up. The dust puffed out like a series of small explosions, a sign that his chakra hadn't fully coalesced. Dismissing the chakra, Shan reclined back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. The development of ninjutsu was not as simple as he had hoped. It demanded a greater level of control. The previous attempt had merely resulted in a puff of dust, the chakra dispersing without achieving its purpose. Slowly, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was a new day. The morning light warmed his face. After freshening up, he stepped outside to find Das and the other ninjas had yet to arrive for duty. It seemed he had risen early. He noted that at dawn, the ninjas were absent, only appearing once the sun climbed to a certain height and the herb farmers began their work. It appeared that even ninjas had their early shifts. With a cautious demeanor, Shan scanned the surroundings, ensuring he was alone before taking a leap forward. In an instant, he sprang into action, activating the transparent world technique, forming the tiger seal and channeling chakra. In his mind's eye, the world transformed into myriad lines, his body, the ground, the wild grasses lining the path. With this perception, his exceptional physical talent kicked in. With each step, he adjusted his body, moving in accordance with the optimal sensation. His speed increased, yet his stamina consumption remained steady. Suddenly, a few stones appeared in his path, disrupting his flow. Had he not been employing the transparent world technique, he might have stumbled upon them. He must have stumbled over the stone once again. With a surge of muscle power, he gracefully leaped over the small rock. Chapter 7. Gathering Herbs. A perilous undertaking. Purchasing salt. In the medicinal field, Shan was diligently tending to the herbs. With deft movements, he uprooted the plants, revealing a dense network of roots resembling wriggling worms. The insect grass, capable of providing trace nutrients to the body, had become familiar to him over the days. This particular herb was the only viable option among them. The worm-like roots, when simmered with meat in a broth, could warm the body remarkably. Shan had tasted it once and found the effects quite pronounced, akin to the legendary ginseng. An exaggeration, perhaps. Regrettably, this was a vital resource for the Sound Ninja village, and their family could only dare to collect the fallen roots permitted by the village's ninjas for their broth. Through the lens of the transparent world, after consuming the herbal broth, one could witness the body cells absorbing the nutrients, providing a plethora of elements for energy. Consuming this daily would significantly enhance one's physical vitality and refine chakra. No wonder the ninjas were so formidable. Besides their extraordinary abilities, this herb was indeed a treasure. As he placed each herb into a bamboo basket, he suddenly twitched his ears, continuing his work without any unnecessary movements. His peripheral vision caught sight of several teams of ninjas clad in the Sound Ninja village's vests, swiftly darting towards the outskirts of the village. Their speed was astonishing. What missions were they on? Observing their pace, Shan felt a pang of envy. He was still far from matching their swiftness. These individuals appeared even more formidable than Das. This must be the distinction Das mentioned between the ninjas guarding the medicinal fields and those dispatched for assassination missions. Shan's mouth watered at the sight of their gear. From Das, he learned that every ninja had a vest to store their combat tools. Yet, what truly piqued his interest were the items contained within armor. According to Das, every ninja possessed armor to protect against shurikens, those four-cornered concealed weapons. Good armor could shield the body, and Shan had a profound fondness for it. Alas, for the Sound Ninja village, such gear was a precious resource, requiring a hefty sum to procure. Secretly coveting, Shan hoisted the herb-laden basket onto his back. "Father, I shall attend to the herbs now," he declared, maintaining the guise of an ordinary villager. With his small shoulders bearing the weight, Kazama was also diligently harvesting herbs nearby, nodding in acknowledgement. "This lad is becoming increasingly adept," Lucy remarked with a smile. Kazama responded, "Indeed, he is growing up, likely due to the meat's benefits. Shan's health has improved." They merely assumed Shan was maturing, gaining strength from his meat consumption. Exiting the medicinal field, he traversed several more fields under the watchful eyes of other herb farmers until he arrived at a riverbank. A lone ninja patrolled the area. Shan glanced at him before approaching the river, where a long stone jutted out, extending slightly into the water. This river, known as the Sun-In River, encircled the Sound Ninja village, measuring about 5 meters in width, not particularly large. He carefully placed the herb basket on the stone, ensuring it was secured between two rocks to prevent it from accidentally falling into the river. Shan was exceedingly cautious, aware of his unfortunate disposition that could strike unexpectedly. He feared the basket might tumble, causing trouble, and worried about the possibility of monstrous creatures lurking beneath the surface, akin to fish the size of wild boars. After a thorough inspection confirmed the surroundings were safe, he began to wash the insect grass. With swift motions, he submerged the roots into the river, shaking them to dislodge the clumps of mud. After rinsing the insect grass, the muddy liquid turned black, with bits of gray falling away from his hands. Below, dark shapes began to surface, revealing fish that opened and closed their mouths eagerly, waiting for the remnants of roots to fall. Shan was astounded. It seemed this herb was also appealing to the fish. Observing the scene, he realized these fish were familiar with the routine, likely accustomed to herb farmers washing their harvests in the river. Shan contemplated catching a fish to take home but hesitated, recalling that these might be lure fish, leading him into the water when greed struck. His unfortunate circumstances made him wary. Better to eat less than risk it, he thought, prioritizing survival. Soon, his exceptional physical prowess awakened, along with keen eyesight, allowing him to work swiftly. After shaking off the dirt, he examined the cleaned roots and placed them back into the basket, restrapping it onto his back as he set off towards home. This time, no mishaps occurred, and the patrolling ninja appeared unconcerned, clearly accustomed to his presence. Upon returning home, he found his parents had not yet arrived. Grasping the leafy parts of the insect grass, he retrieved processed vines from the house, binding several stems together. He then stood atop a nearby wooden stump to hang the herbs on the drying rack above his head. Perhaps I should learn more about herb cultivation to enjoy more of this good medicine? Shan mused, watching the water droplets fall. The insect grass was indeed a precious commodity, albeit the seeds were sourced from the village. They could only exchange them for food or silver. Forbidden to sell to merchants, a rule established by the esteemed leader Orochimaru. Shan held great admiration for Orochimaru's wisdom, having experienced only a mere taste of this herb. He sensed that it was undoubtedly a strategic resource, capable of nourishing the body cells in a strikingly evident manner. Thus, he refrained from reckless actions, aware that any disturbance could draw attention from the village. For now, he could focus on gradually growing stronger, content to live a stable life. He respected Orochimaru's vision in recognizing the allure of cultivation, which contributed to transforming the village into a formidable force in the world. Shan, our household has run out of salt. Please buy some, Lucy said, returning from the medicinal field, her hands laden with 2 baskets of herbs. She handed him about 200 silver coins for the salt, adding, with the remainder, you may purchase something tasty. Shan accepted the coins, reluctant to venture out, as it seemed too perilous. He generally avoided going out, yet seeing Lucy's sweat-soaked and flushed skin from her labor, he tucked the 200 coins into his clothing and nodded. Understood, mother. Stepping outside, he began his journey towards the Sound Ninja village. The medicinal field was approximately a 30-minute walk from the village's main street. With the stamina of an average person, he hoped to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Chapter 8. The Spy. Entanglement. The power of a strong body. The village of Sound. Stepping along the rural path, the yellow earth is stirred into a cloud of dust. Shan and Appo's eyes dart about, anxious that misfortune might strike unexpectedly. Each time he treads this path, he does so with utmost caution. Along the way, horse-drawn carriages and merchant caravans pass by, compelling him to step aside, wary of potential conflict. Fortunately, there are no ninjas in sight. The half-hour journey from the medicinal field to the village is one he traverses with great care. If he were to walk freely, his chakra has significantly increased after days of training, and with his innate prowess in physical techniques and no substantial deficiencies in stamina, he could reach the village in about 15 minutes. If he were to run at full speed, he could shorten this time considerably. Yet, he fears encountering a ninja, extraordinary beings capable of striking him down multiple times within a blink. He wonders if they might decide to take him out on a whim. As he walks, the sound of passing carriages fills the air. The deep ruts in the muddy ground bear witness to their passage. Once he confirms there are no ninjas around, Shan discreetly forms hand seals to enact the clear world technique. The contents within the carriages reveal themselves before his eyes, familiar medicinal herbs vividly materializing in his mind. From his observations, these herbs have undergone various treatments. Some appear dry, clearly having been sun-dried, while others remain damp, exuding vapor, indicating different processing methods. This is not the first time Shan has observed such practices. The village of Sound is indeed a large settlement, practically a hub for medicinal herbs. From snippets of conversation he has overheard from various merchants, many of these herbs are exported to the land of rice, the land of fire, and the land of wind. This only deepens his admiration for the village of Sound, which surprisingly engages in international trade. Undoubtedly, it is a formidable power, one that likely dominates the entire world. The leader, Orochimaru, is truly remarkable. He has heard that many years ago, before the establishment of the village of Sound, it was Orochimaru who single-handedly forged this world-class dominion, a renowned ninja village. The ability to create such a force in such a short span of time speaks volumes of his strength and wisdom, earning him a reputation for being benevolent to his subordinates and providing opportunities for their sustenance. Hey, Young man up ahead, stop for a moment. As he contemplates, a voice pierces through his thoughts. Simultaneously, a figure steps into the radius of his clear world. Shan's brow furrows. He does not halt, but quickens his pace as if he did not hear the call. Damn, all he wanted was to buy some salt. And now he's encountered a ninja. It seems this individual is concealing their identity, dressed as a common farmer, donning a straw hat, and clad in ordinary attire. Appearing every bit the part. He carries a bundle of firewood, yet within the realm of the clear world, the farmer is rendered transparent. The chakra coursing through him far exceeds Shan's own, perhaps tenfold. The manner in which he walks suggests a systematic approach, ready to strike him down without hesitation. Thus, Shan hastens his steps. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, causing his throat to constrict. Why you? Hello, what do you want? He stammers. Sensing the force behind the grip, raising his gaze, he sees the farmer's face, which radiates a naive sincerity. It's like this, I have a question to ask. Calming himself, Shan replies, go ahead, but I'm young, so I might not know. The farmer chuckles heartily. No worries. I merely wish to inquire if the medicinal herbs are selling well lately. He is referring to the exchange rates for herbalists in the village of Sound. The worth of different herbs varies at different times within the village. Shan quickly grasps the context. It is similar to the usual rates, how much silver is exchanged for a pound of herbs. The farmer pauses momentarily before continuing, eager for more details. What herbs are you asking about? Shan queries. The ones you usually cultivate, the farmer responds. But I grow a variety of herbs. Which one do you mean? Shan presses. Just name any. I wish to see which is favorable for planting, the farmer insists. You're quite young, yet you seem a bit dim-witted. Shan remarks. Oh, how old do you think I am? The farmer hesitates, around 10 years old, perhaps. Pointing towards the village of Sound, Shan retorts. Then why are you asking so many questions? I'm just a child. How could I possibly know? You should ask ahead. They know much more than I do. With that, he turns and hops away. The farmer stands rooted for a moment, pondering. He makes a valid point. But wait, at 10 years old, I was already learning how to wield shurikens, aiming for critical spots to swiftly end an opponent's life without a sound. Unbeknownst to Shan, the farmer's thoughts are far from his own. A bead of cold sweat trickles down his forehead. This is perilous. That man must be a spy. From conversations with the villagers, he understands that ninjas thrive as spies, gathering intelligence. What if he inadvertently reveals himself? Thankfully, he quickens his pace instinctively. Surely, the village is a safe haven. Spies live in fear of being discovered. Once within the village, he should be secure, barring any misfortune. Reflecting on his own luck, Shan realizes he appears to be a magnet for calamity. Even a simple trip for salt turns into a stroke of bad luck. Should he report this to the village's ninja authorities? A thought flashes through his mind. The village of Sound is his sanctuary. He has heard rumors of frequent wars in other nations. To ensure his safety, he must secure a foothold. Should the village of Sound fall to enemy forces, he would be left to wander aimlessly. If the enemy discovers his potential as a whistleblower, he might face assassination or attract the attention of the village's ninjas, leading to a perilous life filled with danger. A chill runs down his spine. Everything feels wrong. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. Truly unfortunate. At this moment, a system notification appears, triggering life choices, high-profile development. Reveal your abilities and report the spy incident to the village. Reward, the ninjutsu divine craftsmanship. Low-profile development. Pretend nothing happened. Reward, the ninjutsu entanglement. With the weight of the choice before him, Shan's gaze hardens with determination. If the village were to be breached by enemies, he would lose his means of survival and be left to roam in a perilous world. I choose low-profile development. Without a place to call home, one might find refuge in desolate mountains or seek safer havens. Moreover, the village of Sound is a major ninja village. It is unlikely to fall. Suddenly, as he makes his choice, a surge of knowledge regarding a new ninjutsu floods his mind. Entanglement. Humans constantly dissipate their bodily energy, contributing to the issue of lifespan. The ability of entanglement allows one to regain control over this dissipating energy, retaining it within the body, thereby enhancing physical strength. Additionally, it aids in mental focus, providing clarity and tranquility, serving as a method for emotional stabilization. Chapter 9. The Energy of the Human Body. Double Agents. Sound Ninja. Entwine. This time, Shan did not perform any hand seals but adhered to the method provided by the system. Suddenly, he felt an energy emanating from the pores of his body. Like scattered stars. This energy was intangible yet distinctly registered in his perception. Is this the energy of the human body? It was the first time he witnessed such energy. Slowly yet continuously radiating outward. Utilizing the technique of entwine, he gradually captured the dissipating energy, drawing it back towards his body. As the energy enveloped him, it felt as though he were submerged in warm water. Shan experienced a singular sensation. It was utterly comfortable and pleasurable. In just a few breaths, he had mastered the use of entwine, allowing him to wrap the energy around his body within his perception. Yet, much energy still escaped his grasp, indicating that while he possessed great talent, fully capturing the energy would require additional time. Shan recognized that his swift comprehension was indeed a matter of innate ability. Yet practice was still essential. Currently, he could only ensnare a mere tenth of the dissipating energy, but he was content with this progress. Perhaps it heralded longevity and a more robust physique. As he gradually opened his eyes, he found himself at the village entrance, his footsteps having led him there unknowingly. Observing the bustling crowd, Ingshan maintained his practice of entwine, confident in his talent to train in movement. This technique required no hand seals and, being concealed by the system, posed no risk of detection. Hey there, would you like some candy? Ramen, miso ramen, come and taste. Care for some fish? Whatever you catch is yours. The sounds of vendors filled the air as he strolled through the streets of the Sound Ninja Village, a commercial hub teeming with life. Ingshan glanced around while sustaining his transparent perception, wary of being noticed. There's a salt shop over there. He headed toward a corner of the marketplace, passing various shops. When encountering others, he naturally slipped past them. Suddenly, he halted. What the hell, he's here too. He spotted the farmer again, but now the man donned merchant attire. Engaged in discussions about trade. Though he appeared different, Ingshan's transparent perception revealed the truth. He was still the same farmer. How unfortunate. Encountering him again, pretending not to notice, Ingshan entered the salt shop. Behind him, a spy's gaze shifted toward him. Is that the kid buying salt? The spy merely cast a cursory glance before continuing his conversation with the merchant, seeking information about the Sound Ninja Village. Ingshan was merely an unremarkable civilian, not worth the attention. However, the influence of Orochimaru over the village was truly astounding. This was the spy's assessment of the Sound Ninja Village. Having just arrived, he quickly discerned Orochimaru's revered status among the villagers, like a deity. Not a single person lacked reverence for him. A testament to his legendary status as one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Inside the salt shop, Ingshan's heart raced. The transparent perception had failed to sense the spy's entrance, and his heartbeat gradually steadied. Damn it, spies are truly despicable. He cursed internally, frustrated by his string of misfortunes. No matter where he went, trouble seemed to follow. What can I get for you? The shopkeeper inquired, smiling at Ingshan, who was of an age where buying goods was not unusual, especially since many of his peers had already gone to war. Ingshan produced the silver he had prepared in advance. I'd like a pound of salt, please. 150 ryo for a pound, the shopkeeper announced, accepting the money. He then weighed out a pound of salt from a nearby barrel, placing it in a plastic bag before handing it to Ingshan. Upon receiving the bag, he was momentarily taken aback by the electronic scale. This world even has electronic scales. Looking at the plastic bag, he felt his worldview shift slightly. The surrounding houses and country pathways were adorned in ways he had not anticipated. It seems I have much to learn, he mused, astonished at the unexpected modernity in what he had assumed was a fantastical realm. Could there even be cameras? As he stepped out of the salt shop, he scanned the vicinity with keen eyes. Relieved to find no cameras in sight, he exhaled softly. However, he noted that while the system could conceal Chakra, it could not hide his physical form. He did not wish to be monitored, as that would compromise his sense of security. Enough of this. The outside world is too perilous. I shall return home, with the salt in hand. Ingshan hurriedly made his way out of the village. Suddenly, his transparent perception faltered. His chakra was running low, a consequence of his youthful physique and lack of development. His mental energy, unrefined by experience, also fell short. Maintaining the transparent perception for nearly an hour was already a testament to his talent. This technique consumed chakra, and he dared not overextend his body. As he passed a shop, the distinctive clanging of metal reached his ears. Curiosity piqued, he cautiously approached the blacksmith shop. The sound originated from the blacksmith diligently hammering away. Within the spacious shop, glinting weapons flashed before Ingshan's eyes. Genuine weapons. He yearned for a short blade for self-defense, but sighed at the 50 ryo left in his pocket. Lack of funds hinders even the most heroic of endeavors. He resolved to return to the blacksmith in the future. After all, relying solely on a wooden sword was insufficient for honing his skills. In times of danger, only a real blade could protect him, for wooden swords lacked the necessary power. Just then, a commotion erupted in the streets. Several ninja appeared above the rooftops, announcing, "Attention! We have received intelligence that spies from other nations have infiltrated the Sound Ninja Village. If anyone encounters suspicious individuals, please report to the village. A reward of 100,000 ryo will be given for reports." One of the ninjas, bearing a scar on his face and carrying a short blade, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Ingshan froze in place. Spies had already been detected by the village. Reporting them could yield a reward of 100,000 ryo. Swallowing hard, Ingshan felt the allure of this financial temptation. 100,000 ryo. A pound of salt costs only 150 ryo. Their family's monthly income barely reached 10,000 ryo, and their daily expenses amounted to around 300 ryo. The costs here were peculiar. Some were absurdly high, while others, like salt, seemed remarkably low. What did 100,000 ryo even signify? It represented nearly 10 months of their family's income. Ingshan's mind raced with possibilities. Reporting the spies would allow him to purchase weaponry and acquire more goods. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Safety is paramount. What if they ask how I discovered them? That would spell disaster. He recalled the myriad of techniques ninjas possessed, including potential lie detection skills. No way, I'll just lay low and keep to myself. Inuyama. with unwavering resolve, suppressed the inner greed that threatened to surface. He shook his head, casting a glance at the agile figure of the ninja who had abruptly vanished from the rooftop. There is no need for such impulses. It is wiser to proceed with caution. Chapter 10. 100,000 Rio. Cultivation. Espionage. The village of Sound Ninja was bustling with activity. The villagers were animated, their eyes darting around eagerly. Upon spotting any unfamiliar faces, they would immediately scrutinize them. 100,000 Rio. Such an unimaginable sum. Only those in the ninja profession or merchants could ever hope to possess such wealth. For farmers, life was a relentless struggle, merely subsisting on the meager existence of livestock. Even in the flourishing Sound Ninja village, tales of other ninja villages suggested that hope was even more elusive. A spy, disguised as a stone through transformation jutsu, concealed himself in an alley, eavesdropping on the conversations of the Sound Ninja. Cursed be the informant. Who could have leaked such crucial information? Was Orochimaru's network truly that expansive? The spy internally cursed his misfortune. If exposed here, his fate would be sealed. But who could have betrayed him? Logically, his intelligence should have been known to only a select few. It must have been other nations sending spies who were discovered. He decided it was best to retreat and lay low for a time. The villagers of Sound Ninja were astute, and their admiration for their village was palpable. Seizing the opportunity, the spy slipped away from Sound Ninja, heading towards the medicinal fields. Upon arrival at the medicinal fields, Kageyama returned home with salt, placing it in the kitchen before greeting his mother. He then ventured into the fields, where the sun was just beginning its descent into the afternoon sky, leaving ample time before nightfall. Finding a tree, Kageyama sat cross-legged on the ground, a gentle breeze caressing his hair. He scanned the area, ensuring no one was watching before entering a state of deep concentration. Engaging in the technique of entwine, he began his training of ninjutsu. Unlike the simple practice he had just undertaken, this time he had the luxury of immersing himself fully in the task. His exceptional talent for advanced ninjutsu came into play, allowing him to swiftly attain focus. In his mind's eye, countless points of starlight danced around him, devoid of color. He utilized the entwine technique to draw the starlight back into his being, successfully concentrating his spirit. He felt his focus heightening, accelerating his progress. He managed to ensnare 1/10 of the dissipating energy, gradually increasing to 1.5/10, then 1.7/10. Each small advancement became increasingly challenging. The more he progressed, the more difficult it became to capture the scattered energy, as if the difficulty was compounding. The energy emitted from his body began to flow back, creating a sensation akin to countless tiny hands massaging him with masterful skill. The fatigue of the day dissipated in an instant, and he found himself capable of refining chakra once more, albeit in limited quantities. Kageyama refrained from excessive chakra extraction, wary of overexerting his body. According to the extraction methods provided by the system, excessive refinement of bodily energy could affect cellular lifespan. The entwine technique allowed the dissipated energy to return to his body, indicating the potential to slow the consumption of his lifespan. He needed to master this skill to practice it seamlessly in all aspects of life. Chakra was, after all, a fusion of physical and spiritual energy. Overexertion could lead to bodily complications, especially in combat situations where pressing his chakra to its limits would equate to shortening his life. Now that he had discovered a method to prolong his lifespan, Kageyama was particularly attentive, even though he had no intention of engaging in battle with anyone. Congratulations, Entwine has reached the beginner level, the system announced. Glancing at the notification, Kageyama noticed that twilight was approaching. The sun had set in the west, casting the last rays of sunlight upon his youthful face, elongating his shadow behind the tree. It was nearly time for dinner. He assessed that he had mastered the beginner level of Entwine, capable of controlling 2/10 of the dissipated energy. Kageyama departed from the tree and returned home. Kageyama, it's time for dinner. Just in time, Kazama and Lucy had prepared a meal. They served roasted wild boar meat, seasoned with salt, shredded into strips, golden and black, with juices glistening. Accompanying the meat were sushi rolls made of pure rice with bits of meat and a hint of wild vegetables, likely foraged from the nearby mountains. This constituted their meal. Kageyama did not fuss and, as usual, devoured it eagerly. While it lacked the exquisite flavors of his previous life, it was nutritious. The wild boars of this extraordinary world were no jest. As the succulent meat entered his mouth and was digested in his stomach, Kageyama felt a gentle energy coursing through him, invigorating his body. Though the effect was modest, it was certainly noticeable, especially for someone with his exceptional physical prowess in the unique bloodline of the transparent world. Outside the medicinal fields, a silhouette appeared just before the night enveloped the land. It was the spy who had infiltrated Sound Ninja Village. As the guarding ninjas returned home, he observed the residences of the farmers, their chimneys puffing dark smoke. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "Damn this Sound Ninja Village, their vigilance is relentless." Drawing from his years of experience, the spy had narrowly avoided detection. But in just one day, he had been forced out of Sound Ninja. The spy was not without discomfort. His past experiences indicated that this village was different. Their counter-espionage capabilities were formidable. He turned his gaze towards the medicinal fields. The ninjas had returned, but some were still stationed at a distance, preventing any blatant actions. This was the heart of Sound Ninja's medicinal fields, supplying Orochimaru with experimental materials and funding truly vast. The spy took in the sight of the fields. Rows upon rows reminiscent of the Nara family's deer forest in the Land of Fire, yet this place solely cultivated medicinal herbs. Compared to the Nara family's cultivation methods, this seemed more advanced. The Nara family relied on trained deer and station ninjas, with most medicinal resources being naturally produced in the forest and only a fraction subjected to human intervention. In contrast, the medicinal fields of Sound Ninja were meticulously organized, indicating a systematic approach to cultivation. Thus, the spy concluded that this was indeed more advanced than the Nara family's methods. For the spy, this was not a favorable development. The greater Orochimaru's strength, the more precarious his situation became. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, causing him a moment of embarrassment. He retrieved a food pill from his waist and consumed it to replenish his energy. Afterward, he carefully surveyed his surroundings and the movements of the nearby ninjas before retreating from the vicinity of the medicinal fields. He made his way to the mountains, using ninjutsu to conceal himself in a location where he could observe the entire medicinal field. He intended to study the farmers' movements before choosing the perfect candidate to impersonate within the Sound Ninja village's hierarchy. As a spy, he possessed considerable patience, refraining from acting hastily, opting instead to adopt a cautious observational strategy. Chapter 11. Target acquired. The leisurely Orochimaru. As dawn broke, a spy roused from slumber, catching sight of a slender figure darting alongside the medicinal fields. Curiously, the figure alternated between bursts of speed and moments of slowness, occasionally propelling itself forward with sudden vigor. A sense of familiarity flickered in the spy's mind, yet the distance rendered it difficult to discern any specifics. This odd form of exercise was dismissed as mere child's play, reminiscent of his own youthful practice of the ninja's body flicker technique, where sudden acceleration was a display of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this child possess the ability to wield such techniques? His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the distant silhouette. Surely not. Would even the children of the Sound Village be trained in ninjutsu? No, it demanded further observation. If this were the case, the figure could very well become his guise, facilitating his infiltration into the Sound Village. Nearby, the chakra at the base of the figure's feet coalesced, transforming into a springy mass of energy, ready to launch him forth. Yet, more often than not, he merely stirred up clouds of dust, with occasional signs of success revealing his remarkable talent. Over the past few days, he had sharpened his control over chakra, occasionally managing to condense it into a sphere and enhance his bodily propulsion. Excellent. At this rate, he would soon master the technique of launching himself, increasing his speed significantly. This newfound velocity would enable him to evade foes like wild boars with ease. Shan reveled in his progress, a smile gracing his features. After completing his launching exercises, he noticed that the guarding ninja had yet to arrive, prompting him to retrieve his wooden sword and commence training in basic swordsmanship. Tangju. Cases slash. Reverse cases slash. Each foundational technique flowed seamlessly as he wielded the wooden sword, creating a symphony of wind in the air. With no one watching, Shan trained with fervor. Growing increasingly adept in his swordplay, his body gradually acclimating to the mechanics of thrusting and slicing. A solid grasp of basic sword techniques was now within his reach. As time passed, Shan and Appo's advancement quickened, and he anticipated soon reaching a level of mastery. He was certain that at that point, his combat prowess would soar. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true extent of his strength, only knowing that he was indeed growing stronger. The thought of engaging in actual combat was foolishness. How perilous. Was it not more prudent to bide his time and grow stronger in safety? Rather than enhancing combat experience, Shan prioritized the art of retreat. He had not even considered overpowering others. What if they had hidden trump cards? That would spell disaster. In just a few days, he would achieve mastery in basic swordsmanship, perfecting the impassive thrust and completing his launching technique. Truly, he considered himself a prodigy. However, brilliance aside, his sole focus remained on self-preservation. It was only when he spotted a figure in the distance that he ceased his sword practice, reverting to Tangju. Ah, little Shan, your diligence is commendable. It would be a shame if you do not become a ninja. With Lord Orochimaru's guidance, you could very well become a formidable one, Desai remarked as he approached. Unable to resist teasing Shan over his earnest efforts, it was evident that Desai recognized Shan's potential, albeit begrudgingly. Perhaps he could become a warrior, but a ninja? That was a different matter altogether. Shan paused, lowering his wooden sword. Lord Desai, you jest. After all, it is Lord Orochimaru we are speaking of. The implication was clear. How could the leader possibly instruct him? This was indeed his true sentiment. It was akin to the Jade Emperor teaching Dongyong sorcery. Preposterous. Moreover, he had no desire to become a ninja. The very notion seemed burdensome. Desai chuckled heartily. But you are mistaken. Every ninja in the village has received training from Lord Orochimaru. Only those who lack potential are excused from his tutelage. Shan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that someone as formidable as Orochimaru had the leisure to teach? Was it not said that he was a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world, instilling fear in all? To think that such an individual would deign to instruct a mere genin like Desai, the genin were indeed impressive in their own right. They were still beyond Shan's reach. Desai continued, indeed. Lord Orochimaru is unlike the hypocritical higher-ups of Konoha and Sunagakure. He is filled with compassion. Alas, my own talent is lacking, relegating me to guarding the medicinal fields, contributing only minutely. His tone was steeped in regret. Shan mused. So this is the distinction between individuals? Lord Orochimaru, a figure of such nobility compared to other factions. It was truly fortuitous to dwell in the Sound Village. Indeed, the world is rife with disparities. In his previous life, how many company executives would take the time to impart fundamental knowledge to their subordinates? Clearly, fortune had smiled upon him. Not only in his system capabilities, but also in his choice of birthplace. How splendid it was to have such a leader. He could afford to lay low. Desai nodded sagely, precisely. Tend to your fields diligently, and who knows? Your offspring might one day benefit from Lord Orochimaru's instruction. Yes, Lord Desai. I shall strive to do my best, Shan replied earnestly, determined to avoid any situation that would force him into training. As for the next generation, he suspected Desai would be left disappointed. Surviving as an individual was already a challenge. Adding another life to the mix would only complicate matters further. Desai nodded and began patrolling the vicinity. Simultaneously, other ninjas appeared throughout the medicinal fields, engaged in mutual surveillance. Farmers shouldered their tools, heading towards the fields to commence their day's labor. Shan, too, set aside his wooden sword and made his way to his assigned medicinal area, initiating the irrigation and pest control of the herbs. This world was rife with pests. Armed with a small stick, he prodded the insects he encountered. It seemed perilous. These creatures were merely living their lives, yet they were unfortunate enough to be discovered by him. They could not hide. How pitiable. As Shan observed the pests succumbing to his efforts, his sense of vigilance heightened. He must remain concealed, otherwise he would meet the same fate as the insects he dispatched. Despite possessing the capacity to wreak havoc on a towering medicinal plant, they fell victim to his casual strikes. Deep in his thoughts, Shan felt a sense of reflection. In the mountains, amidst the underbrush, the spy's keen eyes observed Shan's practice from a distance. Regrettably, the range was too great to discern much detail. He caught sight of Desai's arrival, a deeper concealment enveloping his presence. Remaining motionless, he cast a sidelong glance. Not only was the basic swordsmanship commendable, but did he also have connections with ninjas? Soon after, he watched as Shan moved towards the medicinal fields, assuming the role of caretaker. His hunched silhouette mirrored that of an ordinary farmer, blending seamlessly into the scene. During his time at the academy, he had learned of such practices, and now they could be put to use. In espionage classes, they had covered agricultural techniques. A bit of swordsmanship coupled with the identity of a farmer, this was a fine opportunity. He had set his sights on Shan, preparing to observe his daily routines before assuming his identity to infiltrate the Sound Village. Chapter 12. A Hidden Threat. The pharmacist doe. Danger. Time passes. 3 days have elapsed. In the vicinity of the medicinal fields, a figure swiftly moves just as the sun rises, before light fully breaks. At the foot of the shadowy mountain, Chakra begins to coalesce. As the chakra gathers, the muscles instantaneously exert power. With a bent knee, he propels himself forward. Whoosh. With each step, he covers 3 meters, then leaps back. Each time his foot touches the ground, a sphere of chakra springs forth beneath him, enhanced by the strength of his muscles, launching him into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In all directions, the figure deftly controls his chakra, gradually mastering the art of propulsion. Slowly, he learns to regulate distance. His extraordinary talent allows him to manage both speed and distance even at such velocity. Congratulations, created a ninjutsu, instant step. At that moment, a system notification appears. The figure, Shan, feels a bit exasperated. How dare they strip me of my naming rights? He thinks, yet acknowledges that the name is quite fitting. Instant step indeed conveys a sense of explosive momentum. 3 meters per step is not his ultimate limit, but rather the maximum his chakra allows at present. This speed is remarkably swift. In a single breath, he can traverse numerous steps. As he runs, Shan feels the wind brushing against his face, the air pressure from his speed affecting his vision. In these 3 days, he has successfully developed the instant step technique, and another skill has reached proficiency, the Ruthless thrust. Congratulations, Ruthless thrust mastery. This achievement was completed just yesterday. Shan can now completely obscure his presence. When he thrusts with his wooden sword, no sound is made, allowing for instantaneous strikes without leaving a trace. When combined with the instant step, he feels that executing an assassination would be effortless. Within a 3-meter radius, he could silently pierce through a person's body. What am I thinking? I'm not likely to encounter any enemies, lost in thoughts of killing. He shakes his head, chuckling at his own absurdity. Killing is less appealing than simply running faster. Naturally, if he were certain that an enemy was weak and victory guaranteed, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. His primary goal is to survive, not merely to flee. In the thicket, a spy muses, this kid knows the instant step technique. Could he be a spy from another village? The spy chews on a soldier pill while observing Shan execute his technique. The instant step is indeed comparable to his own, though Shan appears somewhat unrefined in its use. From the spy's observations over the past few days, Shan seems to be a local herbalist. unlikely to possess ninjutsu skills. Buzz. Slap. A hand swats away a mosquito. The spy sinks into contemplation. Over the past few days, he has frequently seen individuals from the Sound Ninja Village around the medicinal fields. They are ninjas executing assassination missions. He has dared not approach Ingshan closely, gathering scan intelligence. All he knows is that Ingshan is an herbalist, and the two individuals accompanying him are likely his parents, who toil from dawn till dusk, primarily tending to the herbs, irrigating, pest control, and pruning. It seems Ingshan is secretly practicing the instant step in swordsmanship. What kind of herbalist possesses such skills? The spy suspects Ingshan may actually be a spy from another village, one not of his own. He resolves to observe for a few more days, if nothing unexpected occurs. He will eliminate Ingshan and assume his identity to infiltrate the Sound Ninja Village. He has had quite enough of this. Fortuitously, Ingshan is also a spy. Under conditions of possessing information and objectives, he is confident in his ability to disguise himself. The life of an herbalist is exceedingly simple, making it easy to blend in. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens. Several figures appear before him, seemingly leaders of the Sound Ninja Village. Yet upon noticing a boy of similar age to Ingshan, he senses something amiss. Lord Do, the current state of the medicinal fields is excellent, all managed according to your directives. Recently, there have been no pest issues or plant diseases, and the herbs are thriving. Just days ago, we harvested a substantial batch of medicinal insects. A middle-aged ninja, adorned with the headband of the Sound Ninja Village, reports to a white-haired boy with glasses ahead. Upon hearing this, Pharmacist Do's glasses gleam as he surveys the surroundings. He personally inspects the fields and the herbs. Excellent. In a few years, Lord Orochimaru's resources will be even more plentiful, and the experiments can be conducted even more effectively. After a thorough examination, Do confirms that as long as the fields adhere to his instructions, no issues will arise, and production will significantly increase. The middle-aged ninja beams with delight. Yes, we will manage the fields diligently, ensuring Lord Orochimaru has an impeccable support system. Anything to aid Lord Orochimaru is worthwhile. Pharmacist Do inquires. Have all the spies infiltrating the Sound Ninja Village been dealt with? Is there a chance spies lurk within the medicinal fields? The middle-aged ninja replies. We captured 3 spies from Takigakure, Kumogakure, and the land of Frost Ninja. Thanks to your counterintelligence methods, we were able to apprehend them so easily. Pharmacist Do nods. There are likely more hidden spies. Remain vigilant. He then continues alongside the middle-aged ninja to inspect all the medicinal fields, ensuring no large-scale pest outbreaks occur. He occasionally queries the herbalists about cultivating medicinal herbs. Soon, Pharmacist Do arrives at a field where he observes a boy, hunched over, using a stick to extract and crush the insects infesting the herbs. Sensing the scrutiny, the boy turns his head. Do perceives an unusual demeanor in the boy's gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lord Ninja, before Do can speak, Ingshan stands upright and respectfully addresses them. He bows and then shifts his gaze to the boy of similar age, who wears the headband of the Sound Ninja Village. Is this boy already a ninja at such a young age? Ingshan wonders, feeling the weight of scrutiny upon him. His parents attempt to approach but are halted by the middle-aged ninja. Pharmacist Do queries, how old are you? 10, Ingshan replies, matching Do's age. What must one pay attention to when cultivating medicinal insects? Be mindful of irrigation. Ingshan responds, demonstrating basic knowledge consistent with what Do has taught regarding herb management. Do you know any ninjutsu? Do suddenly asks, posing several questions, and one emerges. Ingshan replies, I do not. However, Lord Das taught me swordsmanship. Would you like to learn? I would. Ingshan's scalp tingles. He cannot dare to decline, as that would imply a rejection of extraordinary power, which would appear quite conspicuous. Oh no. This child exudes an invisible sense of judgment. Every word seems to be under the other's control, revealing so much without uttering a single explicit thought. That would be splendid. The Sound Ninja Village needs individuals like you. In 10 days, the village will organize a training session for aspiring ninjas. You should attend and mention that Pharmacist Do referred you. Chapter 13, Village 1 Harbors Malice. Affection rating at -1 star. Ingshan felt utterly despondent upon hearing the words of Yakushi Kabuto. The atmosphere was suffused with an eerie stillness as the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, brushing against his forehead. He dared not reveal any unwillingness on his visage and instead forced a smile, replying, Thank you, Lord Kabuto, I shall comply. What a nuisance. This insufferable Yakushi Kabuto must be deranged. Did he harbor a grudge against me? Why must he treat me this way? This time, I am to participate in some sort of ninja training. No, I cannot expose myself. I must not actively participate. I should lag behind. What a stroke of misfortune. Just as I was beginning to enjoy some good luck, calamity strikes. Alas. And yet, he claims it is for my own good. Who can I turn to for reason in matters such as these? Kabuto nodded. No need for gratitude. Merely serve Lord Orochimaru diligently in the future. Could it be that this man poses no threat? Perhaps my instincts have led me astray. Nevertheless, Kabuto was already prepared, intending to investigate Ingshan's past and recent activities. With utmost respect, Ingshan nodded in acknowledgement, vowing to serve as long as there was no danger involved. Deep inside, he hoped that Kabuto and his companions would depart soon. Their presence left him feeling uneasy. Thankfully, There seemed to be no further matters at hand. They should be leaving shortly. By the way, Kabuto inquired, are there any issues or suggestions regarding the cultivation of medicinal herbs? Ugh, will you leave or not? Ingshan responded, there are no issues. Everything is proceeding smoothly, following the established protocols. There have been no problems thus far. Of course. He would not voice any concerns. He merely longed for these individuals to take their leave. Kabuto nodded, glancing at the time. It was indeed time to return. Farewell. With hands forming seals, he and the other ninjas vanished simultaneously from sight, akin to celestial beings performing a mystical incantation. Ingshan's gaze, however, remained keen. Although he did not utilize his ability to perceive the transparent world, he still discerned that they had not simply disappeared. Rather, their speed was so astonishing that the human eye could not keep up. If they had been any quicker, he would have been unable to follow at all. What remarkable speed! Was this a form of ninjutsu? It seemed even swifter than the Shuinpai had devised. Observing their velocity, Ingshan sighed inwardly. The ninjutsu he had created was still a great distance from achieving such speeds beyond the ken of the naked eye. Perhaps it was due to his inadequate foundational strength. He mused further, astonished by the formidable prowess of this Yakushi Kabuto. How frightening. At such a young age, he possessed such speed. What of the older ninjas? Would they pass by him without him even noticing? This world is indeed perilous. It is no wonder it is regarded as an extraordinary realm. Ingshan's sense of vigilance heightened, and he resolved to reinforce his focus on concealed targets. It appeared that even with top-tier talent, one could not contend with these individuals. Perhaps every one of them possesses exceptional abilities. It is unfathomable to consider the strength of the leader, Orochimaru. Could he possess the power to alter the very fabric of reality or attain immortality? Perhaps. Concealment is paramount. I must ensure I remain hidden. With these thoughts deepening in his mind, Ingshan continued to pursue his endeavors in herbal cultivation. To maintain his disguise, he must diligently focus on his tasks and avoid any further disturbances. He contemplated the impending ninja training in 10 days with a heavy heart. Channeling his frustrations towards the pests in the herbal fields, he targeted one and eliminated it, ensuring they would not dare to breed again. Of course, these actions were merely superficial. In truth, he was manipulating vast reserves of energy. The energy emanating from his body was gradually being redirected, coiling back within him. In his perception, the starlit energy within him radiated outwards, but was ensnared by an invisible hand before it could escape through his pores. Only a fraction of that energy drifted away. Congratulations, ninjutsu binding has reached proficiency. Earlier that morning, as he maintained the binding technique, he had already attained mastery. Observing the energy within his body, he noted that 7 layers of energy were diffusing, while 3 layers had been successfully bound. Initially, he could only bind 2 layers, but now he had progressed to binding 3. This represented significant advancement. It was estimated that after reaching a minor accomplishment, he would be able to bind 4 layers of energy. At that point, his lifespan would undoubtedly increase. As his binding technique continued to improve, Ingshan's physique also experienced gradual growth. The chakra he could refine increased significantly, enhancing his strength considerably, with a natural aptitude for physical agility. His rigorous training over these days, coupled with the application of the binding technique, had resulted in an approximate 10% enhancement in his strength. Such a remarkable transformation within such a brief period was indeed astonishing. Although the increase was modest, the impact was unmistakable. Now, wielding a wooden sword, Ingshan could sustain his swordsmanship practice for a much longer duration, allowing him to cycle through foundational sword techniques multiple times. Furthermore, tomorrow would bring even greater progress in his basic swordsmanship, further elevating his combat prowess. That white-haired ninja possesses an astonishingly swift Shuinpa. From the shadows of the grass, a pair of dark eyes observed Ingshan intently. The appearance of Yakushi Kabuto and their dialogue had not escaped his notice. Although he could not decipher their words, the speed with which Kabuto employed the Shuinpa was remarkable, much swifter than his own. He felt an instinctive fear that should he be detected, his life would be forfeit. A mere child, yet this spy could not comprehend why he felt such trepidation. Shifting his gaze back to Ingshan, malice radiated from him. He could no longer allow Ingshan to interact excessively with the ninjas from the Sound Village. Unexpected complications could arise if he did not act swiftly to conclude his observations of Ingshan and subsequently replace him. He feared that the Sound Village may learn too much about Ingshan, thereby exposing his own identity. Kid, do not take it personally. Blame your origins as a ninja from another village. The spy had firmly concluded that Ingshan was an infiltrator from a rival village. Should he gain entry into the core hierarchy of the Sound Village, it would become increasingly difficult to find a suitable replacement for someone of his age. The mission was of utmost importance. Village 1 has developed an intention to kill you. Current affection rating is -1 star. Ingshan had just crushed a pest beneath his foot when a notification appeared before him. His heart raced with alarm. What the hell? Who have I offended to warrant such a fortune? Who is this Village 1, and why do they wish to take my life? This notification indicates that someone is secretly observing me. Unobtrusively, Ingshan stretched his limbs and surveyed the surroundings as if admiring the scenery, casting his gaze over the mountains, the houses near the fields, and the elevated ridges. He had committed no transgressions against anyone, nor did he recognize this individual. The fact that he now received a threat of death, with his affection rating plummeting into the negatives, suggested that the assailant was within visual range. Where are they? Where could they be hiding? He repeated the thoughts in his mind while scanning the vicinity with vigilant eyes. Danger! 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 I am in peril. I am in peril. I must escape. Transparent world. He invoked the transparent world technique, and the realm within 3 meters transformed into a linear representation within his mind. After a thorough observation, Shan confirmed that the observer was stationed at a distance, watching him intently. Given his current perception, if the enemy were stronger than he, it stood to reason their observational prowess would surpass his own. Thus, they must be concealed at a distance, or they were exceptionally adept at hiding. If he could not locate them, he would surely be restless throughout the night. No, I couldn't find it earlier, and I was unable to sleep. Chapter 14, Flavorless Fare. Contemplation. The enemy's cunning intentions. Dinner. Shan chewed the pork in his mouth, which had lost all flavor and felt rather dry. It wasn't that it was inedible, rather, he sensed an unseen gaze upon him. In this unfamiliar place, nothing tasted right. Kaze, what's wrong? Wind asked. Nothing. Just pondering what Lord Do said today. It's wonderful. My son has a chance to become a ninja. Wind laughed heartily, and Lucy beside him also smiled. Becoming a ninja, though a position of lowly status, was still preferable to that of a farmer, particularly for the Kaze couple, who had frequently encountered the harassment of wandering ninjas and bandits before the establishment of the Sound Ninja Village by Orochimaru. They had often lived in unrest, witnessing a massive serpent descend from the heavens and devour all the bandits. After joining the Sound Ninja Village, they began to admire the power of ninjas, though they themselves lacked talent. Now, seeing Shan's potential filled them with joy. Son, you must work hard, Lucy urged. I'll give it a try. Shan replied, somewhat dismissively. He hardly had time to think about the training of the ninja under Yakushido. The presence of the village loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment, unbeknownst to Wind and Lucy. Shan's thoughts were far deeper than mere anxiety about potentially becoming a ninja. They had seen him practicing swordsmanship, and with the opportunity at hand, they assumed he was excited yet apprehensive about meeting the expectations. With a pair of chopsticks, they served meat into Shan's bowl, and he ate slowly, contemplating his next move. This system of his had not provided any hints or rewards at such a crucial moment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. At such pivotal times, the system should present him with choices, as it had in previous encounters. Yet now, in this critical moment, nothing appeared. The enemy was that spy, who had eluded the village's detection. Most likely, the system had already processed the incident involving the spy, and would not issue further alerts, or the time frame was insufficient. Thus, it was clear that the adversary was indeed that spy. Cursing inwardly, Shan analyzed the situation, good news and bad news. The good news was that he had a rough understanding of the enemy's strength. The bad news was that the foe's chakra was 10 times greater than his own. With such heavy thoughts weighing on him, the night passed. Shan activated the transparent world, gripping a wooden sword tightly, swiftly entering a state of entanglement. His mind calmed, and his spirit focused intensely as he worked to contain the dissipating energy within his body, maintaining his condition. He had not practiced the fatal piercing technique, which he usually trained at night, as this technique would not generate any noise. Now, he could only focus on the art of entanglement and sustaining the transparent world. Damn. This world was indeed perilous. Without provocation, he was already being targeted, harboring murderous intent. Concentrating his thoughts, Shan began contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. Should he inform the Sound Ninja Village? No, revealing his possession of the system was out of the question. Going solo and waiting for the enemy to strike. The adage a thief for 1,000 days cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days came to mind. That wouldn't do. Fleeing? Currently, being in the Sound Ninja Village provided some protection, but what if he left the village? The risk was enormous. A profound sense of crisis filled his mind, inundated with swirling thoughts. As he continued to practice the entanglement technique, he worked tirelessly to gather the scattered energy, replenishing his vitality. Under such intense contemplation, dawn gradually approached, and the sun began to rise. Finally, Shan retracted the transparent world. He had spent the entire night continuously using the technique, feeling mentally drained yet fearful of a surprise attack, while also considering chakra consumption. He could only rely on his prodigious talent, intermittently employing the transparent world. Fortunately, his body's energy recovery was remarkably swift, likely due to his aptitude for physical techniques. During this period, his proficiency in entanglement had significantly improved. With a top-tier talent in ninjutsu, every fleeting moment was a chance for advancement. After an intensely concentrated night of practice, he discovered he could now entangle 42 of the dissipating energy, an improvement of 2 percentage points. If not for the expected slowdown in progress, he might have entered the next stage within 5 days. Stepping outside, he felt the drowsiness in his mind and blinked. Shan commenced his daily sword training. Buzzing. The wooden sword struck through the air, his hands deftly maneuvering, skillfully executing the sword techniques. Swiftly, he aimed to elevate his swordsmanship to the next level, hoping to bolster his chances of survival. The stronger he became, the greater his survival capacity. Shan reflected on the previous day's strategy. Realizing it was insufficient for dealing with the enemy, he needed to enhance his survival skills. Progress in ninjutsu and physical techniques formed the foundation of survival. Basic sword techniques and the body flicker technique, he would practice these extensively at dawn. Taking advantage of the daylight, he chose the fields. Knowing the enemy would likely hesitate to strike. Having contemplated through the night, he found some clarity. He recognized his own insignificance, a mere herbalist and child. Given his current circumstances, he had little value to attract the enemy's attention. Therefore, it was evident that their target was the Sound Ninja Village. In this world, known for its ninjas wielding extraordinary powers, the roles of assassination, espionage, intelligence gathering, combat, and protection were paramount. The enemy would not attempt to assassinate him outright. Instead, they sought information from the Sound Ninja Village or aimed to eliminate him and disguised themselves to infiltrate the village for reconnaissance. This was the conclusion Shan reached after a night of contemplation, which allowed him to act boldly under the sun, expending his energy. Yet, he remained cautious, unwilling to fully commit to this assessment, for it concerned his very life. His understanding of this world was limited, and misjudgments could lead to dire consequences. Even while practicing swordsmanship, Shan kept his senses sharp, vigilant for any imagined adversary lurking before his wooden sword, prepared for a counterattack at any moment. As dawn's light broke, it became apparent that the enemy had not made a move. Das's figure soon appeared in the herbal field. "Lord Das, I have something to discuss with you," Shan said, setting down his wooden sword and hurrying over. In the grass, Village 1 observed Shan practicing the body flicker technique in swordsmanship. His eyes narrowed in thought. He contemplated how to utilize this intelligence without falling victim to a counterattack. Knowing that the adversary was a spy from another village, Shan was in the light while he remained in the shadows, necessitating thorough preparations. Even if the enemy was merely a child, as Kakashi had been when he wielded the Sharingan and dispatched countless foes, one must not underestimate them and should employ all available resources. A seasoned operative like Village 1 would not let their guard down simply because the adversary was a child. This was the greatest folly for a ninja. Many had perished due to negligence, a frequent example cited in schools. Chapter 15, Friend's Diary. True Spy. Trail exposed. Yao Tian. Das gazed at Shan in astonishment. Previously, Shan had been rather taciturn, seemingly fearful of saying something amiss that might offend him. Yet now, he was initiating conversation. Shan scrutinized the vest Das wore, noting that he had not shed his combat attire. "My lord, I sense someone is watching me, lurking nearby, unseen," he murmured. "Is it not public knowledge that spies have infiltrated the Sound Ninja Village? Could it be that a spy is indeed tailing me?" His words were vague, a method of conveying his unease without certainty. Though it was a gamble, one could hardly rely solely on instinct. However, Shan found himself with little choice. This was the best means he had to ensure his survival. To avoid being perceived as possessing any unique talent that might draw the village's attention and recruit him as a ninja. It might even dissuade the enemy. At the very least, it would grant him some time to grow stronger. With his innate abilities, he could enhance his prowess significantly over time. Since extracting his talents from the system, he had grown considerably. Each passing day bolstered his capabilities, thereby increasing his chances of survival. Upon hearing this, Das's gaze sharpened, his eyes glimmering as he scanned the surroundings, particularly towards the mountains where wild boars had previously emerged. With greater experience than Shan, Das speculated that if there was indeed a spy, they were likely positioned in that direction. The houses of the herbalists surrounding them were not entirely devoid of possibilities, albeit with lower probabilities. The mountains offered both a route for advance and retreat, as well as resources for hunting and rest. "Wait for me," Das instructed. And with a swift motion, he utilized the body flicker technique and dashed towards the mountains. Shan stood stunned, staring blankly at Das's retreating figure. Was he truly so trustworthy? He blinked in disbelief. Yes, that was precisely who he was, a native herbalist of the Sound Ninja Village, who had even learned basic swordsmanship from Das. Perhaps, just perhaps, upon reaching the mountain's edge, Das did not rush inward but instead conducted a thorough sweep of the perimeter. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention, and a bird, the size of a fist, flitted out from the forest. He squinted his eyes. He could not fully trust Shan's instincts. It was crucial to err on the side of caution. Recently, the village had been abuzz with rumors of spies, and rewards were being offered. A mere report could earn a resident a bounty of 100,000 Ryo. However, capturing a ninja could yield even greater sums of money, and with enough accumulation, one could even exchange it for new jutsu from Lord Orochimaru. This was a contribution system established since the founding of the Sound Ninja Village, and while Das owed no debts to Lord Orochimaru, his comrades did. Venturing into the mountains, he utilized kunai to sever the surrounding vines, beginning his reconnaissance of the area, bushes, trees, canopies, birds, and the occasional passing insects. Suddenly, a disturbance in the underbrush caught his eye. There was a place where an individual could hide. He glanced back towards the direction of Shan, who was craning his neck to observe him. With a swift motion, Das withdrew shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and launched them into the thicket. There was no response. Channeling Chakra to his feet, he scaled a nearby tree to survey the surroundings. After confirming there were no traps or enemies, he approached the underbrush, parting the foliage. The sight before him revealed a patch of earth that had clearly been disturbed. It appeared that a spy had indeed been present. Evidence suggested they had crouched here for an extended period, as the grass roots had been compressed, indicating they had been here for at least 3 to 4 days. Das examined the soil beneath the bushes with his left hand, while his right hand gripped a kunai, ready for any potential counterattack. The spy had departed only recently. Observing the traces in the thicket, he realized that this spy might well be credited to him. Shan's instincts were indeed razor-sharp. A grin spread across Das's face as he sensed an opportunity for a claim. Das's affinity for you has increased. Current affinity level is 4 stars. Affinity has risen to 4 stars. Friend's diary unlocked. Das, due to your report, has discovered the spy's trail, initiating a pursuit in the mountains. Das has determined that the enemy departed only recently. Following the traces deeper into the mountains, Shan continued to observe the mountains when suddenly, the panel before him altered. Notifications began to appear. Affinity level 4 stars. Can view friend's diary? He pondered, surprised by the new feature. Adjusting the panel to the friend's diary, records began to unfold before him. He was astonished to discover this new functionality. With it, he scanned his surroundings, noting that his parents had already gone to work, prompting him to quickly return to the herbal field while keeping an eye on the panel. Das has discovered the enemy. Das has sustained injuries, and the enemy has also been wounded. Das employed the clone technique to confuse the enemy. The enemy fell into a trap. The enemy set multiple traps. Das evaded the attacks using the substitution technique. Das ambushed the enemy using the transformation technique. The enemy was injured while attempting to flee. The enemy has escaped. As time passed, more entries appeared on the panel. The clone technique, how impressive it sounded. Truly perilous. The substitution technique, was it capable of evading lethal attacks? The transformation technique, was it the jutsu that allowed a farmer to masquerade as a merchant? How remarkable it was that one could possess such formidable techniques yet still suffer injuries while allowing the enemy to escape. Being a ninja was indeed fraught with danger. Shan's eyes gleamed with envy at the jutsu detailed in the diary, each sounding like a means of preserving life that aligned perfectly with his character and needs. Witnessing Das's injuries and the enemies, he shuddered in realization. Fortunately, he was not engaged in battle himself. Das had claimed to be merely a low-ranking genin. Yet he wielded such powerful techniques. How astute it had been to conceal himself. His methods had indeed enhanced his chances of survival. He was relieved to have provided a warning. If someone as formidable as Das could be injured, then he, with his rudimentary sword skills, would likely meet a grim fate against an enemy. Imagining himself in a confrontation, he shuddered at the thought of an enemy's blade slicing his throat. The danger was palpable. Indeed, arrogance was ill-advised. Safety must come first. Yet, if the enemy had fled, did that not place him in peril as well? Shan's hands trembled, the dried leaves he was twisting quaking in his grasp. Is there a way to persuade the leader to intervene and deal with the enemy? He pondered. I am truly unfortunate to be targeted like this. Now I have exposed my sixth sense to Das. Fortunately, this was vague enough, and with a deep sigh, Shan exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Chapter 16, The Muscle Toxin. Negative Affection, 4 stars. Back to the beast's den. In the medicinal field, the wind caressed the solitary trees. After finishing his lunch, Shan stood there, gazing into the distance at the mountains. The system's friend diary recorded that the enemy had escaped amidst a series of pursuits. However, Das was not faring well either. His unexpected strength was a testament to his status as a lower ninja from the Sound Ninja village. Yet, the question lingered, what was Das's condition now? Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Das is gravely injured, poisoned, and lying nearly lifeless at the mountain's edge. Shan's gaze instantly sharpened on the mountains. A faintly moving figure had collapsed. Panic surged within him. He could not afford to let Das die. Only Das possessed the intelligence regarding the spy. Just as he contemplated rushing to the rescue, he redirected his steps toward the medicinal field. From afar, a station ninja approached, exclaiming, Sir, I saw Lord Das lying unconscious by the mountains. As he walked, Shan shouted back. The distant station ninja heard his call and hurried to his side. Where's Das? Over there? Shan pointed toward the mountains. The station ninja furrowed his brow, glancing in that direction. Come with me. He seized Shan forcefully and dragged him along. Shan's face paled. Sir, surely you don't need me. I am but a child. I merely brought the message. The station ninja, while moving, insisted, just point the way. With no alternative, Shan complied, cautious of potential enemies lurking as they approached the mountains. Upon entering the mountain, they had scarcely taken a few steps before they discovered Das collapsed in the grass. He was drenched in blood, several shurikens and a kunai embedded in his body. The station ninja parted the foliage. Shan scanned the surroundings for ambushes, ultimately fixing his gaze on Das. The station ninja inspected Das's body, peeling back his torn shirt to reveal the chainmail that had partially protected him from the shurikens and kunai, which had only penetrated slightly. Yet, the crimson blood revealed traces of purple, indications of poisoning and severe injuries, with one leg severely struck and fractured. Shan gasped in horror. What a tragedy. If I were to face such power, I would surely perish. Thankfully, I have remained prudent. He had never intended to rely solely on his own strength. Whether from poison or fractures, such injuries could extinguish one's ability to survive. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Stay vigilant. Inform me of any unusual movements, commanded the station ninja, extracting a pill from his pouch and placing it in Das's mouth before hoisting him up and heading back toward the mountain's exit. Shan was taken aback and followed closely behind, activating his transparent world. His intangible perception expanded within a 3-meter radius, detecting crawling insects beneath the bushes, peculiar butterflies extracting nutrients from leaves, and a bird's nest crafted from dried grass, containing 3 eggs. As the station ninja moved, the rhythm of their breaths and the contours of their muscles became apparent. When his perception landed on Das, a chill ran down Shan's spine. The purple toxin, resembling liquid, was slowly invading Das's muscle fibers, corroding them. The prognosis was dire. Even if rescued, Das would be rendered incapable of combat. The rate of decay was alarming. Within half a day, the poison would obliterate Das's muscles, stripping him of mobility. Once it reached the heart, Das would perish. This toxin was terrifying, specifically targeting human muscle, indicating that the enemy was formidable. The world was indeed perilous. Even a mere lower ninja possessed such lethal capabilities. Shan felt a renewed sense of vigilance. It was clear that becoming a ninja was no trivial matter. The lower ranks faced daunting challenges. What then awaited the higher ranks? As they exited the mountains and approached the medicinal field, the station ninja quickened his pace. You continue with your task. Then go alert the other station ninjas. I will take Das back to the village for treatment and notify the village's ninjas. With that, he sped away. Shan, feeling a sense of urgency due to the hidden enemy, hastened to inform the ninja station further in the medicinal field. Sir, it's urgent. We discovered a spy. Lord Das is gravely injured. He relayed the message, prompting the station ninjas in the medicinal field to intensify their patrols, their gazes sharpening significantly. As for Shan, after conveying Das and Appo's situation, he returned near his residence, his eyes darting around vigilantly. What transpired, Shan? Kazama inquired upon spotting him. Be cautious. There is a spy, Shan replied. Quickly informed the ninja lords. Rest assured, I have already notified them. Relief washed over Shan at the exchange, and he too remained alert, scanning the surroundings. Even Lucy, who was aware of the unfolding events, shared in the vigilance. Since the establishment of the Sound Ninja Village, they had experienced a stark contrast to their previous lives. They were determined not to let their village fall prey to enemy attacks. Their enthusiasm was palpable. Observing his parents' fervor, Shan marveled at the influence the Sound Ninja Village had on its inhabitants. Indeed, although he had little recollection of the hardships faced in previous years, those memories were hazy and distant. He felt the weight of their struggles. Suddenly, as he busied himself with pest control, a system prompt appeared before him. -4 stars activated? He opened the friend diary of Village 1. Village 1 is severely injured, using herbs to alleviate his wounds. Hatred for you has deepened. He remembers you and plans to evade pursuit from the Sound Ninja Village, intending to kill you. Due to intense emotions, Village 1's wounds have reopened. Village 1 encountered a wild beast and was taken back to its den. Reading the diary, Shan felt a mix of emotions, elation at Village 1's injuries, yet dismay at the thought of him recovering. The notion that he would still seek revenge left Shan speechless. Was it his ill-fated luck manifesting once more? His heart raced as he continued reading. The last entry revealed that Village 1 had been taken by a beast. As he anticipated Village 1's demise, the diary fell silent. Time passed. And even as the station ninjas rushed into the mountains, Shan saw nothing he longed to witness. How could he still be alive? Surely, an enemy should have perished swiftly, decisively. Moreover, that cursed beast, having dragged him back to its den, why had it not consumed him? Shan's mind was heavy with contemplation. Chapter 17. The Search. The heartless thrust of minor accomplishment. Danger and excitement. Whoosh. Watching as ninjas appeared and vanished before his eyes, Shan silently continued his work. With so many ninjas mobilized, Mui was surely doomed. He had faith in the might of the Sound Ninja Village. Within the diary, there was no further news of Mui or Das. Yet, Shan was aware that they had not perished. The deployment of so many ninjas indicated that the adversary was formidable. Kazama, standing nearby, observed as well. Shan nodded. Indeed, Das was gravely injured and poisoned. It was likely that he would soon discover the tragic news of Das's demise from his friend's diary. Alas, Das was the first ninja he had come to know. Though somewhat irksome, he was still a decent person, with whom he could converse and gain insight into the profession of a ninja. Bang! In a moment of distraction, he stumbled upon a stone. Damn, not again. His unfortunate fate had reared its head once more. Tossing the stone aside, he resumed his daily management of medicinal herbs. Such routines were to be performed daily. For them, the herbalists, the paramount task was to meticulously oversee the herbs. Any actions that could potentially jeopardize their growth were strictly forbidden. Shan had heard that the wood leaf ninjas held the utmost disdain for the Sound Ninja Village. Merely relying on agriculture would not suffice. One must engage in various activities, gathering wild vegetables, fishing, working. During the busy farming season, there was much to be done. Reminiscent of his previous life, enduring a life of toil, he also had to accept his ill-fated nature. It was unbearably frustrating. Regardless, the intelligence he had gathered indicated that the Sound Ninja Village was the most coveted settlement among residents of the outer villages. Yet, Shan remained skeptical. After all, such promotion might be necessary, but there was some truth to it. Their family could subsist solely by managing the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Life was not extravagant, but it was stable. During his work, he could not neglect the training of his entanglement technique. As he labored, the energy emanating from his body exceeded that of rest or sleep. At such moments, it was crucial to retain that energy, preventing its dissipation, which would diminish his vitality and shorten his lifespan. Shan was diligent, striving earnestly to grow stronger. He seized every fleeting moment for improvement. Once he had completed his tasks in the herb field, he picked up a wooden sword to practice basic swordsmanship. Tangju. Cases slash. Reverse cases slash. Left foul. Right foul. Thrust. Each fundamental sword form was wielded with strength from his small hands. The sound of his practice resonated powerfully. While training, Shan remained attuned to the world around him. Observing the exertion of his muscles and adjusting accordingly, he discovered that the dual application of ninjutsu and innate talent facilitated his rapid progress. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. From the solitary great tree in the field, several leaves fluttered down. Whoosh! Shan sensed the landing point of the leaves, tracking their trajectory. With a forceful thrust of his hands, he executed a swift strike, pinning 4 or 5 leaves to the tree trunk. The tip of the wooden sword drove through the leaves with the force of their mutual push against the trunk. Regrettably, it was not a real blade. Otherwise, he would have needed no additional force to pierce through the leaves. Observing the leaves, Shan sighed. He lacked the funds to purchase a proper sword. The sharpness of the wooden sword was far inferior to that of a true blade. Nevertheless, he felt he was making swift progress. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk had fallen. Suddenly, he spotted a signal flare rising in the distance. He hoped the ninja masters would resolve matters swiftly. He wished to avoid living in trepidation. With no other recourse available, Shan's only option was to enhance his strength, training himself to bolster his survival capabilities in encounters. Smoke billowed from his home-esh chimney. After training for a while longer, Shan was called back home. He gazed upon the dishes laid out on the dining table and began to eat heartily. Das was sent to the treatment room. Das was out of danger and receiving treatment. He opened his friend's diary to discover that Das had miraculously escaped the clutches of death just moments prior. So soon? It had only been half a day since Das was returned to the village, and the sun had only just set. In his estimation, such a level of muscular toxin was exceedingly perilous. It should have taken much longer than half a day to neutralize. Was there truly such an excellent medical system in this world? Previously, the herbalists like him would merely consume some medicinal herbs to endure ailments, seeking out wandering doctors only for severe illnesses or relying on folk remedies. Now, perusing the diary, it seemed that the time from arrival at the medical room to toxin clearance was remarkably brief. Clearly, there were many aspects of this world he did not comprehend, or perhaps there existed certain ninjutsu capable of healing. Reflecting on the ninjutsu mentioned earlier in the diary, along with those he himself possessed, he pondered whether there might be some miraculous techniques that could swiftly purge toxins. Instantly, Shan felt his appetite improve, and the food tasted even more delectable. At least he was assured of Das's safety, though the enemy was still at large, and no new entries had appeared in the system's friend diary. Nightfall. Whoosh! Amidst the mountains, shadows suddenly emerged, standing upon the branches. A bird flew by, as if the figure were non-existent. The silhouette melded into the darkness, its presence concealed within the air. At that moment, the leading ninja formed hand seals, producing an object resembling a bell. A small hammer was drawn from the ninja tool's pouch, gently striking the bell. Countless sound waves radiated from the bell's center, spreading outward. The frequency was exceedingly low, failing to disturb even the birds and beasts. The waves swept past trees, grasslands, thickets, even reaching the ground and caves. The ripple of sound waves extended far and wide. After a few moments, the leading ninja stowed the bell away. It had not detected any presence within the sound wave's range, indicating that either the opponent was well prepared with their intelligence, or there were no foes within a kilometer radius. The other ninjas nodded in agreement. The leader was their designated sensing ninja, tasked with a particularly challenging A-rank mission within the mountains. They continued, shifting their direction. Das's body healed, expelled from the treatment room. Whoosh! Nightfall. Practicing the heartless thrust technique, Shan completed one session after another, and out of curiosity, opened his friend's diary once more. He discovered that Das's condition had changed yet again. What an impressive healing method. Amazed by such a technique, Shan glanced at the wooden sword in his hand. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but soon he immersed himself in practicing the heartless thrust technique. Whoosh whoosh. Time and again, he practiced, coordinating his chakra with the thrust. The rush of air from his thrusts was enveloped by chakra, confining the disturbance to within 3 millimeters of the blade. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Silent and stealthy, with each execution, the disturbance range diminished, 2 millimeters, 1 millimeter. The muscle exertion from his thrusts ignited countless details within his body. The speed and the energy that concealed the thrust's airflow grew stronger. Congratulations, heartless thrust. Minor accomplishment, Chapter 18. The Versatile Apothecary. Village 1 survives. Level 3 achieved. The survival capabilities have been further enhanced. Mastery of the Ruthless thrust brings joy to Ingshan. It was supposed to be perfected days ago, but that despicable spy hindered his progress. He was left with only the evenings to practice the Ruthless thrust within the tranquil confines of his space, allowing him to better appreciate the intricacies related to stealth. The technique's essence lies in silently striking the opponent's weak points. The effectiveness of training during the day pales in comparison to the night. To avoid wastage of time, he dedicated his daylight hours to practicing the instant step and fundamental sword techniques. The Ruthless thrust, indeed, represents a more advanced form of swordsmanship. After so many days, he has only just reached a minor proficiency. Ingshan then expanded his perceptive world, scanning the details of his surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of enemies did he continue refining the Ruthless thrust. Fortunately, the system had activated the friend diary feature. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to expend energy on practice. However, he remained observant, as there was always the possibility that a severely injured opponent could still pose a threat. As his chakra dwindled to a critical point, Ingshan ceased his practice and reclined on his bed, a wooden sword resting beside his right hand, ready to be grasped at any moment. With the dawn's light emerging, Ingshan resumed his training in fundamental swordsmanship, opting not to practice the instant step again. Having witnessed a multitude of ninjas passing by the medicinal fields the previous day, he feared encountering them. The instant step was too conspicuous. The fundamental swordsmanship, taught by Das, bore a renowned pedigree. While he was initially reluctant to take such risks in broad daylight, his desire for improvement drove him. The spy known as Village 1 had yet to be located by the Sound Ninja Village, instilling a sense of urgency within him to grow stronger, even if it meant taking calculated risks. With a hum, he swung the wooden sword, the wind causing leaves to flutter down, and each thrust needed to strike precisely at the wooden target. His recent practice, combined with his remarkable physical aptitude, had allowed his body to develop muscle memory. Ingshan was uncertain of the implications of possessing top-tier talent in this world, but he believed it must be significant. In just a few days, he had forged muscle memory, even refining the fundamental swordsmanship to minor proficiency, and was now nearing major proficiency. He must possess some merit. With each practice session, his muscles adapted to the sword techniques, and under Ingshan's perceptive world, his muscles had developed a conditioned reflex. The moment his thought sparked, his muscles initiated movement, transmitting power from his body to his hands. The blood, pulsating from his heart, supplied oxygen to his muscles. Das must have been resting at home. As the sun rose higher, a stranger appeared among the station ninjas. Ingshan mused as he set down his wooden sword, leaning it against a tree trunk. Akin to a child at play, the patrolling ninja merely cast a cursory glance at Ingshan, showing no interest in him. But his eyes revealed acute vigilance towards the surrounding environment. The intelligence provided by Das had rendered him cautious. As for Ingshan, the affairs of the ninjas were not his concern, and thus he was overlooked. The station ninja patrolled, his forehead protector gleaming in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Ingshan and his family continued their daily tasks in the medicinal fields, irrigating, pest control, and leaf removal. The technique of chakra concealment continued to be honed. This ninjutsu was silent, lacking any flashy effects, and was a technique Ingshan could sustain with minimal energy expenditure, allowing him to maintain it indefinitely. As he tended to the plants, he absorbed a significant amount of dissipated energy back into his body. Level 3, this marked yet another advancement in his skill. In due time, Ingshan sensed he would break through to mastery and attain minor proficiency. He felt this deeply. After reaching minor proficiency, his energy would increase, enabling more rigorous training sessions. An elevation in energy would extend his training duration while reducing his need for sleep, yielding myriad benefits. The enhancement of his energy would significantly bolster his capabilities. The greatest advantage would be the increase in training time. With his talents, this meant rapid enhancement of his strength. As time passed, 3 days slipped by. The ninjas responsible for reconnaissance gradually returned. Yet, within his friend diary, Ingshan was met with an unsettling sight. Village 1 evaded the search by the Sound Ninja Village, his injuries no longer life-threatening. Village 1 has relayed intelligence, preparing for subsequent espionage activities. Village 1 is crafting healing salves and battlefield first aid supplies. Damn, they haven't located him in the village? Ingshan thought, recalling that even mid-level ninjas had been deployed. Upon reading Village 1's diary entry and realizing the Sound Ninja Village had withdrawn, a wave of urgency surged through him. Should he seek out the station ninja again? He quickly shook his head. No, it wouldn't be prudent to rely on intuition alone. After reviewing the friend diary again, he deduced that Village 1 was likely gravely injured and had just escaped the brink of death. It was probable that he lacked the capacity to act and would first focus on recuperating. Should he venture into the mountains and conduct a thorough search using his perceptive world? Contemplating this, Ingshan ultimately decided against it. The mountains harbored more dangers than just Village 1. Wild boars were a frequent threat. It seemed his only path forward was to enhance his strength. He hoped Village 1's injuries were severe enough to buy him some time. With these thoughts in mind, Ingshan watered the plant seedlings before him. Each vibrant green sprout thrived under the gentle droplets of water cascading onto their delicate leaves and stems. This had been his task over the past few days, tending to the medicinal seedlings sent by the Sound Ninja village, under the guidance of the village's teachings. The farmers diligently nurtured them. Once he completed his chores, the sun was well past noon when a familiar figure approached from the direction of the village. Ingshan squinted, his keen eyesight quickly focusing in. It was Das. Aside from appearing slightly weakened, with pale lips, he exhibited no signs of ailment and wore a bright smile, as if he had not been poisoned days prior and nearly met his demise. Ingshan hurried forward, now acclimated to this world, understanding that with a touch of caution, he could converse with Das. Growing bolder, he inquired, Lord Das, I saw you on the brink of death. How did you manage to survive? His curious gaze, wide-eyed with genuine interest, fixed upon Das. This curiosity felt safe. After all, Das had previously mentioned a healer in the village named Kabuto, who had tended to his injuries from the wild boar attack. Kabuto, that name sounded vaguely familiar. Suddenly, Ingshan recalled the young man who had mentioned him during the upcoming ninja training. Was it not also Kabuto the apothecary? No way. He appeared to be around the same age as Ingshan. If he could heal Das' wounds, his abilities must be extraordinary. After all, Ingshan had witnessed Kabuto's swift movements. He was impressively fast, capable of both combat and healing. Such capabilities seemed implausible. If individuals like him existed in this world, it would indeed be perilous. Haha, he is our Sound Ninja Village's most formidable healer, Kabuto. You've encountered him before? Haven't you? Das remarked, having observed Ingshan's prior interaction with Kabuto. Chapter 19, Legends of the Ninja World. Mastery of Basic Swordsmanship. Ah, a gasp of astonishment escaped from Ingshan's lips, reflecting his surprise. That little brat, Yakushi Kabuto, a peer of his age, possesses such formidable medical skills. Is that even possible? Quite likely, considering that Orochimaru, the leader, has managed to establish a world-renowned power in just a few years. The Sound Village was born from such ambition. Perhaps the world is even more extraordinary than he had imagined. After all, even a lowly genin like Das is so impressive. Lord Das and Lord Kabuto are truly remarkable. Of course, Das replied, do not underestimate that boy due to his age. His medical prowess is unparalleled in the Sound Village, second only to Lord Orochimaru. Does Lord Orochimaru also possess medical skills? Ingshan inquired, intrigued. He had gathered more information. Kabuto's medical expertise indeed left him in awe. Such a powerful force at such a young age, imagine how formidable he would become as an adult. Might there be older physicians even more skilled? Das cleared his throat and said, perhaps not, but that is merely my conjecture. Lord Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, and among these legends, there exists a medical ninja. As a former comrade, he surely possesses some medical knowledge. The concept of the legendary Sannin took root in Ingshan's mind. Existing knowledge began to coalesce within him. Legends, the Sannin. To be regarded as a legend implies rarity, and with only 3 such figures, it indicates a universally acknowledged myth. This means that Orochimaru is amongst the top 3 strongest in the ninja world. Otherwise, he would not bear the title of a legendary Sannin. Truly a remarkable individual capable of founding a great ninja village in a matter of years. Das patted Ingshan on the shoulder and produced a pouch of silver, handing it to him. Enough of that. You are too far removed from it all. Here, take this, 3,000 ryo. Go buy yourself something to eat. Ingshan accepted the silver, his eyes sparkling. He looked at Das, puzzled by the generosity. Surely, there must be an ulterior motive. If so, he would return the money without hesitation. Currently, aside from the spy village, he enjoyed a stable life and could not allow anything to disrupt it. Why are you giving me money? Haha, although I did not capture that spy, I was able to injure him, and the Jonin rewarded me with a bit of silver. I also learned a new ninjutsu, and this is your reward. Das chuckled. Clearly, there was more to it than he let on, hinting at even greater benefits. After some careful contemplation, Ingshan decided it was best to accept the money. He tucked the silver into his pocket. As a commoner, to be indifferent to wealth would feel utterly unnatural. A simple inquiry would suffice. As long as he confirmed it would not affect him, all would be well. All right, I'm off now. In a few days, I will return as a station ninja. For now, enjoy yourself. Das had clear intentions, and after delivering the money, he left, humming a cheerful tune. Ingshan watched him depart, taking out the silver to inspect it before putting it back. This would be his savings for the future, perhaps to purchase a genuine weapon one day. However, 3,000 ryo was still insufficient. In the ancient past of his previous life, it could buy a great many things, yet in this world, the purchasing power of 3,000 ryo was rather modest. Fortunately, it had not reached the level of inflation. Based on past transactions, the currency in this world remained relatively stable, albeit with a preference for larger denominations. Another day passed. Morning arrived, and this time Ingshan awoke even earlier. Armed with a wooden sword, he stepped outside and surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no enemies lurked nearby before making his way to the tree. Today, he intended to master the fundamentals of swordsmanship. With the wooden sword in hand, he assumed the starting posture, Tangshu, feeling the world around him within a 3-meter radius. Channeling chakra into his body, he executed a downward strike. Left cut upward, right cut upward, a diagonal thrust from the lower left to the upper right. Conversely, a diagonal thrust from the lower right to the upper left. Unlike the kesagiri, which is a diagonal slash, this is an upward thrust. He unleashed a series of techniques, the wooden sword creating afterimages with each swing. Tangshu, kesagiri, left kiri, thrust. The cycle continued, seamlessly transitioning between basic variations. As Ing Shan's innate talent shone, the transitions became fluid, accelerating the pace of his techniques. His acute perception of muscle movement patterns deepened as he observed the nuances of his form. In recent days, Ing Shan had gained a thorough understanding of his physique, learning how to exert greater force and concentrate his power effectively. Buzz. Congratulations. Basic swordsmanship, mastered whoosh. Thud. The wooden sword absorbed all of Ing Shan's strength, the technique condensing power into the tip of the blade. As the tip pierced the trunk of the tree, it penetrated as if a maiden shyly opening her legs for the first time. The wooden sword embedded itself into the wood, 3/10 of an inch deep. With a smile, Ing Shan withdrew the sword, wood shavings cascading from the point of contact, glimmering like a flowing golden galaxy in the morning sun. If the wooden sword can penetrate the tree, surely it could pierce flesh. At last, he had achieved lethality. In recent days, through chakra training and physical conditioning, Ing Shan's body had grown stronger, his striking power increasing. Now, with his mastery of swordsmanship, he could embed the wooden sword into the tree, making it capable of inflicting harm. And this was merely a basic thrust. He also possessed the intermediate technique, the unfeeling thrust, which was estimated to pack 1.5 times the power of a basic thrust based on his perceptive training. Furthermore, it had stealth attributes. Alas, without a true blade, its potential remained unrealized. If he had a real sword, Ing Shan believed he could pierce right through the tree. Gazing at the time, he realized much had passed. The station ninja would soon arrive. He sheathed the wooden sword, concluding his practice for the day, and returned to tending to the medicinal field. While working, his gaze occasionally drifted to the mountains. He speculated that if the village's condition improved, the system would surely provide some indication. Yet, he dared not gamble on it. So he continued with his diligent efforts. Better to undertake some seemingly futile tasks than to risk a silent demise. Once he completed his daily responsibilities, Ing Shan's parents finally emerged. Recently, he had been performing exceptionally well, allowing them to rest a little longer. Mom and Dad, I'm heading to the village to inquire about the ninja training. You two carry on, Ing Shan announced. Kazama, go ahead, and good luck. Lucy, Ing Shan, master your power. The wisdom of the small folk, knowing the importance of mastering one's strength. Ing Shan made his way toward the Sound Village, the streets bustling with activity at this hour. In 3 days, the ninja training that Kabuto had mentioned would commence, and he needed to gather some information. Afterward, he would feign a lack of talent, for he had no desire to become a ninja. It was far too perilous, especially after witnessing the ninja missions and the appearance of the system's friend diary. Chapter 20, The Little Brat, Jian Meiqing, the Red Copper Armor, Sound Ninja Village. As I traversed the pathways of the village, the residents immediately cast their gazes upon me. Upon noticing my garb reminiscent of a herbalist and my familiar silhouette, their attention swiftly averted. I felt a tingling sensation from their scrutinizing stares, yet strangely, it imbued me with a profound sense of security. The ninjas of Sound Ninja Village exhibited an exceptional sense of responsibility, whether it was the other ninjas or Das, who promptly sprang into action after hearing my sentiments. They embodied the commitment of Sound Ninja Village towards its civilians and the safeguarding of their territory. I must share with you the intriguing tales I heard during my recent trade expedition. What news? There exist numerous villages around the world, inhabited by monsters, rumored to be exceedingly perilous. Their villagers despise them, viewing them as incarnations of monstrosity. Your explanation lacks clarity. Elucidate it further. I merely relay what I've overheard. Regardless, it appears that within their village, some individuals are deemed embodiments of monsters, correct? Indeed. How fortunate we are in Sound Ninja Village to be devoid of such terrifying creatures. I perked up my ears, absorbing snippets of information from the nearby vendors. Other villages harbor monsters? Are they perhaps guardians of their realms? I pondered silently. What manner of monstrosity could they be? Surely, other villages must also possess ninjas. If monsters exist, they can surely be dealt with. Even the smallest of villages could not be solely reliant on someone like Das. After all, Das managed to conquer a colossal wild boar. If all the ninjas from other villages collaborated, eliminating a monster should pose no challenge. The fact that residents of Sound Ninja Village were engaged in such discussions hinted at deeper mysteries. However, such matters were beyond my purview. My habitual musings centered around the potential impact on survival. At present, my objective lay with the training of ninjas in Sound Ninja Village. Upon inquiring further, I discovered a location dedicated to ninjas, the Sound Security Force. Observing the inscription above, I realized it was the only place I could discern, aside from station ninjas. It served as a gathering point for the others. Who are you? Here to report something? Upon entering, I was greeted by a young ninja adorned in a light gray-blue vest, sporting a headband. His tone bore an air of arrogance. I replied, trembling slightly, Lord Yakushi Kabuto has requested my participation in the ninja training 3 days hence. I wish to learn more. The young ninja scrutinized me from head to toe. Skepticism etched on his face as he remarked, "Lord Kabuto? With your demeanor, you expect to earn his recognition?" Hearing this, I felt a pang of anxiety regarding Yakushi Kabuto's standing within Sound Ninja Village. Would he uncover my inadequacies? I am merely interested in cultivating medicinal herbs, not in becoming a ninja, I stammered. The young ninja expressed disdain. If you were to pass the ninja training and become my teammate, it would be quite a burden. Nevertheless, he proceeded to inform me that in 3 days, we would gather at the chief's office in Sound Ninja Village for training on the playground at 10 in the morning. His tone conveyed disbelief that I could ever qualify as a competent genin. He had endured numerous trials under Orochimaru before attaining such a rank. I expressed my gratitude and slowly retreated toward the chief's office, walking for several minutes until a colossal structure came into view. In the center stood a tall edifice, vastly unlike any architecture from my previous life. The architectural style was distinctly exotic, resembling 2 grand speakers standing erect. No wonder it was dubbed Sound Ninja Village. Confirming the location, I prepared to depart, having merely intended to scout the area for any potential dangers or to avoid tardiness that could attract Yakushi Kabuto's attention. Suddenly, figures appeared along the adjacent path. "Little brat, are you dreaming of becoming a ninja?" The leader, donned in miniature sunglasses and sporting a unique hairstyle, along with another companion masked with a long strip, smiled at me. I felt a jolt of surprise but managed to raise my gaze. "Ninja-sama," I acknowledged. "Little brat, you have potential. Keep it up. Sound Ninja Village is just beginning and will need your contributions." Jian Meiching extended his arm, stretching it astonishingly far, reminiscent of the long-armed Rowan from my past life. I was taken aback, instinctively wanting to escape, but I halted my chakra manipulation. Standing still seemed a wiser choice for survival. I was no spy, after all. As anticipated, Jian Meiching's arm, pliable like rubber, ensnared me, drawing me closer for scrutiny. Enough with the games. The recent mission to Demon World Island was quite enlightening. We must promptly report our findings to Lord Orochimaru, the companion in red copper armor remarked. Jian Meiching chuckled. "How troublesome. Why did we have to return? Surely, Tenchi hasn't he been eliminated?" As I felt the bindings loosen, I landed on the ground. Overhearing their dialogue, Demon World Island? Tenchi? Eliminated? Such perilous undertones. Were these ninjas of high rank within Sound Ninja Village? I observed Jian Meiching's retracting arm, realizing its remarkable elasticity and strength. I was relieved I hadn't resisted or fled. The prospect was terrifying. Could this be a form of ninjutsu? Indeed. Given my unfortunate constitution, I should have remained indoors. Merely stepping out almost led to my demise. Curse it all. This predicament was all Yakushi Kabuto's doing. Had he not suggested I partake in the ninja training, none of this would have transpired, and I would have remained safely indoors. Your relationship with Jian Meiching has improved. Current affinity, level 1 star. Your relationship with red copper armor has improved. Current affinity, level 1 star, just as the system notification chimed. Jian Meiching turned to me. "Little brat, I see you wear the garb of a herbalist. Diligently pursue your craft. Perhaps you too may receive the favor of Lord Orochimaru and possess powers akin to mine." "Yes, Ninja-sama," I replied, intending to depart and return to my herb cultivation, only to find the two smiling as they walked away. I sighed in relief. Jian Meiching. I glanced at the system notification, surprised to discover I had gained a star in affinity. A sudden thought struck me. If I could elevate my affinity, might it mitigate the risks I faced within the village? The ninjas of Sound Ninja Village appeared rather amiable. This single encounter had already increased my affinity. Jian Meiching, to be cautious. This fellow bears an age similar to Kabuto and has come here to observe. He could very well be a spy, especially given the recent influx of infiltrators in Sound Ninja Village. Red copper armor warned as they continued along the path, directing their gaze toward the entrance of the Sound Ninja Chief's office. Chapter 21. Purchase a blade. Mastering instant step. The threat approaches. Shan felt a lingering dread as he walked through the bustling streets of Sound Ninja Village, the cacophony around him gradually calming his racing heart from a frantic thump-thump-thump to a steadier thud-thud-thud. Fortunately, as a resident of Sound Ninja Village, he considered himself one of their own. With this thought in mind, he decided to visit the blacksmith's shop. After adapting over the past few days and enduring several encounters, he had come to realize that as long as he concealed his powers and maintained his identity as an herbalist, he would be safe in Sound Ninja Village. The people here were amiable and kind-hearted, likely a result of the village's recent establishment. Having transitioned from a time of hunger to one of stability, they cherished their newfound lives. Clang, clang, clang. As Shan entered the blacksmith's shop, he was greeted by the rhythmic sounds of metal striking metal. The owner, wielding a red-hot piece of iron and hammering it into shape, looked up and called out, "Welcome, young lad. What would you like to purchase?" Shan pointed at a short blade hanging on the wall. "How much for that one?" The blade glimmered with a menacing sheen, and its length suited his stature perfectly. The handle wrapped in a layer of hemp. He had awakened to a transparent world, and this was undoubtedly the most suitable weapon for him in the shop. 50,000 Ryo, the blacksmith replied, glancing at the short blade. "This is a tool for the esteemed ninjas. You won't find much use for it. Why not buy a kitchen knife instead? My wares are quite practical." The blacksmith produced a kitchen knife and handed it to Shan. Upon hearing the price, Shan's expression twisted in disbelief. It was exorbitantly expensive. They would have to forego food for days just to afford such a blade. It appeared that acquiring one in the near future was not feasible. He had hoped that possessing a real weapon would better prepare him for danger. But it seemed that financial constraints were a formidable adversary. No, I have matters to attend to, Shan said, turning to leave the shop. The blacksmith shook his head, recognizing the inevitable, and resumed his work with the tongs. Back home, Shan felt despondent. Acquiring a genuine weapon required funds, and to earn money, he had to work, whether through hunting or gathering herbs, both of which were perilous endeavors. Without money, and without a proper weapon, his survival capabilities would diminish, creating a vicious cycle. Within the confines of his room, Shan practiced his instant step, focusing chakra into his feet. He executed precise lateral jumps, controlling his distances with finesse. Whenever he exceeded his expectations, he swiftly adjusted his movements. This was his innate talent. Congratulations! Instant step proficiency achieved. After a period of rigorous training, Shan felt his mastery over chakra consolidation improve significantly. The system notification confirmed his progress. Excellent. I shall devote the upcoming days to refining my instant step, he resolved. In his room, Shan's speed accelerated, and both his velocity and control improved. He leaped in all directions with ease, his enhanced physical capabilities granting him a greater sense of security. However, his foundational swordsmanship had just reached a significant milestone, and his merciless thrust technique was only beginning to develop. The next step was to further hasten his instant step, as agility was paramount. There was an old adage, as long as I can run fast, you will not catch me, granting him the upper hand. 2 days later, before dawn, Shan dashed through the herb fields, leaving behind mere afterimages, his control over his movements flawless. Each time he exerted force with his legs, the concentrated chakra beneath him propelled him forward with remarkable elasticity. Congratulations, instant step minor proficiency achieved. A broad smile graced Shan's face. This newfound speed surpassed even that of Das, allowing him to seize a modicum of initiative. He reflected on the previous skirmish between Das and Village 1, where both had sustained injuries, indicating their comparable strengths. Now, with his enhanced speed, he believed he had a genuine chance of escape. He continued to hone his instant step. Village 1's injuries have improved. He emerges from the hidden mountain area. Village 1's killing intent surges. He is set to execute a mission, habitually checking Village 1's diary. 2 notifications caught Shan's eye. He sighed, glancing at the 2 identical wooden swords in his possession. Tomorrow, he would attend ninja training, which also provided an opportunity to evade Village 1. Could it be that fortune was on his side? Shan found it hard to believe that he could be so fortunate, to possess a remarkable talent and to have crossed into Sound Ninja Village. If luck continued to favor him, he might even question his own identity. Regardless, at last, there was a glimmer of hope. Peering out into the pitch-black night, Shan activated his transparent world, continuing his vigilant observation. He set the 2 wooden swords beside him for safety. He knew that no matter how prepared he was, fate could take a turn. He frequently employed his entwine technique to maintain his physical condition, drawing in the dissipating energy of his body. He discovered that an increase in vitality equated to improved physical state, an undeniable truth. In his leisure, Shan opened his status panel. Name, Shanlingji, lifespan, 1075, race, human, chakra, 0, 1 calorie, bloodline, as follows, transparent world. Upon activation, the user's ability to predict movements and evade attacks is significantly enhanced, enabling clear visibility of opponents' physical structures. Ninjutsu, chakra refinement technique, entwine, proficient. Instant step, minor proficiency. Taijutsu, basic swordsmanship, major proficiency. Merciless thrust, minor proficiency. Sealing technique, none. Ninja tools, none. Ninja talents, as follows, destined elements. Top-tier elemental aptitude. Inyong fusion, top-tier inyong release aptitude. Absolute control, top-tier taijutsu aptitude, self-taught. Acquired chakra refinement technique and bloodline limit. Transparent world. Upon checking his interpersonal relationships, he noted the presence of individuals with whom he had a 1-star affinity. Only those with 4-star or negative 4-star statuses could unlock their diaries. Habitually, he opened Village 1's diary. Village 1 used transformation technique. Shan's brow furrowed as he suddenly felt alert, his mind racing. The use of transformation techniques at this moment was alarming. He recalled his previous observations in the transparent world, where Village 1 had transformed into a farmer and subsequently into an assailant. Could he possibly transform into an animal as well? The very name of the transformation technique, coupled with his past encounters, led Shan to believe that this was no ordinary ninjutsu. The power to transform reminded him of the legendary Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. Gripping the hilt of his wooden sword tightly, his heart raced. He understood that Village 1 might very well be lurking outside his home. Chapter 22, Assassination, Poison, Counterattack, Sowing Technique. Nightfall, outside the medicinal fields. A small monkey emerges from the mountains, its footsteps softly pressing upon the verdant grass, causing the blades to bow. With bright, Watery eyes, it gazes towards the residents of the Shadow Mountain family, exuding a chilling aura of malice. In the cloak of darkness, the little monkey moves like a specter, traversing through the mottled night, silently approaching the Shadow Mountain household. However, it does not rush. Instead, it patrols the vicinity for a while, ensuring no one else is present. Its claws glint ominously as it arrives at the window of the Shadow Mountain room. The wooden window, nudged by a stick, allows a sliver of moonlight to cascade into the room. The monkey cautiously peeks in, its claws dangling over the windowsill, observing Shadow Mountain, who lies asleep beneath the covers. Moonlight bathes his face, his breath steady and rhythmic. One of the monkey's paws fiddles at its waist, producing a small bamboo tube, which it holds to its mouth. With a gentle exhale, a wisp of white smoke wafts through the window, permeating the entire room. As the smoke fills the space, the figure inside turns, presenting its back to the monkey. Startled, the monkey momentarily fears it has been discovered, but quickly reassures itself, recognizing that this individual is likely just a lowly foe. When the figure rolls over, the monkey's brow furrows for a moment, but it soon relaxes upon seeing no further movement. The monkey merely utilized a transformation technique. Gazing at the figure enveloped in smoke, it transforms from a monkey back into human form, revealing a slender figure with a sharp visage. Even if Shadow Mountain were to eventually notice, it would be too late. The smoke is laced with a potent paralyzing toxin. Once inhaled, the poison softens the muscles throughout the body, rendering one immobile. Prolonged exposure may even seep into the heart, resulting in immediate cardiac failure. This is the monkey's most formidable toxin. The monkey, known as Village One, does not rush into the room, instead opting to wait. After a quarter of an hour, he observes Shadow Mountain's body beginning to change, a gradual transformation. Initially, it seems as though he wishes to move, but his muscles betray him, succumbing to an uncontrollable limpness, as if he is sinking into the bed, held up only by gravity. As the smoke dissipates, success is evident. Village One possesses a profound understanding of his own toxin. The typical response of muscle softening indeed manifests as expected. Even if the opponent attempts to mask the effects of the poison, the physical changes post-exposure are unmistakable. No one comprehends his toxin like he does. Even the Soundine who once pursued him, having been thwarted by the Sound Village, would be oblivious to the fact that he had employed a different poison. Moreover, Shadow Mountain serves as a spy from another village. With a swift motion, Chakra envelopes Village One's hands and feet as he leaps through the small window, deftly removing the stick that propped it open, plunging the room into complete darkness. Not a single ray of light remains. Just as the window falls shut, a piercing sound splits the air. Startled, Village One realizes that something is amiss. How could this be? He feels a sudden weightlessness. His heart is gripped by excruciating pain. In his last moments of consciousness, a singular thought crosses his mind. How did the opponent glean information about the toxin? How did he perceive his presence in the dark? Before he can contemplate further, he loses consciousness. A thud resounds as his lifeless body collapses to the floor. Shadow Mountain, what transpired? Inquires his father, Kazama, with urgency. It's nothing. I merely rolled off the bed, Shadow Mountain replies, his perception keenly attuned to a 3-5-meter radius around him. He observes Village One's body sprawled on the ground, a wooden blade piercing his chest. Another blade lies discarded on the floor behind him. Finally, he is dead. What a fright. Shadow Mountain exhales deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thankfully, his heightened perception grants him insight into the entire sequence of Village One's actions as he entered the range of his observation. Village One's emergence at the window nearly triggered an instinctive response, but Shadow Mountain steadied himself, recognizing his own limitations. As the toxin seeped into the room, Shadow Mountain felt an overwhelming urge to spring into action, but his perceptive prowess guided him to discern the nature of the poison, recognizing it akin to that which had afflicted him previously. Utilizing the chakra control he honed through his training, he enveloped himself in a protective barrier, successfully isolating the toxic fumes. His extraordinary talent enabled him to achieve this, an instinctive decision that proved fortuitous. Village One is administering poison. Village One's judgment is clouded by your wooden blade. Village One's heart is pierced, resulting in his demise within the system's records. Village One's status shifts to gray, a reminder of the fragility of life. Shadow Mountain remains vigilant, reflecting on the meticulous preparation and intelligence he gathered over the past days. Fortunately, his adversary had grown complacent. Had the assassination been overt rather than covert, Shadow Mountain surmises he would have had no chance to retaliate. Choosing to conceal the existence of the spy, he considers how best to dispose of the body. Event triggered, high-profile development. Submit the body to the Sound Village. Showcasing his ninja prowess, reward, water release, dirty thunder, low-profile development. Conceal the spy's existence, remain hidden, reward, sewing technique. Suddenly, the system prompts him again. Water release, dirty thunder is undeniably eye-catching, yet high-profile is not his style. He opts for a low-profile approach. Submitting the body to the Sound Village? How would I explain my strength? They might dissect me. He thinks, opting instead to acquire the sewing technique. A surge of memories floods his mind, and Shadow Mountain assimilates them in an instant. Such is the nature of talent. After mastering the sewing technique, he comprehends its function. With hands forming seals and mouth articulating incantations, his chakra shifts in nature, influencing his very being. With a resounding clap, the technique is completed, transforming him into a thin sheet of paper, shifting from three-dimensional to two-dimensional. His eyes flicker as he feels himself levitate. With this technique, my concealment capabilities have significantly improved. I can now transform into a mere piece of paper. However, the incantation is somewhat absurd, not quite in line with my intentions. Chapter 23. The application of stitching technique. Handling corpses. Crisis. Training time. Within the confines of a cramped room, a paper figure floated. A corpse lay upon the ground. Bang. Ingshan released the stitching technique, restoring the shape of the body. At last, he found a way to manage the situation. The stitching technique was not solely for his use. It could be applied to others as well. Ingshan formed hand seals, uttering that dreadful incantation once more, Misai Misai slippery. If you cannot Misai, I cannot slippery. His hands enveloped the corpse. This was the first time he had encountered a corpse, and it made him slightly queasy. However, he had to endure it. Fortunately, his robust innate talent seemed to be adapting swiftly. The technique of binding allowed him to concentrate his mind, preventing any overwhelming psychological issues. Bang! Chakra enveloped the corpse, and the nature of the stitching technique transformed. The corpse instantaneously morphed into a thin sheet of paper, with a wooden knife protruding from its heart. Even the wooden knife had become paper. Thankfully, his chakra could cover the body. With the ability to see through the world, he observed his surroundings, peering out the window. After scanning left and right, whoosh. He seized the paper body and darted outside, landing gently on the ground. The paper in his hands felt weightless. Unlike the transformation he had undergone, the sensation was deeper. He marveled at the power of chakra, how astonishing it was that he could transform a human body into paper. Such feats could only be likened to the spells of legends from his past life. Only a master could accomplish such a thing. A peculiar power surged within him, heightening his caution. If he could achieve this, others might as well. The world is never devoid of talent. This realm was no exception. He needed to tread carefully, avoiding conflict with others and steering clear of any potentially hazardous situations. Finding the optimal path for survival was paramount. His misfortune compelled him to act in such a manner. Fortunately, today he had acquired a life-saving jutsu. Whoosh. With a swift use of the instantaneous technique, chakra propelled him toward the riverbank, cradling the paper corpse in his hands. He ascended along the river, steering clear of the Sound Nin village downstream. He would not venture near. Upward lay another direction in the land of rice. After a mere 10 minutes, he gazed at the paper in his hands, feeling he could travel further. With that thought, Ingshan pressed on for another 10 minutes. The environment began to shift around him. Thankfully, he possessed the ability to see through the world. It was exceedingly dark here. He sensed he had evaded the confines of the Sound Nin village. He discovered a patch of dark soil. Bang! The corpse was released. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew the wooden knife from the corpse and stabbed it several more times in the wound. Puff, puff, until the injury was utterly unrecognizable as having been inflicted by a wooden knife. He then rinsed the knife in the river, glancing at the corpse. He could not discard it in the river. Downstream lay the Sound Nin village, where it would be easily discovered. Ingshan was exceedingly cautious. His eyes brightened as he looked at the ground, and an idea struck him. Misai Misai slippery. He employed the stitching technique once more. Placing his hands upon the earth, chakra enveloped the soil. After several seconds, bang, a substantial pit, roughly 1 meter deep, emerged. A massive sheet of paper appeared in his grasp, which he pulled out to considerable length. Bang, the paper vanished, replaced by a large block of soil, which he set upon the ground. He continued this process 3 times until only 1/3 of his chakra remained. He carefully placed the corpse into the 3-meter deep pit and pressed the block of soil down atop it. Puff, 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 with repeated motions. The body was buried in the earth. He leveled the excess soil and discarded it into the river, then covered it with a layer of grass using the stitching technique. It was seamless, leaving no trace. Observing through the transparent world once more, he found no discernible signs remaining. Ingshan felt immense satisfaction. The stitching technique was remarkably useful, a true life-saving jutsu. After completing the task, he spent another 20 minutes returning home. Whoosh. The instant technique propelled him swiftly. Along the way, he plunged the wooden knife underwater by the riverbank, ensuring it would not be discovered. He slipped through the window and, upon confirming that his parents remained undisturbed, Ingshan lay upon his bed. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to reflect on the events of the day. It had been exceedingly dangerous. Had it not been for his caution, the ability to see through the world, and the suppression of murderous thoughts by his formidable talent, he might have met his demise. The multitude of details from the previous night's near-fatal encounter left him trembling. Thankfully, his vigilance had saved him. Without the ability to see through the world, he would have been doomed. Lacking the innate power to suppress murderous thoughts, his body would have spiraled out of control, leading to his end. Had he not observed during the poisoning incident, perhaps the adversary would have discerned that he was merely feigning sleep. He would have been finished. His unfortunate disposition demanded that he remain ever cautious. This reaffirmed his determination. Reflecting on the day's events felt surreal. He had taken a life. A dreamlike experience. The following day, utilizing his binding techniques, Ingshan quickly quelled the turmoil within his mind. Congratulations, binding has reached minor proficiency. Level 5. After the events of the previous night, his spirit seemed to have accumulated a wealth of experience. Not only had his chakra capacity increased, but his binding practice had also accelerated. In just one night, he managed to recover the dissipated energy of his body to level 5. Ingshan felt invigorated. Ingshan, you seem different today, Kazama remarked, observing Ingshan's enhanced vitality. His skin appeared remarkably improved. Hubby, Ingshan is on the path to becoming a ninja. He must be elated. Lucy added, her smile bright. Today marked their son's initiation into ninja training, a day they had long anticipated. The memory of Lord Orochimaru commanding a colossal serpent to rescue them flooded back to them vividly. Ingshan smiled at the comment. Indeed, I am soon to become a ninja. I hope to wield power akin to that of Lord Das. However, his thoughts were tumultuous. He had no desire to become a ninja. Das had nearly perished. And just the night before, another had died in his room. It was utterly perilous. During this ninja training, he resolved to downplay his abilities, creating an impression of being profoundly talentless. Yes, Ingshan, you can do it. My son is the best. Go for it. Amidst the cheers of his parents, Ingshan stepped toward the Soundnin village, greeted by the morning light. As he traversed the streets of the Soundnin village, he approached two grand structures resembling colossal speakers. Upon glancing up, he was immediately enveloped by the bustling sounds emanating from within. He approached, and a ninja at the entrance urged him, hurry inside. It's about to start. Without time to contemplate, the ninja pulled him in. Wait, no identity check or any credentials. They simply allow me to enter and learn? Ingshan pondered, perplexed, as he surveyed the scene before him. Dozens of individuals stood in a vast training ground, some younger and some older than him, representing a myriad of ages. Outside the door, two guard ninjas conversed. This time, we should be able to increase our manpower significantly. Indeed, it is true that the organization is still in its nascent stages, and the number of ninjas is quite limited. Lord Orochimaru has also taken a group away for reasons unknown. I have heard that they are guarding the experimental base. That seems plausible, does it not? Chapter 24. The Ruthless Ninja. Toromaru. Yanchuan. The War Among Nations. On the playground, beneath the office of the Sound Ninjas, Kageyama surveyed his surroundings. Since his arrival, he had remained still and silent, observing the peculiarities around him. Many of the individuals present wore garments that appeared shabby, even inferior to his own attire as a herbalist. It seemed as if they had emerged from some harsh environment, having arrived at the Sound Ninja village. Their clothes, large and small, were riddled with patches, and most were in tatters. Only a few bore semblance to the attire of Sound Ninja village residents, and they were either of similar age or younger than him. I must master the power of the ninja and eliminate those foes from Konoha. A child expressed overwhelming resentment on his face. An adult beside him echoed, was your home destroyed by Konoha ninjas? Mine was ravaged by the ninjas of Kumogakure. I shall never forget that forehead protector. The ones who raised my home bore 4 stripes on their foreheads. Do you know which nation they belonged to? They were from Kirigakure. Damn them. They fought without heed for us. Enough. Once we attain power, we will surely retaliate. The crowd seemed to resonate with this sentiment, and expressions of fury adorned their faces. Kageyama discerned that these individuals hailed from various nations, each having lost their families to the recklessness of foreign ninja clans during missions. Their joining the Sound Ninja village was a pursuit of strength for vengeance. Listening to their tales, he realized that their families had either perished in flames or been utterly consumed, or pierced through the chest by shurikens. Moreover, these ninjas had mercilessly slain entire families for mere scraps of food, unwilling to bear the stigma of slaughtering innocents on behalf of their nations. Gasping at their narratives, Kageyama felt a chill run down his spine. These ninjas were truly monstrous. War. They understood only to kill. For food, they killed. For weapons, they killed. To conceal information, they killed. For reputation, they killed. Bits of information trickled into Kageyama's ears, sending shivers down his neck. The chaos outside was overwhelming. Though he had always exercised caution, he recognized that the Sound Ninja village was generally a tranquil place, where the residents maintained an amicable demeanor and wore smiles often. Gradually, memories of his childhood began to resurface. He had been small and malnourished, leaving scant remnants in his memory. However, listening to the discussions around him, the scent of gunpowder permeated his mind. This body had also endured many hardships in its youth before joining the Sound Ninja village. It seemed these individuals were collected from beyond the village's borders. The 3 members of the Kageyama family were likewise aware of many details concerning foreign nations: the land of lightning, the land of earth, the land of water, the land of fire, the land of soup, the land of iron. This world contained numerous nations, perhaps similar in number to those in his previous life, which had over 200 nations. Among these nations, the whispers he heard spoke of perpetual warfare. With few exceptions, it seemed most were embroiled in conflict. Indeed, it was wise not to become a ninja, for if one were to kill indiscriminately, not only would they risk retaliation, but one might also attract the wrath of those seeking revenge. He resolved to remain diligently as a herbalist in the Sound Ninja village. Each new piece of information reinforced his belief in his decision. Hey, are you from the Sound Ninja village? At that moment, a child of similar age, sporting a scar across his face and bright red hair, approached Kageyama. Clad in tattered clothes, he gazed at Kageyama's attire with envy. Kageyama nodded. I am Kageyama Reiji, a member of the Sound Ninja Village for several years now, working as a herbalist. The child's envious expression elicited a sigh from Kageyama. Here was just a child, already burdened by so much, with a shattered family. Alas, he felt powerless to assist. I envy you. My name is Torimaru. Life as a herbalist in the Sound Ninja Village must be quite good, right? Torimaru inquired eagerly. Kageyama glanced at him and nodded, if given the choice. I would be content to serve as a herbalist in the Sound Ninja Village for a lifetime, to toil from dawn till dusk. This boy was likely gathering intelligence. After all, ninjas excel in the art of information gathering. At such a young age, he seemed remarkably perceptive. Torimaru was filled with admiration, a smile growing on his lips. I too have joined the Sound Ninja Village. We shall be comrades from here on. Let us strive together. He extended his right hand to Kageyama. Though Kageyama thought to decline, he nonetheless reciprocated with a fist bump. These individuals, still mere civilians, had no inkling of the peril that awaited them as ninjas. The life that loomed ahead might very well be one of constant peril. He could sense it. Yet, this was their choice. And Kageyama had no intention of imposing his views upon them. He remained silent, for managing his own life was already a formidable challenge. Suddenly, four ninjas materialized out of thin air, standing before everyone. Each donned masks and wore the light blue-gray vest of the Sound Ninja Village, with scarves around their necks and ninja tool pouches at their waists. At that moment, Kageyama recalled that he had seemingly chosen to forget, last night. That individual had also possessed a ninja tool pouch. Fearing danger, Kageyama had buried all of his belongings. The capabilities of these ninjas were unpredictable. Who could say what powers the others might possess? I am Yinchuan, the leader of the ninja training class. Now, everyone follow me and do not fall behind, announced the foremost sound ninja, leading the three others toward a large sound system. Yinchuan performed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, the stone wall before them rumbled and parted, revealing a vast opening. Wow, truly impressive, as expected of a ninja, Torimaru exclaimed in awe. Kageyama refrained from activating his sensory abilities. There were simply too many ninjas present. Nevertheless, he silently agreed with Torimaru's sentiment. He had no understanding of the mechanics behind this phenomenon. It was likely a form of ninjutsu. Following Yinchuan, he anticipated darkness within. But upon entering, he found the sides illuminated by numerous lights, bright enough to suggest safety. This was a training session for ninjas, aimed at augmenting the village and Appo's strength. Kageyama walked alongside Torimaru, fully aware that should danger arise, he would use him as a shield and escape. After all, a dead friend is better than a dead priest. As everyone entered the opening, it closed immediately behind them. The sound of footsteps echoed through the tunnel as they proceeded. Yinchuan quickened his pace, and Kageyama sensed that they were descending deeper as time passed. Chapter 25, The Dim Hall. Intensive training. To become a ninja, for sure. In the shadowy tunnel, the sound of heavy breathing pierced the silence, resonating within the cavernous space where dozens of individuals traversed. Among them, Yingshan feigned exhaustion, though in truth, the distance of merely 20 minutes was not enough to wear him out. Observing those around him, he noted their labored breaths, particularly among the 6-year-old children whose stamina appeared to be waning. The human physique in this world seemed markedly different from that of his previous life. Their endurance was astonishing. The realization struck Yingshan as he witnessed the 6-year-old struggling. The disparity in physical capabilities was profound. After walking for 20 minutes, it was evident that this realm possessed extraordinary qualities. Perhaps the air was imbued with the spiritual essence found in the novels of his past life, bestowing such vigor upon the children. Nevertheless, Yingshan's innate physical prowess surpassed theirs, and he felt no sign of fatigue. His remarkable physical gifts allowed him to quickly acclimate to this pace, and as time passed, his control over his strength and breathing improved, leading to diminishing exertion. As he moved, he practiced his technique, seamlessly integrating it into his stride, becoming more adept with each step. Yet, he maintained a facade of fatigue to avoid drawing attention. How much longer until we arrive? Tiger Maru gasped beside him, peering into the seemingly endless darkness ahead. Keep pushing forward. Perhaps this is a test from the ninja masters. We cannot afford to lag behind, Yingshan encouraged, suppressing the temptation to feign lack of talent and simply sit down. Observing the determination of the 6-year-olds, he understood that falling behind would only attract more scrutiny from the ninjas, a situation he wished to avoid. You're right, I will persevere, Tiger Maru declared, falling silent to conserve his energy. Finally, within the illuminated tunnel, a larger light source emerged, prompting Yingshan to heighten his alertness. A system notification indicated an increase in Tiger Maru's favorability towards him, leaving Yingshan bewildered. Turning to Tiger Maru, he saw the boy's gaze shift towards him, accompanied by a smile that seemed inexplicably affectionate. As they approached the exit, a vast underground chamber revealed itself, illuminated by lights reminiscent of light bulbs from his previous life. Stone tables and chairs populated the space, each table capable of accommodating 3 individuals. At the chamber's highest point, a large blackboard loomed, reminiscent of a classroom from his past. The juxtaposition of ancient and modern aesthetics was striking. Suddenly, Jin Gang's cold voice broke through the ambience. Welcome to your new learning environment. This is a closed training facility. Without mastering your skills, you shall not return. A collective shock swept through the group. Many, especially those like Shan from established families, were left in disbelief. Surely, we won't perish if we fail to become ninjas? You were correct. It is not death that awaits you, but rather the inability to leave until you become ninjas. Under my supervision, no one has failed to achieve this, Jin Gang proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Shan exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed they would not face death. Yet, apprehension quickly resurfaced. To become a ninja for certain? Is this truly the case? The notion that mere clumsiness could lead to expulsion from training was far from the truth. In the Hidden Sound Village, the concept of failure to become a ninja was non-existent. He glanced at Jin Gang, eager to hear more, feeling a sense of dread. Had he known that the path would lead him directly to becoming a ninja, he might have opted for a more laid-back approach instead. Yet, Maru and others appeared thrilled by the prospect. How incredible! The Hidden Sound Village guarantees that we shall all become ninjas, Maru exclaimed. Shan rolled his eyes in response. Ninja? Who desires to be a mere tool? While gaining strength is advantageous, remaining inconspicuous is far more desirable. Once committed, there will be no turning back. As thoughts raced through his mind, Jin Gang continued, in the coming period, you shall reside here. And I shall inform your families of your progress. Wait, does that mean we will be living here indefinitely? Indeed, the village will provide for your needs. This is a plan personally devised by the esteemed Orochimaru. Rejoice, it is a progressive initiative unlike any before. In the early days of the Hidden Sound Village, we had to learn while scavenging for food. As Jin Gang recounted the hardships of his past, Shan acknowledged that their current circumstances seemed relatively favorable. However, the pressure to transform into ninjas weighed heavily on him. He surmised that the Hidden Sound Village might be facing a shortage of ninja personnel, despite the legendary Orochimaru's reputation. As the group absorbed their surroundings, the reality set in. They would be living in this space for the foreseeable future. Jin Gang began guiding them through the environment, leading them through various openings. One passageway led to their sleeping quarters, another to a library, and yet another to a dining hall. Shan's expression grew complex as he contemplated this new chapter of his life. Perhaps this situation would afford him some stability, and he doubted that any enemy spies would infiltrate such a secure location. However, the prospect of eventually becoming a ninja posed its own challenges. He resolved to bide his time, minimizing his visibility while taking comfort in the presence of Hidden Sound Village ninjas, which promised a degree of safety. Yet, he remained curious about Jin Gang's training methods and the whereabouts of Yakushi Kabuto. Reflecting on these uncertainties, he questioned the wisdom of his decision to come here at all. Chapter 26. The Importance of Literacy. The most crucial aspect of a ninja. Increased affection. On that day, within the Grand Hall, all members sat in their seats while Yamato stood before the blackboard, ready to commence the first lesson for ninjas, literacy. Kageyama had anticipated a discussion on topics directly related to ninjutsu, but upon hearing Yamato's words, he was taken aback. What he said was undeniably insightful. He realized that he was utterly unfamiliar with the characters of this world. The others were in a similar predicament. Most shared Kageyama's lack of literacy. A student posed a question, Teacher, can't we delve directly into ninja techniques? Literacy seems of little utility to us. It doesn't grant us power. Many nodded in agreement, yearning for strength to exact revenge upon other nations. Kageyama thought to himself that it wouldn't and oppose. Be so simple. Indeed. Yamato scoffed at the remark. Literacy is a fundamental skill for ninjas, the very first step. Power will come later. Knowledge is also a form of power. Much of a ninja's strength is rooted in knowledge. Most of the ninjutsu you observe outside is derived from knowledge, and literacy is essential for its effective absorption. With a touch of disdain for their ignorance, he began expounding on the significance of literacy for ninjas. Kageyama listened attentively, captivated by every word Yamato spoke. Each utterance effortlessly penetrated his ears, filtered through his mind, and retained the essence of wisdom. Literacy is indeed an indispensable aspect of civilization. Knowledge equates to power, and he recognized the necessity of mastering the language of this world, along with the art of writing. He sensed that his capacity for learning was unusually swift, perhaps owing to his innate talents in ninjutsu or taijutsu. After all, such gifts manifest in the realm of learning, do they not? Beside him, Torimaru observed Kageyama's earnestness and began to listen intently as well. In the underground quarters, within a 4-person dormitory, Kageyama sat under pleasant lighting, engrossed in a book titled Orochimaru's Literacy Compendium. Each resident had received a copy. He leafed through the pages, realizing that aside from practicing this specific ninjutsu, he could engage in little else. This was the only book available. He discovered that his memory was remarkably sharp, while he wouldn't claimed to possess photographic recall. Reviewing the material a few times was sufficient for retention. Bits of knowledge seeped into his mind, bringing him immense satisfaction. The joy of learning was profoundly gratifying. If only he had possessed such an aptitude in his past life. Today, however, his unfortunate disposition seemed to have spared him from any calamities. The most unfortunate circumstance was being deceived into this place. Escape appeared unlikely in the short term. Thus, he resolved to learn swiftly. Thankfully, He felt relatively secure here, provided he concealed his abilities. Kageyama was content, albeit concerned about his parents' well-being. "Hey, Kageyama, can you comprehend this?" Orochimaru inquired, also flipping through the book. It wasn't just him. The other two dormmates were similarly engaged. For them, this was the pathway to becoming ninjas. To acquire strength, they must learn. They turned to Kageyama, noticing that his approach to learning differed from theirs, suggesting he grasped concepts more profoundly. Today, Yamato's instructional team had guided them in recognizing several hundred characters, though not all were fully memorized. "It's manageable. This learning is quite straightforward, as long as you all." He thought of his system panel, capable of gathering information on 4-star companions. He shared a bit of his understanding of literacy, deliberately withholding the entirety of his knowledge to allow the others to grasp some characters without excessive exaggeration. He was careful not to reveal too much. It was vital to maintain a low profile. "Ichinos has developed a favorable impression of you. Current affection level, 1 star. Kitayama Hiroshi has developed a favorable impression of you. Current affection level, 1 star." As anticipated, both individuals responded positively to Kageyama's sharing, nodding in agreement with his insights. They introduced themselves, establishing a pact to progress together. Kageyama, however, was reluctant to become overly involved, knowing he must not stand apart too distinctly. They each returned to their studies. Kageyama continued to peruse the book, striving to master the written language of the ninja world while simultaneously practicing his binding technique, reclaiming the energy dispersed throughout his body. Currently, this was the only ninjutsu he could employ, and he anticipated achieving mastery soon. 5 days passed, and again in the classroom, Yamato pointed at Kageyama, prompting him to articulate the meaning of a previously mentioned sentence. Kageyama thought himself unlucky, but he stood up to respond to the teacher's inquiry. Over these 5 days, he realized he possessed an innate ability to attract the teacher's questions, yet he stumbled through his responses, articulating his understanding at a pace slightly quicker than that of an ordinary person. In truth, he had already recognized most of the characters in the ninja world on the first day, largely thanks to the ease of Orochimaru's literacy compendium. Yamato was exceedingly pleased with Kageyama's response and proceeded to query several others, all of whom had made similar progress in their literacy. It was remarkable. Individuals in this world seemed to learn characters rather swiftly. Kageyama pondered the unique capabilities of the human mind. In just 5 days, bolstered by the text's assistance, everyone had managed to recognize many of the characters. The affection level of Yamato has increased. Current affection level, 1 star, another star of affection gained, though regrettably, it remained at a mere 1 star. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, perhaps due to his own commendable performance, had already achieved a 2-star level of affection. Alright, that will be all for today, class dismissed. Kageyama placed the book on the table and surveyed the surrounding individuals, his eyes narrowing. Many appeared weary, having not seen sunlight for several days. When will this end? Weren't we supposed to learn ninjutsu for revenge? Yet, under these artificial lights, I feel as if one might lose their sanity. Enough already, let's go eat. After class, the initial excitement of their arrival had faded. Literacy, and more literacy. 5 days had passed, and they were still at it. Kageyama sighed at their remarks, reflecting, this is human nature, while the drive for revenge is potent. Many factors can diminish that motivation, such as the dreary existence we currently endure. It demonstrates that their resolve for vengeance isn't particularly strong. Kageyama and his companions arrived at the dining hall, where the clock indicated noon. Observing the meat before him, alongside a pot of herbal soup, he recognized several herbs within, including one known as cordyceps. Licking his lips in satisfaction, he noted the meal's nutritional richness, a true feast. He could feel the restorative properties of both the meat and the herbal broth, a generous offering indeed. Will Lord Orochimaru go bankrupt over this? He mused. Regardless, they were safe for now, enjoying delectable food. After all, they could neither escape nor resist the opportunity to learn and indulge. Chapter 27. The Severely Injured Das. Mastering the Technique of Binding. Chakra Refinement Method. Excessive. Das regains his health and begins practicing the new ninjutsu, the sound technique. Das undertakes a mission outside the village and engages in battle with Konoha ninjas, sustaining severe injuries. Das is undergoing treatment for his wounds. Das' assassination attempt fails, and while being pursued, he leaps into a river to escape. Das acts as a spy in the cloud-hidden village, nearly getting discovered, his heart rate soaring to 280. In the dormitory, Kageyama gazes at the system panel, the only character with a 4-star affinity being Das' diary. What is Das up to, engaging in such perilous activities? Is this what being a ninja entails? If it were me, I would simply serve as a station ninja, much safer. I cannot comprehend why he would undertake such dangerous endeavors. Is it merely for monetary gain? Or perhaps to learn new ninjutsu? He shakes his head, casting a glance at Orochimaru and the others, who were diligently refining their chakra, seated cross-legged on their beds, wholly engrossed in their task. With no time to spare for Kageyama, 5 days have passed, and they have been here for 10 days. Today, they have been granted the chakra refinement method. The content is quite similar to what the system provided, detailing how to combine mental and physical energy to refine chakra. Kageyama already possesses this ability and thus does not need to focus on the chakra refinement method. With his innate talent, he can refine chakra even while in motion, implying that his margin for error is slightly greater than that of other ninjas. Through these days of study, he has realized that not everyone can refine chakra while moving. It is said that only those capable of refining chakra during action are eligible to become genin. Otherwise, how can one fight without being able to refine chakra in the midst of battle? After this prolonged period of training, Kageyama has gained some understanding of chakra. Within this world, the dantian is merely a point of energy, the largest chakra storage point, yet it comprises only a small part. The true reservoir for chakra lies within the human body, throughout the intricate networks of chakra veins, the chakra points, and the flesh and bones that form the physical vessel. The human body has a limited capacity for storing chakra. Each time one performs ninjutsu, chakra must be refined to unleash the technique. Some individuals can refine chakra swiftly, while others, if they are slow, may find their lives jeopardized by a mere shuriken from an opponent. For now, he continues to train in the binding technique. Unfortunately, the environment here is quite stable, allowing only for the practice of binding. Kageyama quickly enters a focused state. Today is pivotal. Soon, he shall achieve mastery in the binding technique to the extent of ensnaring 6 layers of dissipated energy, a new realm. He attunes his senses, allowing the dissipating energy from his body to flow out through his pores with each breath. Employing the binding technique, he concentrates, gradually capturing the dissipating energy and drawing it back into his body. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 5 layers, 6 layers. Gradually, the dissipating energy begins to flow back. Kageyama revels in the euphoria brought forth by the cellular sensations within his body, a euphoric delight. As the 6 layers of dissipated energy return, an overwhelming joy surges within him. A pleasure surpassing even the most exquisite experiences from his previous life. It feels as if thousands of hands are massaging every cell within his being. Congratulations, binding technique has reached mastery. The system notification arrives. Looking at his hands, the skin appears fair with a hint of rosy glow, transparent to the world. Utilizing the bloodline technique, under the influence of the binding technique, the energy dissipation of his body slows, allowing it to stretch. While his muscles and bones receive ample energy support for growth, he can perceive the subtle growth occurring within his body. Perhaps over the course of 1 or 2 days, there might not be noticeable changes, but as time progresses, his body shall grow stronger. Throughout these days of using the binding technique, Kageyama has compared his muscle development and the robustness of his bones, discovering that he is now stronger than Das. In terms of chakra, he is no longer inferior to Das, using Das's previous physique as a reference. Now, what remains is the mastery of ninjutsu, physical techniques, and sufficient battle experience. Then he would be a qualified genin. Engaging in this comparative analysis, Kageyama feels a surge of joy, indicating that his survivability has improved. Yet, he acknowledges that he lacks in battle experience and the mastery of both physical and ninjutsu techniques, feeling a significant void. Fortunately, his goal is not to become a genin. He is content to take his time. His perception of the transparent world extends to Orochimaru and the others. Even the spy, Inari, cannot sense his transparent world. Kageyama, despite his caution, does not believe that these 3 novices, just beginning to learn chakra, could detect the release of his bloodline. Thus, he boldly observes. Focusing his gaze on Orochimaru, the blue world fills his mind, revealing all of Orochimaru's chakra networks, muscles, and bones. A massive flame ignites within Orochimaru's dantian. As 2 formless energies converge, merging into blue chakra that begins to flow throughout his body, storing itself in various locations. Gradually, he realizes that the dantian occupies less than 1% of the total chakra. The chakra is scant. Kageyama furrows his brow, perceiving Orochimaru's chakra, noting that it does not even reach 1% of his own. Even if Orochimaru were to use his least chakra-consuming technique, the instant step, it would likely exhaust him quickly unless he possesses exceptional control over his chakra, allowing him to exert maximum strength with minimal energy expenditure. Is this what the system deems as supreme talent? Kageyama beams with delight, realizing that his own talent is not lacking in this world. Based on his observations of bodily growth through the transparent world, he believes that as they age, they will enter a golden period, and chakra will experience explosive growth, alleviating concerns about future shortages. He finds solace in the thought that as long as he is afforded the time to grow, he need not worry about others surpassing him. He then turns his gaze to Yashiyama Hiroshi and Ichinos, noting that their chakra levels are strikingly similar to Orochimaru's, both being exceedingly low, further validating his earlier thoughts on the system's bestowed supreme talent. Suddenly, Yashiyama and Ichinos emit a cold grunt, their bodies convulsing, collapsing onto their beds yet persisting in their chakra refinement, seemingly obsessed with becoming stronger. Kageyama leaps from his bed, swiftly delivering slaps to their faces, which jolts them awake from their chakra refinement state. Are you two trying to kill yourselves? Didn't teacher Naruto say not to overexert chakra refinement, as it could harm your bodies? In Kageyama's perception, he notices their cells wilt for a moment, realizing they have forgotten Naruto's caution as they succumb to an extraordinary pleasure. Chapter 28, Affection Level 2 Stars. Orochimaru's Worth. Hatred. Subjects. Inside the dormitory, heavy breathing echoed through the room. Kiyama and Hiroshi glanced at Ikuzu. Thank you. I'm glad to have you here. Tiger-Maru also opened his eyes, cautioning, "Be careful." The teacher said that over-extraction of chakra can damage one's potential and even shorten lifespan. If we don't grow stronger, we might perish before our time. His eyes darted towards Ikuzu. Truly, Ikuzu exhibited remarkable composure. Even he had nearly succumbed to the allure of chakra extraction just moments ago. No wonder the teacher emphasized caution. It was indeed easy to become engrossed in chakra refinement. The sensation of chakra extraction had enveloped his whole being in a state of euphoria. Tiger-Maru had almost fallen prey to it. "Ikuzu has developed an affinity for you. Current affection level 2 stars. Hiroshi has developed an affinity for you. Current affection level 2 stars." A panel notification appeared before them. Ikuzu, accustomed to such occurrences, replied, "No need for thanks. We are comrades now. Who knows, we may need to assist each other in the future." It was perfectly acceptable to cultivate some favors. As long as his strength remained concealed, he recognized that he had a long way to go in terms of power, yet he understood the significance of forging friendships. While it might lead to unforeseen complications, he had relied on family and friends in his past life and did not entirely shun such connections. As long as they remained within reasonable bounds. Hiroshi waved his hand, exclaiming, "So this is chakra. No wonder ninjas are so formidable. Extracting chakra makes me feel invigorated." Ikuzu noted that Ikuzu shared the same sentiment. Excitement radiated from their faces. Ikuzu clenched his fist, asserting, "With this power, I will take my revenge on Konoha." "Your enemies are from Konoha, right?" "I've heard that Konoha is quite a renowned village," Ikuzu concurred. He had heard of Konoha but knew that the ninjas from his village regarded it with disdain, considering it a decaying settlement. Little did he know that it was not only decayed but also violent. The ninjas had destroyed Ikuzu's home, criminals. Ikuzu declared. Konoha is the largest military organization in the Land of Fire. Its ninjas have committed numerous heinous acts in other nations. And I will not let them get away with it. With a crack, he clenched his fists, producing a sound that resonated. Ikuzu nodded, agreeing with his thoughts. He had heard of Konoha on multiple occasions and understood that it was not a benevolent entity. If given the chance to encounter a Konoha ninja, he would certainly keep his distance. Given his unfortunate disposition, it was best to remain far away. He had recently discovered that Das had suffered severe injuries at the hands of Konoha ninjas, further solidifying his resolve to steer clear of them. Tiger-Maru interjected. "My family was slain by the Rain Village. One day, I will exact my revenge." Ikuzu inquired, "But isn't the Rain Village closed off?" Tiger-Maru replied indignantly. "Their isolation doesn't mean they won't appear on the battlefield. With a ninja's power, as long as their nation consents, venturing abroad is quite simple." Hiroshi added, "Indeed. My enemy hails from the Cloud Village. Their dark skin is distinctive, and they are known for wielding lightning. I've heard they excel in it. Those savage beings will learn of my strength. These are powerful nations. How do you think they compare to the Sound Ninja Village?" Ikuzu asked, eager for more information. He wanted to gather knowledge for potential escapes in the future. They sounded troublesome compared to the Sound Village, which felt like a paradise. Here, even the ninja training included food, drink, and medicinal cultivation, all aimed at strengthening the village's power to defend their homeland. In chaotic times, one must employ strict measures. Ikuzu understood the implications of this. The Sound Ninja Village was still relatively new and lacked the combat prowess of the more established villages. Fortunately, with the legendary Sannin Orochimaru at the helm, as stated in the novels of his previous life, any faction boasting a peak combatant is among the strongest in the world. Until his demise, none dared to challenge him. Though they are powerful, the Sound Ninja Village, under Lord Orochimaru's protection, is certainly not inferior to them, perhaps even surpassing them. Hiroshi scoffed. He was well aware of Orochimaru's reputation and believed that no one could contend with him. Tiger-Maru and Ikuzu shared the same sentiment. Listening to this reassured Ikuzu. As long as Lord Orochimaru lived, the Sound Ninja Village would remain safe. This alleviated some of his worries, yet he would still exercise caution. Let us strive to learn from Lord Orochimaru and repay our debts, even seek vengeance. They all harbored feelings of animosity. Ikuzu cautioned them not to be too impatient, for injuring themselves would hinder their quest for revenge. The next day, Ikuzu was awakened by the sound of a bell. His eyes flew open, and he sprang out of bed, hastily heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Thud, thud, thud. He knocked on the beds of the other three, waking them up. Still groggy from their excitement over chakra training the day before, they stumbled out of the dormitory into an expansive corridor lined with doors. In the dimly lit hallway, doors swung open, and others emerged, clearly not having slept well. Observing their faces, Ikuzu noted the faint smiles. They mistakenly believed that mastering chakra made them formidable. If they ever encountered those ruthless lower ninjas, they might not even have a chance to react. Shaking his head, he made his way to the classroom. After all the preparations and intelligence he had gathered, he had only managed to defeat a single lower ninja. This highlighted the vast difference in strength between ninjas, perhaps even greater than that between humans and dogs. It reminded him of the workers he had seen in his past life, who might not even compare to a wealthy person's pet. One by one, the students arrived in the classroom. Ikuzu took his seat and immediately noticed a pile of books on his desk. He reached out to flip through them. Mathematics, geography, cryptography, physics, intelligence analysis, professional disguise, anatomy. As he perused the titles, he recognized some while others felt unfamiliar. Was this truly what a child his age should be studying? He glanced around and saw that other desks were similarly cluttered with these books. This was just the beginning. How could it feel more daunting than preparing for the college entrance examination? Would they soon be delving into even more complex subjects? Did this mean that every ninja was a scholarly genius? Ikuzu felt the value of lower ninjas rising once more in his estimation. He had initially thought he was somewhat formidable for having defeated a lower ninja, but it now seemed he had merely caught his opponent off guard. Remembering the poisons and medical remedies that the ninja had crafted in the mountains, he realized they were all scholars. The one he killed had simply been careless. Caution was imperative. Chapter 29. Orochimaru observes. Medical ninjas. Logistics. The classroom echoed with the sound of spirited reading as Narukami tirelessly explained concepts. Below, the diligent students, including Kageyama, diligently transcribed notes, mathematical symbols materializing on paper. In a distant, dimly lit room within the classroom, a colossal screen displayed the learning activities of Kageyama and his peers. Compared to the education system in Konoha, the disparity was evident. Relying on haste could only yield expendable recruits. Hiss. With a pallid visage and flowing hair cascading over his cheeks, Orochimaru licked his lips with a long tongue, his serpent-like eyes fixated on the screen. Reclining on a purple sofa, he murmured to himself. Beside him, Chico argued, "My lord, these individuals possess ninja potential. Perhaps one or two could serve you well." Orochimaru pointed at Kageyama on the screen, inquiring, "What is that individual's name? He seems to possess commendable learning abilities." Taken aback, Chika turned to observe Kageyama. As a high-ranking member of the Sound Ninja Village, he prided himself on being Orochimaru's most capable subordinate. Having encountered Kageyama before, he was aware of the renewed focus on ninja training. "That is Kageyama Reiji, a former herbalist saved by you, my lord." It was Kabuto who discovered him and brought him to the ninja training program. However, his aptitude appears lacking. He frequently falters in theory, struggling significantly. After a brief moment of reflection, Chiku relayed this information. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Chiku, then turned his attention back to Kageyama, a smile gracing his lips. Chiku paused. Given Orochimaru's demeanor, he redirected his gaze to Kageyama. At that moment, Kageyama was engrossed in listening and taking notes. After observing for a while, Chiku finally discerned something. Compared to his classmates, who were visibly perplexed by theoretical concepts, Kageyama exhibited a similar struggle. Yet his expression and body language conveyed a palpable sense of dissonance. His note-taking matched the pace of his peers, yet he remained in a state of relaxed engagement. Distinctly unlike the behavior typical of an average student. Fascinating. This individual is a gem, even before completing his training. He demonstrates the ability to conceal information and seeks knowledge under the guise of poor academic performance. He is a person hungry for knowledge, Orochimaru mused with keen interest. On the screen, after class, Kageyama made his way to the library. Chiku frowned. This fellow is still concealed in the village. Could he be a spy from another village? I shall confront him at once. With that, he prepared to take action. Orochimaru interjected, "No, allow me to assess his talents. He may prove beneficial. And even if he is a spy from another village, it is of no consequence. Conduct a thorough investigation and provide me with the details." How intriguing. Yes, my lord. Chiku complied. Orochimaru scrutinized Kageyama for a moment, then rose from the sofa, his attire billowing with crimson clouds. In the underground library, Kageyama sat in a chair, leafing through a book, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Feigning ineptitude in theoretical studies, then diving into books eliminates any sense of incongruity. I truly am a genius. As he could not practice swordsmanship or shuanpa here, he sought alternative methods to enhance his abilities, with reading being one such avenue. According to his teacher's teachings, a formidable ninja, in addition to possessing fundamental chakra and physical prowess, must also prioritize combat experience and intelligence. While he could not augment his combat experience, he could excel in gathering information through the acquisition of knowledge. This was also what his teacher emphasized. To develop sufficient analytical capabilities, one must accumulate knowledge. Mathematics would enable a ninja to track the trajectory of shuriken, while anatomy would allow them to execute precise actions during various missions. True ninjas discern the vulnerable points of the human body, delivering a single, decisive blow, as opposed to clumsily incapacitating an opponent. Geography would empower ninjas to harness the environment's strengths, while the study of codes would facilitate swift and efficient communication of information. Each body of knowledge proved invaluable to a ninja, even if certain contexts rendered them less applicable. Kageyama wholeheartedly agreed, believing that with sufficient knowledge, his ability to evade danger would undoubtedly improve. As he turned the pages, a multitude of symbols emerged, each representing a wealth of information flooding his mind. His exceptional talent enabled him to rapidly absorb and memorize the content, and within the library lay volumes yet to be explored by his teachers. He found satisfaction in this pursuit, as it provided a welcome distraction from the tedium of his current existence. Suddenly, he stumbled upon medical knowledge. After finishing a biology book, he discovered a series of volumes that reminded him of Kabuto, as well as the miraculous recovery of Das, who had seemed destined for death, but was revived in a matter of moments. His recent studies revealed the existence of medical ninjutsu, capable of achieving feats that even advanced technology from his previous life could not. Holding a hefty medical tome, he pondered, if I master medical ninjutsu, could I remain in Sound Ninja Village, fulfilling a logistical role? The very notion of being a medical ninja implied a supportive position, one presumably shielded from the front lines. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope. If he could remain in the village, he might significantly mitigate potential dangers. Kageyama's spirits lifted. This idea resonated well. Since, as Narukami stated, he must become a ninja regardless, why not pursue a logistical career? This way, he could remain safely behind the scenes. The more he contemplated, the more appealing the prospect became. With newfound motivation, he resolved to study medical ninjutsu and excel in this domain. Perfection. As he delicately turned to the first page of the medical book, the introduction to medical ninjas extinguished the flames of his aspirations. Medical ninjas, a secondary role among ninjas, are tasked with safeguarding their teammates' survival, ensuring that as long as they themselves are not deceased, they can protect their comrades. This straightforward description struck Kageyama like a thunderbolt. He recalled the imagery from his past life S games, where healers often found themselves on the battlefield, imagining teammates fighting ahead while he, as a medical ninja, planted a cross in the ground, casting ninjutsu while calling out "Stay alive," painted a vivid picture of the front lines. Forget it. I shall reconsider my options. Being a medical ninja is hardly a respectable path. It seems one cannot escape the battlefield. Kageyama dismissed the notion with discontent. Did the destiny of ninjas invariably lead to the front lines? He refused to believe in the absence of a purely logistical role. Instead, he resolved to forge his own path as a pure logistics provider, determined to remain far from the front lines, avoiding direct confrontation at all costs. Chapter 30. The 3-star Orochimaru. Triggering events. Backup hidden energy. Control. As Shan immersed himself in knowledge, a startling notification appeared on his system panel, shaking him to the core. He gazed in disbelief, scrutinizing the message, confirming that it was indeed accurate. Orochimaru had developed a fondness for him, rated at a direct 3 stars. His eyes widened in astonishment, scanning his surroundings. The ability to perceive the essence of the world had activated, revealing a radius of 3.7 meters. Gulping nervously, Shan felt his throat constrict. Yet he discovered nothing amiss. Neither his eyes nor ears, nor even his bloodline abilities, detected anything unusual. Oh no, this is disastrous. He was certain that the leader of the Sound Ninja Village, the legendary ninja and pinnacle of strength, Orochimaru, was observing him in secret, employing an unknown method. What could it be? Was it a technique akin to his own ability to perceive the world, allowing him to observe his surroundings? His mind raced, feeling as though countless eyes were upon him. Event triggered, high-profile development. Your theoretical performance is outstanding, attracting the attention of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. No more pretense. Your talents have been forcefully revealed, rewarding you with backup hidden energy. Low-profile development. Continue to conceal your true self, pretending nothing has occurred, rewarding you with the ability of flexible affection. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Frustrated by his exposure, Shan focused on the information displayed. Outstanding theoretical performance? What does this mean? Orochimaru has noticed me, despite my seemingly average demeanor? Then it struck him. Gathering intelligence is paramount in the world of ninjas. And as a legendary ninja, Orochimaru must possess formidable skills in this regard. If he could perceive Shan, it was likely through meticulous analysis of his details. He was merely a genin, not even a newcomer, and had not undergone any intelligence-gathering training. What he considered a disguise was likely seen as clumsy by such an experienced individual. However, judging by the system's description, the focus was on his theoretical prowess, indicating that Orochimaru had observed only his intellectual capabilities, without recognizing any physical skills. Theoretical. A revelation struck him. He could excel in theoretical studies, and even take on the role of a teacher in logistics. With the Sound Ninja Village mandating graduation, they must be in dire need of ninjas. If he became a specialized theoretical instructor, akin to Teacher Ranka, he could secure a vital support role without stepping onto the front lines. Indeed, no matter how he contemplated it, he could not fathom why teachers were required on the battlefield. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in his mind. His theoretical talent had merely been acknowledged. He was merely alarmed but not terrified. After some contemplation, he realized that Orochimaru's attention could be a blessing in disguise. A 3-star fondness rating. His parents only had 3 stars. A slight smile crept onto his lips. This was promising. Orochimaru, revered by the entire village, including the instructors, was a genuinely admirable individual, willing to sacrifice for his students. From his observations, Shan deduced that the teachers were not brainwashed or controlled by ninjutsu. Their admiration for Orochimaru stemmed from genuine respect. If he were to be noticed, perhaps in times of danger, Orochimaru might come to his aid. With this thought, Shan felt significantly more at ease. Nevertheless, he needed to hone his hidden abilities. The fact that he had been observed without his knowledge was a wake-up call regarding his counter-surveillance skills. As his instructor had always said, intelligence is power. He lacked this crucial information, rendering him oblivious to how he was being monitored. Thus, he resolved to learn. Gazing at the books in his hands and those lining the shelves around him, he realized these volumes would serve as his future sources of intelligence. However, before diving into his studies, he opted for the ability of flexible affection. Ingshan glanced at the panel and decisively selected low-profile development. Concealment was key. Even if some aspects of him had already been discovered, that backup hidden energy sounded ominous. Upon choosing to immediately receive the ability, the entire methodology of practicing flexible affection flooded his mind, along with its specific capabilities. This technique allowed for the manipulation of chakra without hand seals, akin to his instantaneous movement. It enabled the chakra to be molded and shaped like rubber, representing an exquisite form of chakra control. Excellent. My choice was indeed wise. Though it may prove challenging to master, it is undoubtedly superior to the backup hidden energy. As this technique settled in his consciousness, Ingshan felt a sense of affirmation. He had acquired yet another ninjutsu to practice, and one that was relatively easier to master. Although Orochimaru might still be observing, Ingshan hesitated to experiment just yet. He recognized that he could practice it discreetly beneath his clothing. Surely, Orochimaru wouldn't catch him in the act, would he? Yet, despite these thoughts, he refrained from immediately practicing the technique, choosing instead to continue his studies. Understanding how Orochimaru observed him was of utmost importance, and that required diligent learning. Later, upon returning to his dormitory and while showering, Ingshan employed his perception technique, sensing no devices or special substances in the vicinity before beginning to draw upon his internal chakra. With his hands clasped, he endeavored to extract a massive blob of chakra akin to rubber. Alas, a blue chakra sphere materialized between his palms. Ingshan strained to control the chakra, attempting to transform it into countless fine strands, coalescing like a ball of yarn. This was the essence of flexible affection, converting chakra into numerous threads, which could then be woven together into a rubbery form. Only in this manner could it possess strength. A simple lump of chakra held no power. Only when countless strands intertwined, pulling against one another, could it manifest true might. For combat applications, achieving this was imperative. It was incredibly challenging to control. Despite his exceptional talent for chakra ninjutsu, Ingshan still found the task daunting. The chakra seemed rebellious, at times overflowing under his command, while at others, it dwindled. It never seemed to weave together as he desired. This technique was far more demanding in terms of chakra control than the simpler instantaneous movement. However, this ninjutsu also provided an opportunity to enhance his chakra control abilities. Even if he couldn't master it fully, the practice would bolster his control, ultimately reducing chakra consumption when utilizing other techniques. Chapter 31. Small Accomplishment. Per Das. I want to be a teacher. Taijutsu class. Das was struck in the chest by a kunai, utilizing a sound technique to paralyze his opponent and turn the tables. Das was hit by a lightning-based ninjutsu, leaving him paralyzed and gravely injured, rescued by his teammates. Das's assassination attempt on a noble failed, resulting in severe injuries from the guards. With both hands practicing ninjutsu under the covers, the elastic chakra took shape. Ingshan opened his friend's journal, discovering a variety of states Das had been in over the past half-month, several of which made him frown each time. Das truly had a charmed life, surviving so many close calls. Simultaneously, he wondered if Das shared a similar streak of misfortune, as he seemed to be gravely injured during every mission, only to return to the village for treatment before embarking on yet another task. Staying within the village felt far safer. Venturing out was perilous. A smile crept onto Ingshan's lips as he manipulated a ball of chakra beneath the covers, shaping it into a long, rope-like form. If one possessed the ability to observe with a microscope, they would notice the intricate web of chakra threads woven within. Yet from a broader perspective, it resembled a large piece of gummy candy. Congratulations, elastic chakra, small accomplishment. After half a month's practice and drawing upon exceptional talent, Ingshan had finally brought elastic chakra to a small accomplishment, now deemed suitable for combat. Name: Ingshan Lingji. Lifespan: 1075. Race: Human. Chakra: 0. 2 card. Bloodline limit: none. Translucent world. Upon activation, this ability significantly enhances the user's capability to predict movements and evade attacks, while also allowing them to see the opponent's physical structure. Ninjutsu, Chakra Refinement Method, Binding Great Accomplishment, Level 5, Instant Step, Small Accomplishment, Seam Technique, Entry Level. Elastic Chakra Proficient, Taijutsu, Basic Swordsmanship, Great Accomplishment. Ruthless Stab, Small Accomplishment, Sealing Technique, None. Ninja Tools, None. Ninja Talents, Fate of 5 Elements, Top Tier Elemental Aptitude, Inyong Convergence, Top Tier Inyong Release Aptitude, Absolute Control, Top Tier Taijutsu Aptitude. Self-taught, Acquisition of Chakra Refinement Method and Bloodline Limit of Translucent World. Upon reviewing his interpersonal relationships, the panel revealed little change. The binding technique had reached a great accomplishment, allowing him to immobilize dissipating energy at level 5, a significant advancement. His vitality surged, with considerable progress evident in both chakra growth and learning energy. Regrettably, other abilities showed no improvement. Fortunately, formal ninja taijutsu training was set to commence the following day, transitioning from mere theoretical knowledge to a combination of physical techniques and theory. Orochimaru lay on the bed, commenting, Ingshan, you've been spending so much time in the library lately. What else with your diligence? According to his understanding, Ingshan had no enemies. In response, Ingshan stated, I am studying. My ambition is to become a teacher like Teacher Ran, providing a continuous stream of students for the Sound Ninja Village. A teacher? Why would you think that? Orochimaru questioned. Staying in one place is stifling. Becoming a ninja means executing missions worldwide, not merely seeking revenge like us. Yamato expressed curiosity about the tedium of their days spent learning theory in the classroom, driven by the hatred that propelled them, nearly driving them mad. Exactly. What is so appealing about being a teacher? Ichinos chimed in. I want to explore the world and seek vengeance. The outside world is too dangerous for me. I prefer to remain a teacher and support you all in logistics, Ingshan replied. If it were him, he would surely hide away, waiting for his enemies to die of old age. That would be ideal. Alternatively, he could teach a few disciples to assist in his quest for revenge, increasing the odds of success. Orochimaru remarked, I don't understand you, but if there is something we don't grasp, can we ask you? They admired Ingshan's theoretical knowledge, noting his significant progress, moving from the middle tier to the upper tier, only slightly below some classroom geniuses. Of course, we are comrades. As long as you don't ask me to fight, I am more than willing to provide theoretical support. He felt safe in the Sound Ninja Village and believed that offering such assistance was feasible. Orochimaru's favorability increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Ichinos' favorability increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Yamato's favorability increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. This was the result of recent days. The three had reached a favorability level of 3 stars. Likely soon to achieve 4 stars, which would grant them additional insights into the friendship journal. When they took action, they could uncover a wealth of information. Hey, don't you want to fight? Orochimaru inquired, recalling Ingshan's previous insistence on avoiding frontline combat, emphasizing his preference to stay in the village. Who wants to fight? It's a death sentence. I certainly don't, Ingshan stressed, underscoring his desire to remain in the Sound Ninja Village as a teacher. He could only imagine what future mechanisms might arise, perhaps regulations mandating that ninjas must engage in frontline battles. Such a scenario would be unbearable, especially with his parents still in the village. There was no place safer than the Sound Ninja Village. From his readings in the library, he learned that other countries frequently experienced wars, reveling in conflict. Only a few nations, such as the Land of Rice and the Land of Waterfalls, exhibited a lesser inclination for strife. Therefore, he felt compelled to express his disinterest in combat and declare his intention to become a teacher. As the Sound Ninja Village was currently in need of ninjas, and the teaching profession was likely in high demand, if he could excel in this area, he would undoubtedly be valued. While none of the three wished to pursue this path, they all understood Ingshan's perspective. Having experienced war, none of them desired to court death without a motive. It sounds good. When we are on the front lines, you can support us from the rear. By the way, tomorrow marks the beginning of our taijutsu class. We're finally starting. While the trio could not surpass Ingshan in theoretical knowledge, they were determined to excel in physical techniques, pledging to protect him while he explained theories and provided logistical support. Orochimaru and the others eagerly anticipated the taijutsu class, ready to embark on a new journey. Ingshan echoed their enthusiasm, internally chuckling at the thought of competing with seasoned lower ninjas. He was confident he could easily outmatch the three in physical techniques, despite not having made significant progress in a month. However, his body had improved considerably through the integration of binding techniques, though he had no intention of revealing this. Chapter 32, A New Location. The Physical Training Class. The Watchful Copper Armor. A thunderous rumble echoed as another passageway within the classroom, long sealed, slowly creaked open under the gaze of many. Ingshan observed this spectacle with a hint of concern. Surely there wouldn't be any more mischief. He felt quite secure at present. In truth, he preferred not to witness any further changes. Helpless, his power was too feeble. The world was far too perilous. Where will the physical training class be relocated? One exclaimed excitedly, the scar on his face twitching in anticipation. Perhaps to a special place, finally. We might encounter something new, Ji Shanguang mused. A month of study confined mostly to the classroom and dormitory had been exceedingly dull. Nearby, a mature man overheard their conversation and scoffed. You can't even endure a little monotony. You'll never achieve revenge in the future. Just watch me take my vengeance. Perhaps I might even assist you. His tone dripped with arrogance. As an adult among many, he held a distinct advantage. His body had fully matured. His mind was largely developed, and he had experienced much more than the younger students. This was particularly beneficial for the cultivation of chakra, placing him at the forefront among his peers. With a mature approach to learning, his theoretical knowledge also stood out, leaving him disdainful of the likes of Hu Wan and Ji Shanguang, mere children in his eyes. Ingshan felt somewhat exasperated, eyeing the man's prominent nose, wondering where his arrogance stemmed from. Big nose, don't think you're so remarkable just because you're an adult. You might not even fare better than us in the physical training class. Just wait and see, he retorted. The man, whom they dubbed Big Nose, bristled at the comment, his nostrils flaring in indignation. You little brat, refer to me as the esteemed Lord Dongwu. His proclamation turned the attention of the instructor, Ran Gang, who cautioned, please refrain from causing a disturbance and follow me. With that, he led everyone out through the main entrance. Dongwu huffed and followed suit, proud of his status as a model student. Ingshan trailed behind, anticipating a lengthy journey akin to their first venture to the classroom. To his surprise, They emerged from the tunnel in merely 5 minutes. The sudden brightness momentarily dazzled their eyes, and it took them a moment to adjust. When Ingshan finally opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a towering tree, the largest he had ever seen. Its immense canopy obscured the sky, save for a hollow space from which sunlight streamed down. At the base of the giant tree, an extensive structure appeared, white walls and great tiles. Ingshan surveyed his surroundings. They stood amidst an expansive forest. Strange sounds echoed from a distance, unfamiliar yet melodious to their ears, a welcome reprieve after nearly a month spent indoors. Where's this place? The group wondered, their eyes darting about, faces alight with joy. Upon exiting the entrance, they stumbled upon a vast training ground, the designated area for physical and combat training for ninjas. Thus, their journey into physical training commenced. Run. The sound of feet pounding the ground resounded as over 40 students began to sprint. Ran Gang led the way, explaining the proper breathing techniques for running. The tranquil forest was filled with the rhythm of their footsteps. As Ingshan ran, he took in the environment, adjusting his breathing in sync with the exertion of his muscles. He was well versed in running. His unique bloodline limit, the transparent world, had not been exercised in a month. And now, as he trained, he felt an immense surge of joy coursing through his body, listening to the heavy breaths of his classmates. Ingshan calculated the distance from the Sound Ninja Village to their current location. This past month, he had made significant progress in mathematics. Based on the tunnel's angle and their speed, he quickly estimated a considerable distance. Though far for ordinary individuals, ninjas could reach it in no time. Should any mishap occur? Heading towards the rising sun, he could reach the Sound Ninja Village in 3 to 4 minutes at a Shumpa speed. Not too far at all, he mused. Suddenly, a misstep caused him to stumble. Looking down, he noticed a stone that had tripped him, leaving him exasperated. Just one moment of inattention, and misfortune strikes again. Channel as much chakra into your feet as possible. It will relieve muscle strain, enhance speed, and reduce fatigue. Ran Gang's voice broke through as he turned back to the panting students. Huan and the others immediately complied, gathering chakra beneath their feet. True to their teacher's words, smiles spread across their faces. This was the essence of being a ninja. You are all so foolish. Watch me catch up to the teacher, Dongwu exclaimed. Racing ahead and laughing heartily, Ran Gang, spotting him, felt pleased. This student displayed a certain talent. The others quickly followed suit, harnessing their chakra to keep pace. Ingshan took a few strides, activating his camouflage state. With the transparent world engaged, he absorbed the conditions of everyone around him, adjusting his own state accordingly. This time, he would ensure that no one could discern his true abilities. He remembered how poorly he had disguised himself before, having caught the attention of Orochimaru. After extensive reading in the library, particularly on how a ninja should disguise themselves, he even studied a book on the actor's craft. In a matter of breaths, Ingshan transformed his appearance to that of a 10-year-old child, embodying the persona of a mediocre student, one of the weaker ones among the group. Good enough. If I truly appeared as a waste, I would attract even more attention. In this environment, it sufficed to project the desire to become a teacher. That was what the village required, not the authenticity of being an utter failure. His breathing grew labored, his heart quickening under his control. Above, amidst the treetops, the figure of the copper armor emerged, arms crossed, observing the moving figures below. The lackluster talents of this cohort left him in low spirits, compared to the previous class. This one was even more disappointing. His gaze fell upon Ingshan, whom he had been monitoring closely. The latter had diligently absorbed theoretical knowledge, displaying marked improvement. It appeared that, over time, he no longer concealed his true potential. His muscle coordination faltered, his breathing rhythm was off, and his heart rate was somewhat accelerated. Indeed, the copper armor's ears perked up, catching the sound of Ingshan's heartbeat amidst the forest symphony. Previously, he had nearly been deceived by Ingshan, suffering embarrassment before Lord Orochimaru. This time, he would not be fooled. With unwavering focus, he recognized that Ingshan's talent was undoubtedly genuine. Few could master the art of controlling their heartbeat. Chapter 33, The Crimson Armor, 3 stars. The Teacher's Ambition, a series of favorable impressions. The Crimson Armor has developed a fondness for you. Current affection level, 3 stars. Someone else is observing. Ingshan's eyes darted around. He continued moving, eager to discern the source of the gaze. By now, he was accustomed to the sight of 3 stars. However, it was somewhat absurd that both of his parents possessed only 3 stars. He couldn't fathom how the system calculated this. There must be factors beyond his understanding. Finally, during the 3rd lap around the playground, he pinpointed the direction of the observer. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a pair of concealed eyes peering from among the treetops. It was fortunate that his eyesight was keen. Otherwise, the presence would have been nearly imperceptible. There was no detectable aura either, a testament to the stealth abilities of a ninja. It was indeed quite remarkable. Despite his heightened senses, he still could not discern the individual's presence. The Crimson Armor was one of the 2 individuals he had encountered previously. The name mentioned by the system conjured memories of his earlier meeting in the leader's office, outside the building, with the man clad in sunglasses and a mask. Now, with a fondness level of 3 stars, he pondered how he might elevate this to 4 stars. Currently, he was bereft of any external information, leaving him feeling distinctly insecure. The only piece of intel he possessed was concerning Das. Unfortunately, Das's diary frequently detailed his severe injuries and ailments, often finding him bedridden in the Sound Ninja village. If only he could garner a few more 4-star relationships, he would have allies to rely on in times of crisis. What if something occurred with Orochimaru that led to an attack on the Sound Ninja village? Thus, Ingshan adjusted his strategy. The fundamental logic was to avoid danger. Yet a slight modification was necessary. His desire to avoid risks did not imply he lacked intelligence. If he aimed to become a teacher in the Sound Ninja village, he must also train as a ninja. He resolved to act in accordance with his aspirations, collecting and utilizing intelligence as prescribed in the texts he had studied. Whether fleeing or hiding, such skills were essential. Half a month passed. Everyone on the playground was now moving with agility. 1, 2, 1, 2, he called out. Humor. Your breathing rhythm is off. Adjust it. Kiyama, lengthen your stride slightly. Ichinos, reduce the amplitude of your arm swings. Tobu, follow my breathing rhythm as he ran. Ingshan issued instructions to the group. Nearby, Zanoka and 3 other instructors watched his movements, eyebrows raised in surprise. This fellow, who claimed to aspire to be a teacher, seemed to be taking it quite seriously. One instructor remarked, impressive. His understanding of the human body is remarkable, and his keen perception allows him to provide professional guidance based on others' physical conditions. I hope we won't find ourselves out of work, Captain. Zanoka replied, regrettably. His innate talent and physicality pales in comparison to his theoretical knowledge. However, it perfectly compensates for the gaps in the Sound Ninja Village's training. Watching Ingshan's fluid movements as he directed the students expertly, they appeared eager to receive his guidance. He felt a pang of inadequacy. Once believing himself to be Orochimaru's foremost teaching master, he now contemplated retirement within a few years. This news needed to be communicated to Lord Orochimaru and Lord Crimson Armor. I shall report immediately. Through experimentation, Ingshan's theoretical learning capabilities had indeed impressed them, earning their recognition. Naturally, Ingshan desired the position of teacher. For them, it was not out of the question. They were more inclined to engage in missions rather than teach in a training camp, which felt like a waste of time. If Ingshan could alleviate their workload, they would have more time to serve Lord Orochimaru. Whiz. Zanoka departed, leaving the 3 instructors behind. Ingshan. Do not extend favors to others, show me some mercy. Tobu, suddenly transformed, approached Ingshan after training. He regarded humor and the others with disdain. Ingshan chuckled, Tobu-senpai. You jest. My knowledge is merely extensive. With your talent, you will surely grasp it in due time. He had valuable insights regarding running techniques and bodily adjustments, bolstered by his profound understanding of the world. A little guidance for everyone was a trivial matter. Now, he awaited favorable news. With his identity as a herbalist in the Sound Ninja village, along with Orochimaru's goodwill, Ingshan was confident nothing adverse would occur. He then expressed to Zanoka and the other instructors his desire to become a teacher, requesting an opportunity for assessment. It appeared he had gained their approval. Observing the 3 instructors, who remained nonchalant, Tobu scoffed. Humph. Previously so arrogant, and now seeking Ingshan's prowess? Ichinos added, indeed, if one possesses skill, they should practice independently. Tobu ignored their banter. Ingshan, you're different. It would be best to distance yourself from those lacking talent. Stay with me as my assistant. And when I ascend to a higher position in the Sound Ninja village, I shall grant you a more esteemed role. Ingshan, do not heed him. What qualifications does he have to rise to a higher position? I merely wish to be a teacher and contribute to the Sound Ninja village. I have heard that other villages possess their own schools, so we too must establish a nurturing institution. I aim to create a ninja school for our village under Lord Orochimaru. Ingshan waved his hand, unwilling to involve himself in their disputes, which resembled a powder keg ready to explode. Tobu remarked, ambitious. The Sound Ninja village has only been established for a few years and still lags behind others. But I believe you will assist Lord Orochimaru in achieving your goals. Tobu recognized Ingshan's dedication to aiding Orochimaru. However, you must also hone your physical skills, otherwise you may be bullied by some brash individuals. He cast a final glance at Ingshan's slender frame. Ingshan scratched his head. What gives you that impression? It's merely my acting skills. You are truly remarkable. He chuckled inwardly. Let us go. Today's training session has concluded. Return to your studies as a prospective teacher. You must not fall behind. Yes, tomorrow is the swordsmanship lesson. Ingshan, you must study diligently. Your progress depends on your efforts. Everyone recognized that Ingshan could provide theoretical guidance tailored to their physique and habits. By following his instructions, they would strengthen their abilities more rapidly. They had witnessed this in recent days, thus placing high expectations on him. Ingshan laughed heartily. I shall strive to do my best. He then glanced at his status panel, reflecting on the results of the past half-month. Tobu's affection level has increased, current affection level, 3 stars. Tianma's affection level has increased, current affection level, 3 stars. Taku's affection level has increased, current affection level, 3 stars. A continuous stream, devoid of any negative affections. This was his objective, half of it accomplished. Now, he awaited the arrangements from above. Surely, a wave of 4-star ninjas would soon emerge, perhaps even some with 5 stars. Chapter 34, Scorpion. Orochimaru is dead. A profound shock reverberated through the heart. In the land of fire, along a humble dirt path, the weeping willows on either side swayed gently under the dark red clouds. seemingly bowing in reverence as the northern wind blew through. At that moment, the grass by the roadside rustled, and a small white snake emerged, presenting a scroll before Orochimaru. Was it intelligence regarding Konoha? Beside Orochimaru stood a diminutive figure with a hedgehog-like head, trailing a long, fishbone-shaped tail that etched marks into the ground. Orochimaru unfurled the scroll, his eyes brightening with a smile as he licked his lips. Scorpion, this has nothing to do with our current mission. It is merely an intriguing matter. Scorpion's eyes darted. I told you, I find you insufferable. I have no desire to team up with you. One day, I shall end your life. Oh, Scorpion. Do not speak so. We have collaborated for quite some time, and it has been rather pleasant. I shall leave this task to you. Dealing with the nobility of the Land of Fire is somewhat beneath me. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and swallowed the scroll, chuckling as he spoke. I truly wish to slay you right now, Scorpion. The two shadows elongated and faded into the road. In the forest training ground, loud shouts resonated. All the students wielded wooden swords, with Yamazaki leading the demonstration of swordsmanship, each move fluid and graceful, illustrating a technique with detailed explanations. The students mimicked his actions, swinging their wooden swords in unison. Among the other instructors, a student in front of Kageyama misaligned his movements. A ruler-like object appeared in Kageyama's hand, landing a sharp smack on the student's posterior. Ouch! The student yelped, jumping in pain as Kageyama observed him, clutching his wooden sword tightly. Adhering to proper form, he executed his swordsmanship without excessive embellishment, aware that his training with Das had not gone unnoticed. He refrained from boasting, instead focusing on the basics while simultaneously observing the progress of others and the swordsmanship of instructor Yamazaki, who, in Kageyama's silent comparison, appeared less skilled than himself. Ouch! Students occasionally leapt from their spots, the instructors striking their behinds with remarkable fervor. Kageyama surmised that their rumps must be quite red, reminiscent of the fear he felt in his past life, often being caught by teachers. Orochimaru's favorability rating increased. Current rating, 5 stars, access to combat training space unlocked. Would you like to enter? Certainly not. He was still practicing swordsmanship. How absurd. What is Orochimaru up to? Has he discovered something about me again? His favorability skyrocketed from 3 stars to 5 stars. Kageyama was bewildered, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of favor. His mind raced while his hands remained steady. Any deviation would result in punishment. He felt utterly insecure. Orochimaru's presence was truly disconcerting. However, he also recognized Orochimaru as a commendable individual, directly contributing such favor without any apparent reason. Oh, right? Kageyama glanced at Yamazaki, suspecting that the instructor had relayed his information to Orochimaru, who had then graciously acknowledged it. This realization brought him some relief. Orochimaru's regard for him was indeed a favorable development, ensuring his safety. After all, according to the library's records, ninjas from other nations posed significant threats. He had witnessed the vibrant life in the Sound Village. Its residents lived in peace, adorned with smiles. This was tangible evidence, and he found himself among the beneficiaries. Even if Orochimaru harbored peculiarities, he felt secure under his leadership. What was this combat training space? It seemed to be a valuable resource unlocked at a 5-star favorability rating. Kageyama's curiosity was piqued as he contemplated its purpose, eager to learn more. He then opened the relationship interface. Orochimaru's diary was presently empty. Suddenly, an alarming notification appeared. Orochimaru's head has been severed, flying 5 zhong high. What on earth? Who did he battle? How could he lose his head so early on? Was Orochimaru not the formidable figure he was reputed to be? Perhaps he had encountered one of the legendary trio? Cold sweat trickled down Kageyama's brow. If Orochimaru fell, the Sound Village would lack a peak force to ensure safety. Drip. After a long period of dryness, sweat fell to the ground, dampening the soil. Observing the other newcomers, Kageyama felt a sense of foreboding for the Sound Village. He reflected on the peace they had enjoyed, upheld by Orochimaru's strength. Contemplating future refuge in a safer nation filled his mind. Kageyama, what troubles you? The instructor noticed Kageyama's perspiration and questioned him with concern. Moments ago, he seemed fine. What had changed? Wiping his brow, Kageyama replied softly, Instructor, what do you think of Orochimaru's swordsmanship? The instructor chuckled. Orochimaru's swordsmanship is unparalleled in this world. Only the late White Fang of Konoha could rival him. No one currently possesses the skill to challenge Orochimaru. He knew Orochimaru's prowess all too well, having been taught by him. Kageyama nodded absently, feeling numb. The world's greatest swordsmanship had, astonishingly, been compromised. Could a new challenger have emerged to confront Orochimaru, resulting in his demise? The instructor continued, Why do you ask? Are you curious about Orochimaru's power? Fear not. One day, he will reveal it to you. Orochimaru will eventually find time to teach you personally. We are merely instructing you in the basics. Kageyama silently mused that he might never return. I truly look forward to it, he said aloud, though internally, he felt a sense of impending doom. Was his misfortune contagious, threatening the Sound Village? Well, focus on your studies. You are exceptionally talented. When Orochimaru returns, he will surely guide you well, the instructor reassured, patting Kageyama's shoulder, acknowledging his theoretical aptitude. Kageyama sighed. Previously, he feared discovery by Orochimaru. Now, he dreaded the thought of Orochimaru's death. Orochimaru's survival was advantageous for him. Finding a leader of such caliber was no easy feat. The energy drained from his wooden sword swings, leaving his companion, Orochimaru, perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor. Orochimaru shattered the enemy's skull, unscathed. Suddenly, a new notification echoed. Chapter 35, Not Dead? The system played me. Practical training with Orochimaru. Death. In the playground, Ingshan's downward strike with the sword suddenly froze. He earnestly glanced at the system panel prompt. Not dead? He had been decapitated yet remained alive. Oh right. The system hadn't indicated his demise. His name wasn't grayed out. It turned out, he had been played by the system. Damn it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain surged through his backside. Ingshan leaped up, clutching his rear, and cautiously eyed the source of the attack. Upon seeing the teacher holding a ruler, his expression remained stoic, and his brow arched. Teacher, you zoned out again. Focus on your practice. You're such a troublesome kid. It's been a month in the classroom, and you still have so many distractions. Ingshan chuckled awkwardly, gripping the wooden sword and joining the practice line. He let out a sound to boost his enthusiasm but remained highly alert. Just moments ago, he had indeed lost focus. Had it not been for the teacher's non-lethal ruler, he might have found himself lying in a pool of his own blood. He banished all distractions, refusing to let his guard down. Ingshan adjusted his mindset, calming his emotions. Tangju. Slash. Reverse slash. Left feint. Right feint. Thrust. Each move was executed as the teacher had instructed, burying his doubts for later contemplation. He practiced diligently, feeling his muscles gradually engage throughout his body. In the dormitory, Huang and his companions were still practicing. Today, they were learning a new sword technique, marking the first form of physical combat in their education. They were particularly excited, finally beginning exercises to enhance their strength. While demonstrating, Huang muttered, a Tangju strike, severing the throat of a rain ninja in one blow, blood flowing everywhere. Gao smiled broadly. Little Huang, that's not quite right. A Tangju should cut the enemy in half vertically. If it were me, I'd thrust straight into the heart of a cloud ninja, piercing through their ebony skin. Ichinos chimed in. I heard there's an old man who was the third Hokage in Konoha. I'd slice him in half with a left feint, and then carry his head around, chopping down the ninjas of Konoha one by one. Oh, you want to kill the Hokage? Then I'll use my sword techniques to slice the Rakige's muscles before the eyes of all. Is there even a rain shadow? Huang scratched his head in confusion. Ingshan replied, the books don't document it, but from what I've read, they must have a centralized leadership to close off their borders. Hence, they surely have a leader. He recalled the information he had gathered about the Rain Village's isolation. It had once been said to have a leader named Hanzo. From his readings, it was rumored that the legendary Orochimaru had once battled Hanzo in his youth, earning the title of the three legendary ninjas. However, Ingshan felt that it was merely an instance of an elder bullying a youth. The current Orochimaru would undoubtedly handle the situation with ease. This was the intel he had collected, and upon discovering that even a legendary figure like Orochimaru was overshadowed by a demigod, he felt a profound shock. Indeed, there were old masters in this extraordinary world. His decision to remain hidden from the Hidden Sound Village was justified. Perhaps there were others who feigned weakness to ensnare the unsuspecting. For now, under the protection of Lord Orochimaru, he felt quite secure. Huang clenched his fists. Is that so? Then I shall claim the head of the Rain Village leader as well. I won't be outdone by you. Ingshan listened to their banter. They had no chance. The leaders of all villages were top-tier warriors. Only Lord Orochimaru could contend with them, perhaps even surpass them. Huang and his companions' talents would lead them to their doom. Indeed. However, this was their choice. You all do your best. I shall take my leave for now. Ingshan would not decide for them. He then turned his attention to the system panel. Practical training space. He clicked on it directly, eager to discover the new functions of the system. The moment he clicked in, it felt as though his consciousness had been tossed into a washing machine. It spun and spun. Eventually, he found himself in an empty space, devoid of up or down, left or right, yet his feet stood firmly in the void. At the same time, a prompt sounded. Select a practical training opponent. Orochimaru. Ingshan clicked on Orochimaru's name, and an environment selection appeared. Mountains, forests, rocks, battlefield, ocean city. Countless environmental options filled his vision. He glanced through them, overwhelmed by the multitude of choices, easily numbering in the thousands. Opting for the forest. A familiar setting he had at least seen before. Boom. Upon selection, the entire white space abruptly transformed. Countless shades of green erupted from the white. Branches, trunks, roots. Green grass, the earth. In an instant, it morphed into a forested arena. Hiss. Ingshan marveled at the scene. He stood upon a patch of grass, surrounded by a shadowy forest. Suddenly, a distortion appeared ahead, and a figure emerged. With pale skin, long hair, and clad in a white robe. Orochimaru bore a chestplate of ninja armor. His face wore a smiling expression, exuding an aura of melancholy. He stood casually. Yet Ingshan felt an undeniable pressure enveloping him. That smiling demeanor gave him an impression of approachability. First challenge. Defeat Orochimaru of the same age to upgrade practical training opponent. The system's notification arrived, and a feeling stirred within Ingshan's heart. In this training space, he would not face death. How magnificent. To have a training ground where he could not perish. Did this mean he could gain combat experience without risking his life? Filled with elation, he clenched his fists, nearly jumping with excitement. The system's bestowed talents allowed him to learn rapidly. However, acquiring combat experience was undoubtedly his weakness. He had no desire to engage in real battles, as they were perilous. A single misstep could lead to death. Now, the system had resolved this dilemma for him. Overjoyed, "Ingshan, are you ready? I'm about to make my move." At that moment, Orochimaru smiled slightly at him, seemingly preparing to strike. Ingshan looked at Orochimaru. "Can we still converse?" "Come on, my innate talent should be on par with that of Lord Orochimaru. Given that we are of the same age, I will not be outmatched." He was confident that the top-tier talent granted by the system would not disappoint. Yet, the young Orochimaru was indeed remarkably charismatic. No wonder he could establish the Hidden Sound Village in such a short time. Orochimaru smiled, forming hand seals. He retrieved several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch. Seeing this, Ingshan also formed hand seals, channeling Chakra to unveil the transparent world. However, just as he did so, he sensed Orochimaru vanish. What was happening? He became aware of countless steel wires surrounding him. Never lose focus, no matter the moment. Orochimaru appeared behind the trees, gently tugging the wires in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Ingshan felt his body sliced into dozens of pieces. An explosion of intense pain surged through him. Chapter 36. The Terror of Death. The Mighty Orochimaru. The Significance of Intelligence. The System's Forest Space. As Ingshan's consciousness began to coalesce once more, he drew heavy breaths, cold sweat cascading down his cheeks. Each droplet fell to the ground with a soft patter. The overwhelming fear enveloped him as he sensed the steel wires encircling his being. This marked his second brush with death. The first had occurred in his previous life. Ingshan's hands trembled uncontrollably, his lips paling as he pondered, is the talent bestowed by the system truly inadequate? In a fleeting moment, he failed to perceive how Orochimaru had vanished, only to find himself brutally torn apart, the wires having been laid out with alarming speed. Struggling to quell his inner turmoil, he slowly raised his gaze to see Orochimaru grinning at him from across the way, as if he had returned to the moments preceding his demise. The sensation of the wires disassembling him was excruciating. It surpassed even the pain he had endured in his past life when he was involved in a motorcycle accident on the second floor. "Are you prepared?" Orochimaru inquired, prompting Ingshan's alarm bells to ring. He activated the transparent world, and indeed, this time was different. The opponent neither vanished nor set the wires. Instead, an onslaught of shuriken materialized in an instant, raining down upon him. Was it that Orochimaru had recognized his altered state, prompting a shift in tactics? The system's intelligence was astonishing, or perhaps Orochimaru possessed such capabilities inherently. This time, Ingshan discerned Orochimaru forming hand seals with remarkable speed, the afterimages flickering in the air. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, he might have been caught off guard. Realizing the threat, Ingshan refused to remain passive. He had no desire to face death in yet another form. The agony of dying was unbearable. Dodging the incoming projectiles, countless shurikens struck the ground and nearby trees, producing sharp, resonant sounds. Without a moment's delay, Orochimaru brandished a kunai, swiftly closing the distance with accelerated steps. The speed was astonishing. Ingshan channeled chakra beneath his feet, propelling himself away. Without a weapon, he dared not confront Orochimaru's kunai. In that instant, Orochimaru smirked and took refuge behind a large tree. Ingshan lost sight of him. And within the 7 meters of his transparent world, no trace of Orochimaru could be found. Realizing his tactical blunder, Ingshan felt a wave of dread wash over him. He should not have distanced himself. The opponent's combat experience far surpassed his own. The speed of the body flicker technique was nearly equal, but Orochimaru's arsenal of techniques was far more diverse. Suddenly, shuriken descended from above, piercing through the air. Ingshan recognized that the system had indeed granted him top-tier qualities, for he was aware that the opponent's assault effectively sealed off his surroundings. Drawing his hands apart, he shaped the chakra into a large disc, flinging it with force. The shuriken struck the disc, creating deep indentations, almost reaching his face. The sheer power was staggering. Yet, when he returned the shuriken, it bore no fruit. What was this sorcery? Suddenly, he felt something akin to a talisman beneath his feet. Initially mistaking it for a mere environmental anomaly, he soon realized the dissonance as he approached it. With a thunderous explosion, Orochimaru emerged from the tree trunk, surveying the remnants of what had once been a body. As Ingshan regained his composure, the sensation of being obliterated by an explosive faded. Yet the memory lingered in his mind. A tremendous impact followed by the shattering of his body was an experience he would not soon forget. Indeed, he had come to understand the vital role of intelligence in combat, an experience he had now personally encountered. The pain was excruciating. Yet, Ingshan continued to reflect on his shortcomings. He gazed once more at the reappearing figure of Orochimaru, no longer daring to underestimate him. Initially believing they were of comparable age, he had assumed he could at least engage in a few rounds of combat. However, 2 encounters had seen him dispatched in an instant, utterly at the mercy of his opponent. The disparity in combat experience was glaring. He sensed that, in terms of skill, he was not vastly inferior to Orochimaru, But the latter's array of techniques was far more extensive, as if he had already seen countless battles at such a tender age. Perhaps it was true that he had not experienced enough. It was inconceivable for someone of Orochimaru's age to be so battle-hardened. Ingshan used how. Had he not traversed into this world, he would likely still be playing in the mud at the age of 10. Even in this absurd world, it was unlikely for a 10-year-old to be so seasoned in combat. Are you ready? Orochimaru's words echoed once more, causing Ingshan's eyelids to twitch. Enough already. He refused to believe the top-tier talent bestowed by the system to be so ineffectual. An hour later, Ingshan lay on the bed, wide-eyed and breathless, utterly despondent. He had indeed proven himself to be remarkably weak. His inclination to hide within the Sound Ninja village had been validated. In that hour, he had perished on average every 3 minutes, totaling 20 deaths within the span of their conflict. Gradually, Ingshan began to grasp Orochimaru's intelligence, enduring longer with each encounter. But as he reached a certain threshold, he found himself stagnating. He had suffered through various forms of demise, being ensnared by wires, obliterated by explosive seals, pierced by kunai, riddled by shuriken, and decapitated. Each time, he felt as though he had gleaned some understanding of Orochimaru's tactics, only for the latter to devise countermeasures thereafter. Orochimaru's experience was reminiscent of a child who had fought in countless battles. Despite possessing the same weapons, strength, and speed, Orochimaru wielded them with an artistry that eluded Ingshan. Fortunately, he too had made significant progress, drawing ever closer to his rival. Ingshan felt a sense of relief at his own talent, enabling him to advance rapidly through combat. The duration of his endurance increased with each skirmish, and he believed that with continued practice, he would eventually triumph over Orochimaru. Furthermore, this practical training had imparted upon him the critical importance of intelligence and combat experience. They served as decisive factors, akin to a lever, with identical foundational qualities. An exceptional capacity for intelligence analysis, coupled with extensive combat experience, could yield greater power. This was the leverage of a ninja. In this regard, Orochimaru was truly a prodigy, while Ingshan undeniably fell short in both combat experience and analytical talent. It was evident that the system had not endowed him with the requisite abilities. He had to glean these insights on his own. Destiny of the 5 elements. Top-tier elemental qualities, harmony of yin and yang. Top-tier yin-yang escape qualities, absolute control. Top-tier body technique qualities, self-thought. Acquire the method of chakra refinement and the bloodline limit of the transparent world. These were the talents granted by the system, clearly lacking in the realm of intelligence analysis, which necessitated his own training. Thankfully, the system provided a training space. Otherwise, he might have deluded himself into believing he had grown stronger, only to be felled by a single kunai, which would have been utterly humiliating. Chapter 37, TOS. The unfortunate Das, the mysterious organization. After a refreshing wash, Kuma ventured out of his room, walking alongside Inuyama towards the classroom. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Inuyama's face, which bore a furrowed brow. Sensing the gaze upon him, Inuyama inquired, "What's wrong?" Kuma, puzzled, replied, "I can't shake the feeling that you seem different today compared to yesterday." Upon hearing this, Kiyama and Ichinos also focused their attention on Inuyama, affirming Huma's observation. "Is that so? I hardly noticed any change after just one night," Inuyama responded, furrowing his brow further. He paused momentarily, wondering if they had discerned something amiss. Was there a flaw in his facade? Kuma remarked, "Though your appearance remains unchanged, your aura feels altered. It's difficult to articulate, but it seems more intense, almost akin to that of our instructors." "Indeed, upon your suggestion, I share the same sentiment. Inuyama does seem to have undergone a transformation," Kiyama exclaimed, slapping his palm in realization as he scrutinized Inuyama closely. Ichinos echoed this sentiment, observing him from head to toe. Inuyama, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, realized the truth. After his battle with Orochimaru the previous night, his mindset had shifted. Perhaps his companions had noticed this subtle change. A tightness gripped his heart as he contemplated their sensitivity. Was it because he had gained newfound insights in his swordsmanship, moving closer to the ideals espoused by his mentors? "Why are you so gifted? Are we destined to be outshone in swordsmanship?" Kuma scratched his head, his scar adding an endearing quality to his face. Inuyama replied, "I have merely grasped the principles of swordsmanship, yet my body seems reluctant to comply with the prescribed movements." He quickly sought to divert the conversation. Before long, they traversed the classroom and stepped back into the sunlit courtyard. Inuyama's gaze immediately shifted to his small child beside the instructor. "This is TOS," the instructor announced. "He will be your new classmate. Please extend your kindness to him." "Yes, teacher," came the collective response. "Ah, another new member. He may be small, but fear not. I shall take it upon myself to guide you." DBU laughed heartily, relishing the adoration from the younger ones who called him Big Brother Debu among all the members. A few were indeed quite young, around 6 years old. With an expression devoid of emotion, TOS introduced himself. "I am TOS, 6 years of age. I look forward to your guidance." The instructor turned to Inuyama, instructing, "Inuyama, have TOS practice swordsmanship with us first. Afterward, you shall mentor him in theoretical knowledge." "Understood, teacher," Inuyama replied, casting a glance at TOS, who met his gaze with mild discontent, finding it hard to accept that someone only a few years older would be his mentor. The instructor handed TOS a smaller wooden sword, initiating the day's lesson. Inuyama also grasped a wooden sword, joining in the practice. With each executed move, the group let out spirited shouts. TOS listened intently, his eyes darting towards Inuyama, who smiled back even as his hands remained in motion. "I can do it too," TOS declared, wielding his small wooden sword and mimicking the instructor's movements. Though it was his first attempt, he quickly felt the friction in his hands, but he persevered. If others could manage, so could he. Do not grip the sword too tightly. Allow for some space where the sword meets your hand, a balance of tension, like this. Inuyama approached TOS, demonstrating the technique, having adopted the mindset of a teacher. The surrounding instructors observed without interference, allowing Inuyama to teach as he wished. They appreciated Inuyama, who had shown a propensity for teaching and helped alleviate their own burdens amidst a shortage of staff. Following Inuyama's advice, TOS discovered that his swordplay became significantly more comfortable. He glanced at Inuyama, who had begun his own training. Motivated, TOS resolved not to be outdone. Aware that Inuyama was merely a novice as well. Observing his peers, he thought, "This little brat is quite defiant. I shall show him my prowess." Inuyama seemed to sense TOS's determination and chuckled softly, then earnestly focused on refining his foundational swordsmanship. He felt there was still room for improvement, believing that mastery was not the pinnacle of swordsmanship, but rather a stepping stone to greater heights. As their foundational training concluded, a moment of respite ensued. TOS continued to watch Inuyama, who smiled back while leaning against a massive tree trunk. Perusing the system's diary, Das was deceived by a merchant caravan and was thrown into the sea by an enemy. Das drifted to an overseas island. Searching for a way back home, Das encountered ferocious beasts and was thoroughly beaten. Could it be that Das has inherited my misfortune? Inuyama mused, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at Das's plight. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that the world itself was perilous. And Das merely had a penchant for undertaking missions that led to calamity. This was precisely why Inuyama hesitated to embrace the life of a ninja. Prolonged exposure to the outside world often resulted in misfortunes, especially for someone like him, who seemed to attract calamity. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. He looked up just in time to avoid a falling mass of white substance. It was a blackbird with a long, colorful tail, bird droppings. He redirected his focus to the system and opened Orochimaru's diary. Orochimaru completed a mission but was reprimanded by his teammates and is seeking new allies. Orochimaru was chastised by the organization's leader. Orochimaru faced condemnation from other teammates. Another wave of troubling information washed over him. Orochimaru, the leader of the Sound Village, was undertaking missions? Who were his teammates? Were they among the legendary Sannin? The organization's leader must be an ancient figure of greater strength than Orochimaru himself. And what are the other teammates? To be allied with the leader of the Sound Village, they must possess formidable prowess. This cascade of revelations sent chills down Inuyama's spine. He had initially believed that Orochimaru was among the world's elite fighters, yet today's entries suggested that there were others, possibly even stronger. The world was indeed fraught with danger. In the practical training space, even contemporaries like Orochimaru could not match his strength, often being overwhelmed. Thankfully, Inuyama reassured himself. "I am merely a man aspiring to be a teacher. Such dangers should not concern me. Surely, no one would engage in indiscriminate violence without cause?" Reflecting on these thoughts, Inuyama sighed inwardly, finding solace in the only comfort he had, the inability to change any of it. Chapter 38, The Art of Substitution. Confronting Orochimaru again. In the dimly lit underground classroom, the lesson had concluded, and Shan was diligently guiding Tosi through the fundamentals of mathematics. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 plus 4 equals 8. 1 multiplied by 1 equals 1. 2 multiplied by 2 equals 4. Standing in the role of a teacher, Shan imparted this basic knowledge to Tosi, his explanations flowing steadily. Observing Orochimaru's status diary had ignited within him a profound desire to embrace the role of an educator. Preferring the confines of the classroom to the uncertainties of the outside world, the realization that there were formidable adversaries capable of challenging him, and perhaps even surpassing him, instilled a sense of insecurity in Shan. He understood that enhancing his own strength was paramount. Yet he also recognized the importance of remaining steadfast in his position within the village. As he watched Tosi, a war orphan brought back by Orochimaru, diligently struggling with his studies, a sigh escaped his lips. Tosi was but one among many orphans rescued by Orochimaru. Yet he was distinct in his singular desire for Orochimaru's approval, a fervent admirer of the legendary figure. With clenched teeth, Tosi, grappling with frustration, interrupted, Shan, why must we learn this? Shouldn't we be focusing on ninjutsu and acquiring powerful abilities? Shan, wielding a slender bamboo stick, playfully tapped Tosi on the head. Address me as teacher Shan. Without mastering mathematics, how will you calculate enemy coordinates? How will you assess the speed of shuriken in battle? How will you evaluate your own learning progress? He elaborated, emphasizing that mathematics forms the foundation of many disciplines, including ninjutsu. He explained that the ninjutsu he had learned, The elastic love technique required a fundamental understanding of topology to manipulate chakra into various shapes for combat. Otherwise, it would merely be a flimsy gum, significantly weakening its potential. Shan's application of extensive knowledge to ninjutsu yielded remarkable results, demonstrating that identical materials could produce vastly different outcomes based on their utilization. Toshi, irritated, retorted. I refuse to call you teacher. Orochimaru is my true master. If you hit me again, once I master ninjutsu, I will retaliate. His youthful defiance was endearing. But Shan chuckled. You needn't worry about that. Even if you master ninjutsu, you won't be my match. I am older than you. Toshi, at merely 6 years of age, possessed a lackluster talent for swordsmanship, particularly in comparison to his peers. His potential seemed limited. And Shan mused that he would only marginally exceed Taisai in skill. As Toshi attempted to strike him in frustration, Shan effortlessly dodged. Contemplating how to nurture their relationship further. A day had passed without any indication of increased affection from Toshi, leaving Shan with a sense of the long road ahead. He continued to teach while practicing his own techniques, feeling invigorated by the ongoing activity. This dual role of teaching and self-improvement was the very reason he had not declined the proposal from Rangang. As the day faded into night, Shan concluded his library visit and returned to his dormitory to cleanse himself before entering the combat training space. Tonight, he aimed to redeem himself by besting the same-aged Orochimaru. When Orochimaru reappeared before him, confidence surged within Shan. Are you prepared? Upon hearing those words again, he activated his Shuinpa, swiftly appearing before Orochimaru. He realized that Orochimaru's techniques proliferated with distance. And while he had learned a few things through innate talent and perceptive observation, his practical combat experience was lacking. Thus, during his daytime research in the library, he sought texts on how to counter such scenarios. If distance allowed for diverse techniques, then he would close the gap. With his natural aptitude for taijutsu, coupled with his keen insights, he aimed to leave Orochimaru with no escape. As he approached, he noticed a smirk gracing Orochimaru's lips. Under the influence of his perceptive abilities, he saw Orochimaru gathering chakra and swiftly forming hand seals. This time, however, he had taken the initiative. With a swift movement, chakra morphed into ropes, akin to elastic bands. Intent on ensnaring Orochimaru. At such close quarters, aided by his perceptive vision, all of Orochimaru's maneuvers were laid bare, without the ability to form seals. He could not unleash ninjutsu, but as the ropes made contact, Orochimaru transformed into wood. Instantaneously, Shan recognized the ruse. Orochimaru had substituted himself, using a wooden object previously marked by chakra. This technique was indeed cunning. Despite Shan's efforts to catch Orochimaru off guard, the latter had prepared this contingency. Suddenly, a barrage of shuriken descended upon him, a testament to Orochimaru's multiple shuriken technique. Shan recalled the hand signs he had observed earlier and the chakra manipulations involved. His innate talent shone as he had previously noted Orochimaru's various techniques, and now, under the scrutiny of his perceptive abilities, he had memorized the hand signs and chakra flow. Today, his goal was not merely to defeat Orochimaru but to learn from him. The substitution technique, a life-saving ninjutsu, was particularly appealing to him. As they engaged in a fierce struggle within the forest, Shan utilized his perceptive abilities to replicate Orochimaru's combat experience while absorbing insights from his own encounters. Despite his initial lack of talent, he grew more adept with each battle. In a sudden moment, Shan seized upon a weakness, ensnaring Orochimaru with the ropes of elastic love. At last, I have captured you, he exclaimed, grasping a kunai lodged in a tree trunk, aiming it at the top of Orochimaru's head. Victory was within his grasp, yet Orochimaru merely smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Chapter 39. Spiritual Arts, the Motorcycle Clan. Tremendous progress and strength. Crushing Desu. Within the shadowy forest, Orochimaru smiled subtly. In the transparent world of Shan's vision, the opponent's muscles and bones were instantaneously mobilized, contorting in a peculiar manner. Whoosh! He shrank beneath the chakra rope, his body unable to contract the chakra in time. The kunai pierced through the air, leaving Shan feeling hollow, as he faced the escape and counterattack of Orochimaru. Your basic rope escape technique is quite impressive, Orochimaru remarked, launching shurikens while deriding Shan's lack of experience. Shan was momentarily stunned as a shuriken embedded itself in him. What the hell? How many tricks do you have up your sleeve? He had not encountered this technique before, likely because he had never managed to bind Orochimaru. However, the rope escape technique was indeed his ninjutsu. This fundamental ninjutsu was something he had deciphered in his transparent world, instantly grasping its application. He felt he could replicate it, finding it slightly easier to understand than the substitution technique. Congratulations, you have learned the rope escape technique in battle. As he felt excruciating pain, the system notification arrived. In the forest, Shan's body reformed, gazing at Orochimaru across from him. Damn it, this is too powerful. My goal now is to learn his ninjutsu. My arsenal is far too limited to contend with him. His abilities seemed insufficient, as if his talent was merely at the pinnacle of this world, without surpassing many geniuses within it. Otherwise, perhaps he could have defeated him solely with taijutsu. Legendary Sannin. Truly formidable. It was unimaginable how powerful his complete form must be. Once more, whoosh. Having faced death numerous times, Ingshan was no longer afraid. After all, he wouldn't die. Yet it still hurt immensely. He could hardly endure more than a few attempts in a day. Each blade pierced his flesh, the sensation of skin being sliced open, his body jolted by explosions, and kunai penetrating his heart. Each feeling was nearly unbearable for Ingshan. As he attempted to transform into paper to launch a surprise attack, a violent gust swept through, propelling Ingshan 100 meters into the air. Gazing down from such a height, he thought, am I about to experience death by falling once more? Indeed, once his chakra was depleted and he could no longer maintain his transformation technique, he plummeted, crashing into a bloody pulp. In the forest training ground, Ingshan wielded a wooden sword, his gaze sharp, his demeanor markedly different than before. Half a month had passed since the awakening of the practical training space. The students had already internalized the fundamentals of swordsmanship, no longer requiring hands-on instruction. Bang, bang, bang. Very well, Ingshan, your approach is commendable. Yamaga observed the students sparring with wooden swords, the clashing sounds echoing throughout the forest. The distant birds took flight. Startled by the noise, Ingshan replied, it's all right. I merely share some theoretical insights and offer suggestions as an observer. Ultimately, it's up to them. This was indeed the truth. His current persona was that of a knowledgeable theorist. In terms of physical talent, he could only be considered a low-ranking ninja, the least capable among them. However, do you truly wish to be a teacher? If you lack sufficient experience, those students may not respect you. Remember, strength is paramount. And once you become a teacher, Orochimaru may not allow you to leave the village. The village is in need of instructors. Yamaga expressed his doubts to Ingshan. Given Ingshan's talents, he believed that with diligent training and his theoretical knowledge, he would not fare too poorly. After all, many aspects of being a ninja are learned through rigorous practice. Event triggered, high-profile development. Inform Yamaga that you aspire to be the strongest ninja in the Sound Village and no longer wish to be a teacher. Reward: 5 elements, 5 sacred techniques. Low-profile development: quietly acknowledge your desire to become a teacher. Reward: spiritual arts, motorcycle clan. Ingshan contemplated. This is precisely what I desire, glancing at the system's rewards. Indeed, being a teacher is preferable. I can avoid the dangers of the front lines. My dream is safety. I have no desire to experience war. This suits me well. By the way, Yamaga-sensei, I have gained a certain understanding of the theories related to Shuiken, kunai, and martial arts. I am prepared to assist you in teaching at any time. Choosing the low-profile development, he did not rush to absorb the rewards. He then shared his recent learnings, which encompassed more than just theoretical knowledge. It involved practice. Name: Ingshan Lingji. Lifespan: 1075. Race: human. Chakra: 0. 3 card, bloodline limitations. Below, transparent world. Upon activation, the user's ability to predict movements and evade attacks is significantly enhanced, allowing for a clear view of the opponent's physical structure. Ninjutsu: chakra refinement method. Rope escape: perfected. Instant step: major. Transformation technique: minor. Elastic love: major. Shadow clone technique: mastered. Substitution technique: mastered. Transformation technique: mastered. Taijutsu: basic swordsmanship: perfected. Heartless thrust: major. Rope escape: perfected. Shoiken throwing: minor. Kunai throwing: minor. Basic martial arts: major. Sealing techniques: none. Ninja tools: none. Ninja talents: below. Destiny of the 5 elements. Top tier elemental aptitude. Inyong harmony. Top tier inyong release aptitude. Absolute control. Top tier taijutsu aptitude. Self-taught. Acquired chakra refinement method and bloodline limit. Transparent world. View interpersonal relationships. Practical training space. In half a month, he had not been idle. Not only had he studied numerous foundational theories about ninjas from the library, but he also learned concepts that the teachers had not covered. His own ninjutsu and taijutsu fundamentals had undergone significant evolution. The battles against Orochimaru in the practical training space had granted him abundant combat experience, enhancing his mental energy, while his physical development had reached 0. 3 cards, tripling his previous capacity. Naturally, he had stolen the ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques from Orochimaru. With his exceptional talent and the advantage of the transparent world, he had learned directly. His other capabilities had also improved through combat. One could say that he was now capable of single-handedly overpowering Desu. Although this thought might seem a tad arrogant, Ingshan genuinely believed it. Yamaga laughed heartily upon hearing this. Excellent. In 5 days, we will embark on a mission, and I will entrust you with the responsibility. I hope that when we return, they have not fallen behind in their strength. Ingshan was taken aback. Sensei, this? How can I manage on my own? It will be quite dangerous. And there are many matters that still require attention. I haven't mastered everything yet. He simply wished to be a teacher without having to go on missions. But he also lacked a sense of security. Rest assured, I will handle everything else. You just focus on teaching. I believe in your abilities. Chapter 40. The Art of Summoning. The Motorcycle Clan. The Flame Wheel. The Mecha King, Ingshan. Within the confines of the dormitory, the other 3 had succumbed to slumber while Ingshan embraced the art of summoning. This technique, a crucial power among ninjas, allows one to summon a contract-bound spirit beast to assist in combat against adversaries. It is a form of spatial time ninjutsu. Upon mastering this art and earning the spirit beast recognition, one can establish a contract to summon the beast during battle. The methods of acquiring a spirit beast are few. The first involves raising one's own ninja beast and signing a contract, while the second entails seeking a wild spirit beast in the wilderness and gaining its acknowledgement to forge a contract. The lore speaks of 3 great sanctuaries of summoning within the ninja realm: Myokuzen, Ryujido, and Shikuren, each home to the world's most formidable spirit beasts. Having established their own dominions, those fated to do so may enter these sanctuaries and forge contracts, thereby receiving immense aid. As the system of summoning settled into his consciousness, Ingshan felt a torrent of information flooding his mind, an abundance of characters and knowledge being absorbed. Concurrently, a tangible scroll materialized within his thoughts, unfurling before him. Compelled by instinct, he focused his consciousness and pressed his fingerprint upon the scroll. Contract completed. With the completion of the contract, the scroll fell entirely under his control. He could extract it from the system or return it to the system's realm. It appeared that tangible entities could indeed be returned to the system, much to Ingshan's relief. Otherwise, should something unexpectedly materialize, he might unwittingly become a spy should he be discovered. The motorcycle clan? In which otherworldly realm does it exist? Or is it a secret domain of spirit beasts? The presence of spirit beasts lies not only in deep mountains and forests but also in secret places inaccessible to ordinary folk, much like the 3 great sanctuaries. These locations are exceedingly elusive. Nevertheless, the texts recount instances where individuals, through sheer coincidence while utilizing summoning, entered unknown spaces and gained the recognition of spirit beasts therein. This world indeed harbors other realms, and even ninjas can create them. With a sense of wonder, Ingshan gazed at the ceiling before abruptly closing his eyes. Practical training space. Upon entering the space, he faced Orochimaru. Before he could utter a word, Ingshan swiftly formed the seals for the summoning technique, biting his fingertip and pressing it against the ground. Regardless, this space would reset upon death. As the summoning concluded, an image rapidly manifested in his mind: futuristic cities, each showcasing distinct technologies. Within these diverse metropolises, an array of vehicles appeared: minicars, bulldozers, off-road vehicles, police cars, helicopters. Upon witnessing this, Ingshan's mind was inundated with questions. Does this world truly possess bulldozers and such vehicles? In the City of Time, all members of the motorcycle clan raised their heads. The current lord of the City of Time, Blitzfire, a robot painted in vibrant red, sensed something. A new Mecha King had emerged. Tap tap tap. Blitzfire, urgent news. The Mecha King has appeared. It's Lolo. Lolo has returned. A diminutive robot dashed in, exuberantly exclaiming. Blitzfire's form began to morph into a sleek red sports car. Adorned with flame motifs, and with a swift motion, he sped off. It's not Lolo, but a new Mecha King. Flamewheel, follow me. Wait for me. Flamewheel exclaimed, transforming into a motorcycle, revving its engine and racing out with a roar. Upon reaching the heart of the City of Time, a grand sense of sci-fi wonder enveloped them. This was the nexus connecting the Mecha Kings. Following the pivotal battle, it also served as the communication apparatus linking the motorcycle clan and the beast clan. He placed the Lord's token of the City of Time upon the apparatus S screen. Command correct. Please instruct. Establish contact with the Moon God Palace, the City of Snow, the City of Energy, and the Holy Night Forest. Contact established. Just as Flamewheel entered, a colossal screen materialized in the center of the light column. Familiar faces appeared, their expressions filled with excitement. Liberty, Cyclone, Vanguard, Supersonic, Shockwave is the new Mecha King heralding the onset of a new war? Questioned a blue and white robot with wings resembling those of an aircraft. He was Supersonic, the Lord of the City of Snow. The Forest Lord of the Holy Night Forest, a robust green figure known as Shockwave, responded. It concerns the realm of the Mecha King. They have signed a contract with our clan and require our assistance. The orange robot, Cyclone, Lord of the City of Energy, added, I wonder how things stand with the Beast clan, but since a contract has been signed, we should notify the motorcycle clan. If summoned, we shall venture into that world. Agreed. Agreed. May I remind you, during your discussions, you neglected to consult me, the second in command of the City of Time, Flamewheel. Flamewheel interjected, feeling slighted as he pointed at them. Supersonic chuckled in response. Then, our esteemed second in command of the City of Time, Flamewheel, please share your thoughts. Laughter erupted among the others. With his arms crossed and head held high, Flamewheel declared, Since you insist, I must express my views. The others looked on with amusement, eager to hear his insights. Clearing his throat, Flamewheel stated solemnly, I concur with the contents of your assembly. Blitzfire turned to him. Is that all? Flamewheel replied, That's it. I said 2 sentences, and that's all. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of power enveloped him. The Mecha King. I am not yet prepared. The Force whisked Flamewheel away from his spot. Liberty waved his hands, resembling 2 bulldozers. It seems our second in command was whisked away by the Mecha King due to his inadequacy. From my sensing, the Mecha King must possess sufficient strength to summon the stronger among us. It appears this Mecha King is lacking. Laughter erupted once more. In the training space, Still within the forest, Ingshan struck the ground, completing an immense summoning formation. Bang! Ouch, where am I? The realm of the Mecha King? Flame Wheel scratched his head, surveying his surroundings, including the formidable Orochimaru before him. You are the Mecha King. I must admit, you possess a more refined presence than that little brat Lolo. Now, summon the second in command of the City of Energy. What is it that you require? He demanded, pointing at Orochimaru and raising his chin. However, after a moment of anticipation, the expected response did not come. Whoosh! In its place, numerous sharp projectiles descended upon him. Mecha King, why are you attacking me? It hurts, it hurts. Clang, clang, clang. Chapter 41. I am your summoner. Hey, I am your summoner. Observing the wind fire wheel scurrying away in panic, Ingshan's expression darkened. Nevertheless, he continued to unleash an equal number of shurikens, crafted from rubber, to deflect Orochimaru's assault. Puff, puff, puff. The sheer chakra manifested in a form capable of affecting the physical realm. Orochimaru, unperturbed, was already accustomed to such phenomena. His memory served him well. Otherwise, he would not have been able to maintain such pressure on Ingshan. Licking his lips, he formed hand seals, preparing to test a new tactic against the opponent. Boom. Just as the windfire will dodge the attack, intending to speak with Ingshan, he noticed a peculiar white figure in the distance. It appeared to be unleashing a formidable skill. A tremendous tempest surged forth. My heavens, do not treat me like clay. Windfire Wheel was taken aback by the intensity of the opposing force, halting his dialogue with Ingshan as a massive cannon emerged from behind him. Poised above his head, the triple cannonade. Bang, bang, bang. Ingshan raised an eyebrow at the sight of Windfire Wheel employing such a tactic. A cannon? As the artillery detonated thrice against the storm, it paused momentarily. The Windfire Wheel was propelled far away. I shall return. Puff, puff, puff. Just as he finished speaking, his body plummeted to the ground, convulsing slightly, uttering, I just made my entrance only to die, before falling silent. Ingshan covered his face. Is this what they call the motorcycle clan? If they are all this feeble, what use are they? And do not feign death. He will strike again. You are so pitiful, not even as strong as a genin. Upon hearing this, Windfire Wheel hurriedly rose, his entire form transforming into a shape familiar to Ingshan, a motorcycle. Whoosh. In an instant, he sped towards the forest edge. I am not a combat-type motorcycle. I must take my leave. If you have the capability, summon the Thunderfire. Leaving behind those words, Windfire Wheel dashed away, navigating the forest terrain with remarkable ease. Such a fine vehicle. So swift. Ingshan mused. This summoning technique was not as disappointing as he had initially perceived. Furthermore, Windfire Wheel was correct. The consumption for summoning him was minimal. The previous cannon fire, while not particularly effective in combat, could still prove fatal to a ninja if struck. Alas, the cannon's firing speed was only marginally faster than a shuriken. The speed at which a ninja could throw a shuriken was impressively rapid. However, Windfire Wheel's escape velocity was indeed to Ingshan's liking. Come forth, blade. With that thought, a katana materialized in his grasp. A true sword. Initially intending to experiment with the summoning technique, he decided against it. Instead, they would engage in combat. This was a feature of the practical training space that allowed for weapon manifestation. Clang, clang, clang. They closed in on one another, their blades clashing, sending sparks flying. In the distance, a buzzing figure stealthily returned. This lad is the motorcycle king? He seems more like a fierce tiger. Peeking out, he beheld the two engaged in a fierce battle, particularly Ingshan, who appeared to be of a similar age to Luo Luo, battling a creature wielding a tempest. His mechanical jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The abilities displayed were bizarre. Despite being struck by a blade, the figure transformed into it before reappearing to launch a surprise attack. How monstrous! More formidable than the blue venom beast. Only Thunderfire and the fierce Tiger King might stand a chance against him. This was no motorcycle king. He was a true war king. Though their strength did not match that of the fierce Tiger King and his wild kin, their speed, reflexes, and diverse abilities were remarkable. Once I return, I shall boast about this motorcycle king. He is extraordinarily powerful. At that moment, Orochimaru executed a backflip, activating a trap. Ingshan's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. Orochimaru's signature techniques, substitution jutsu, shadow clones, and illusions, always combined to create elaborate maneuvers. Release. Ingshan seized his chakra refinement and unleashed a burst of chakra that surged throughout his body. This was a method he discovered in the library, the most fundamental and practical way to dispel illusions. Swift as lightning. Yet, it was still too late. Despite his top-tier in-release talent, he had never formally studied illusions. He fell prey to Orochimaru's cunning. Rip. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive tag trap detonated. Once more, death came calling. Heavens, the motorcycle king has met his demise. Just as Windfire Wheel finished speaking, he vanished with a bang, appearing within the city of time, bewildered as he regarded Thunderfire and the others. Thunderfire. The motorcycle king has perished. You must understand, this motorcycle king surpasses Luo Luo by leaps and bounds. Before Thunderfire could inquire further, Windfire Wheel was summoned again. It seemed he had not perished. Bang! This time, he found himself in a rocky terrain. The surrounding earth was a dusty yellow, with gusts of wind stirring up clouds of dust. Motorcycle warrior, transform. Shan's voice echoed, still disoriented. As Windfire Wheel, having yet to comprehend his surroundings, shifted from robot to motorcycle. Suddenly, he felt a weight pressing down upon him. With hands firmly on the handlebars, he accelerated. Whoosh! What is happening? He glanced at the unending rocks appearing before him, swiftly maneuvering to avoid them. Behind him, a shadow raced along the rocky cliffs. Shan revved the throttle, embracing the exhilarating rush of the wind. Orochimaru was left far behind. I am your summoner, Shan. What is your name? Shan understood that this robot possessed the ability to speak. Windfire Wheel replied, I am Windfire Wheel, the second in command of the City of Time. What is the current situation? Windfire Wheel remained bewildered. Was not the Motorcycle King dead? Shan succinctly explained the current circumstances. Upon hearing this, Windfire Wheel's confusion dissipated. So it is a training space. Shan remarked, you are the second in command, which means you are the second strongest in the City of Time. Is the Motorcycle Clan's strength truly so feeble? If the summoning technique rewarded by the system only reaches this level, it seems it is suitable only for idle chatter or escape. The speed of the motorcycle was indeed remarkable, far surpassing his own instant movement technique. The wind whipped through his hair, causing it to stand on end. Orochimaru had vanished from sight. With this summoning technique, at least his escape speed had significantly increased. Cough. One might say that in my prime, I delayed one of the three great war kings of the Beast Clan, the Tyrannosaurus God, with a dual strike of thunderous feet, allowing the Motorcycle Clan to triumph over him. He began to boast of his past glories. Shan listened intently to his tale. It seemed that in their world, there existed a mechanism for the Motorcycle King. In other words, he, having formed a pact as a ninja, was now the Motorcycle Clan's Motorcycle King. He wondered if this could be passed on to another. Chapter 42, The Fall of Orochimaru. Collaboration with Windfire Wheel. The elderly, the weak, and the ill. Huangshi Valley. Bang, bang, bang. Standing atop a high vantage point, Windfire Wheel expertly unleashed his hidden artillery. The valley below erupted with intermittent explosions. A white figure emerged from the smoke, casting a dark glance at him. Humph. This marked the 20th battle, and it was my turn as the secondary character to deliver an unexpected disruption. Behind him, cannons fired intermittently, complementing the assault from Shadow Mountain. Windfire Wheel reveled in the thrill of combat. In the past, he could only play a supportive role behind the likes of Thunderfire. Now, he was at the forefront. After 20 battles and the revival of the War Machine King, he had become quite adept. Once he returned to Time City, he could boast to Thunderfire and the Vanguard about his glorious achievements. Instant step, heartless thrust. Shadow Mountain felt the allure of team combat. The mere addition of one character had diminished Orochimaru's tactical prowess by 50%. With silent, swift movements, he appeared before Orochimaru, his transparent vision revealing every detail of the enemy's body. Ripping through. At last, he pierced Orochimaru with his blade, a reluctant smile gracing the latter's face. Clearly unprepared for a reversal at the hands of Shadow Mountain. No wonder the text stated that ninjas are a collective profession. Adding another ninja drastically reduces the enemy's operational space. With a remote ally always at hand, their power multiplies beyond measure. Shadow Mountain was thoroughly pleased with the summoning technique provided by the system. He and Orochimaru were nearly equals, differing only in combat experience and analytical skills regarding intelligence. Had Orochimaru lacked memories of their past confrontations, he would have felt confident in his victory. Alas, the system had imposed a patch. Combat memories were essential. Both he and Orochimaru were progressing, yet the latter was advancing at a faster pace. Fortunately, with the addition of another, many tactics had become less effective, restraining Orochimaru and allowing Shadow Mountain to appreciate the charm of teamwork. That would suffice for today. At last, a victory had been achieved. Shadow Mountain did not harbor any illusions about the summoning beast being separate from his own capabilities. Summoning beasts were integral to a ninja's combat strength. Time City. Windfire Wheel made his 20th appearance, raising his head high. Thunderfire, you have no idea what I accomplished today. He recounted the events of the day, brimming with pride. Shadow Mountain was far more entertaining than that little rascal Lolo, who only knew how to flee. Shadow Mountain, however, engaged him in battle, satisfying his craving for glory. Thunderfire and the rest of the Motorcycle Clan listened to his boastful tales. Shadow Mountain opened his eyes with a smile. Having defeated Orochimaru, he had finally made progress. Moving forward, he needed to devise strategies to enhance collaboration and eliminate Orochimaru with utmost speed. The paramount goal remained to increase team combat experience. Though he could not neglect his individual combat skills, these were his shortcomings, as he lacked the innate talent for analysis, falling short compared to Orochimaru. Endless battles were his only recourse for improvement. Moreover, the process of combat was itself a means of acquiring experience. The accumulation of spiritual energy was inextricably linked to an individual's experiences. The texts noted that countless ninjas amassed spiritual energy through executing missions, enduring various experiences along the way. Currently, the simplicity of combat felt somewhat monotonous. The accumulation of spiritual energy might not be as rapid as through life experiences, yet it was still a faster process than before. As he sensed the chakra within him, he felt that refining it would lead to further progress. He then glanced at the system panel, reviewing the daily combat observation journal. This was his means of understanding the outside world beyond the library. Your affinity with Rangang has increased. Current affinity for stars. Suddenly, a notification caught his eye. Checking the timestamp, it seemed he had conversed with Rangang not long ago. Evidently, the teacher also acknowledged him. He then looked at the journal entries. Dars encountered a merchant ship and was rescued from an island. Dars faced pirates and, despite injuries, repelled them. Dars bled profusely. The merchant's daughter cared for him tenderly. Dars remained as unlucky as ever. Yet he had encountered a woman to care for him. Could fortune be turning? Shadow Mountain observed Dars's records, astonished by the most significant entries. Was Dars, that fellow, about to experience a new beginning? At 24, he was considered quite old in the ninja world, still unmarried and without children, often indulging in a life of revelry. Seeing this, Shadow Mountain felt happy for Dars, as he was the first ninja he had met who had offered him some assistance. Orochimaru's head was severed. Orochimaru regrew his head and killed his enemies. Orochimaru, due to a disagreement on a mission, fought with his companions, emerging unscathed. The next entry was from Orochimaru's journal. Shadow Mountain had grown accustomed to such records. Recently, he had noted that Orochimaru's reputation among the sound ninja was quite favorable, even more so among ninjas in general. Yet, from the journals, it was clear that his standing was not merely good. He had encountered similar entries time and again, suggesting that someone was bearing the burden for him. Orochimaru was not stationed in the village but was laboring externally, continuously battling and executing missions. In Shadow Mountain's view, even if someone surpassed this top-tier powerhouse, their strength would not deviate significantly. This was undoubtedly for the benefit of the Sound Village, which had only recently begun to develop. Orochimaru toiled diligently outside. Thus, Shadow Mountain resolved to remain in the Sound Village, ensuring that Orochimaru's efforts were not in vain. He thought to himself that Orochimaru was indeed a commendable leader, and his efforts must not be squandered. Hence, his aspiration to become a teacher was solidified. The following day, after Rangang and the other ninjas arranged tasks for Shadow Mountain, they departed the classroom, leaving only a few ninjas behind, none of whom were teachers. In Shadow Mountain's perception, they were inferior to him, presumably lacking the ability to handle tasks. Shadow Mountain wielded his sword, meticulously explaining the fundamentals of swordsmanship. All the students before him dared not to slack off, attentively listening to his teachings. What Shadow Mountain imparted was far more precise than what Rangang and the others had taught. With his mastery of basic sword techniques and extensive combat training, he could discern every flaw in his students at a glance. Moreover, with the ability to perceive the transparent world, teaching them physical techniques was a breeze. The question remained, what would he teach next? The prior teachings of Rangang lacked a fixed system, and before their return, he must yield results. He could not allow the position of teacher to slip away from him. As a ninja, since he did not wish to venture out, it was only natural to enhance the combat capabilities of his students. While they fought on the front lines, he, an elderly, weak, and untalented ninja, would remain in the village and fulfill his role as a teacher. Chapter 43. New Companions. Defiance. Anger. The Forest Playground. Today, without the presence of teacher Rangang and the others, can we venture out to play? A young lad remarked cheerfully beside Dongwu, his gaze drifting towards the shadowy confines of the forest beyond the playground. From within those dark woods, a cooing sound echoed intermittently. Dongwu replied, "Are you seeking death? We are not even low-ranking ninjas yet. Leaving this place could be perilous." Despite his words, his gaze discreetly flickered towards Ingshan, who was diligently practicing punches against a tree. He admired Ingshan's theoretical knowledge. However, the thought of involving the esteemed Dongwu was out of the question. The young lad countered, "But we have already acquired swordsmanship. Wandering around should pose no issue, right? If it becomes too dangerous, we can always retreat." There are ninja guards here. Surrounding them were 3 or 4 masked ninjas, vigilantly overseeing the area. They had endured a prolonged period of confinement, confined to learning from books or honing their physical abilities, devoid of any fresh experiences, which had become unbearable. With the teachers absent, they finally had the opportunity to pursue their own desires. Dongwu felt a twinge of temptation. Like any young soul, he possessed a restless spirit. Yet, he restrained himself. "Let us hold off for now. We don't know when teacher Rangang will return. We should wait a few more days to gather information before we act." Thus, the two began to devise their plans. It was not only they who were engaged in such deliberations. The trio known as the Tiger Maru were also contemplating the matter. Children, by their very nature, are restless. And after being cooped up for so long, they could scarcely contain themselves. Higashiyama murmured, "We need to practice a bit longer. We are still too weak. If we encounter danger, it could end poorly." Ichinos inquired, "Should we not discuss this with Ingshan?" Tiger Maru replied, "Have you forgotten? Ingshan has always expressed his fear of danger, so we should not involve him. Moreover, he is our teacher now, and it would be inappropriate." They were somewhat aware of Ingshan's character. Timid and cautious, he often preached the wisdom of living safely and avoiding unnecessary risks. Having instilled such concepts in them, they, now over 10 years of age, scoffed at his caution, perceiving him as overly fearful. Yet, they acknowledged Yingshan's competence. Ichinos remarked, indeed. As Yingshan approached Tors, he began to refine his swordsmanship posture, instructing him to engage his waist strength while raising his hands slightly higher. In his mind, he enveloped Tors, analyzing his muscle structure and habitual movements, providing specialized training tailored to him. Following Yingshan's guidance, Tors found his methods of exertion transforming, becoming significantly more effortless, his wrists feeling lighter. Looking up at Yingshan, who was only a few years his senior, he marveled at his prowess. Yingshan, do you think my talent for swordsmanship is lacking? Tors queried, having received the most attention from Yingshan due to his perceived shortcomings in swordsmanship. Observing those around him, even 6-year-olds his age seemed more proficient, despite Yingshan's guidance. Yingshan scratched his head in contemplation. Well, your talent for swordsmanship is comparable to mine. If you rely solely on my corrections, you may not achieve great heights in the future. Perhaps I should teach you some martial arts instead. You possess a decent aptitude in that area. This was indeed the case. Tors's talent for swordsmanship was somewhat lacking. Swordsmanship requires excellent physical coordination, especially with the addition of another blade, necessitating a certain degree of innate ability. Of course, this referred to those who practiced exceptionally well, as swordsmanship is merely a form of physical skill, one that can be mastered through repetition. Ultimately, it is about muscle memory. However, if Tors could devote the time spent on swordsmanship to areas where he had greater innate talent, he might strengthen himself more rapidly. Yingshan contemplated teaching him some martial arts and honing his shuriken throwing skills, believing that if they could all become stronger, he would feel safer. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to teaching them, envisioning a brighter future for the village. He intended to remain in the village as an instructor, allowing them to undertake missions on the front lines. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. While dining, Kazama noticed another child entering their classroom, a girl with black hair, her cherubic face displaying a hint of trepidation, of a similar age to Tors. Chin, Sui. I entrust you to Yingshan. Take good care of her. The ninja, now quite familiar with Yingshan, instructed, handing over the girl. Yingshan took her small hand, and it was evident that Chin was frightened, her little face averted from the surrounding individuals. Tors scoffed, at this age, you still need someone to hold your hand? Hey, your name is Chin, right? Don't bring shame to the Sound Ninja village. Otherwise, I might have to teach you a lesson, Tors warned. Having quickly developed a strong sense of belonging to the village since joining just days prior. Unafraid, he chastised those who slacked off in class, feeling they hindered the village's progress. Chin, trembling, retreated behind Yingshan. Yingshan, wielding a ruler, struck Tors on the head, exclaiming, you little rascal. Do you dare to threaten her? Education is my responsibility, not yours. Tors yelped, clutching his head. This is infuriating. You only joined a month before me. Once I grow up, I will undoubtedly surpass you, and then I will give you a beating. Despite Yingshan's dedicated instruction, Tors still believed his delayed entry was the sole reason for his perceived shortcomings, especially since Yingshan insisted on being called teacher even though he was not a low-ranking ninja either. He felt frustrated. Yingshan chuckled. Ambition. I welcome your challenge. I find such spirited youngsters delightful. Compared to the formidable Orochimaru, these children were much easier to contend with. Little one, I am Yingshan, the temporary teacher of the Sound Ninja village. You will be learning under my guidance from now on. You will share a room with Tors, he said, scratching his head as he addressed Chin. The timid girl appeared apprehensive. Tors, irritated, protested, no way. She looks like a coward. I want my own room. Besides, she is a girl, and I am a boy. Yingshan retorted, you are merely 6 years old, and you think so much? If I find out you bully her, I will make you regret it tenfold, understand? As a time traveler, he found himself particularly vulnerable to the charms of such a fragile little girl, recalling his past as an adult. Tors, being male, did not fall within his sphere of sympathy. Clenching his fists, Tors felt a surge of frustration towards Yingshan. Chapter 44, Invasion. The Torture Das. Powerful commands. In the mountains outside the Sound Ninja village, a covert team stealthily approached. Captain, this is the Sound Ninja village, one of Orochimaru's strongholds. Clad in a green vest and wearing a Konoha headband, the leader, Naruto, gazed intently at the distant structures of the village. His eyes narrowed. The Sound Ninja village, founded by Orochimaru, has seized many of our medicinal resources. We must gather intelligence on their operations. Tada, a member of the Nara clan, was leading this mission to collect information from the Sound Ninja village, particularly regarding the aspects that had encroached upon their family's business interests. The intelligence desired by the Hokage concerning Orochimaru was of paramount importance. One of the Konoha ninjas remarked, according to the intel left by our previous comrades, the Sound Ninja village has established extensive medicinal fields outside the village, which is one reason for its growth. We must uncover their cultivation and management methods. Naruto nodded. Be cautious. The inhabitants of the Sound Ninja village are formidable. Those who emerge from Orochimaru's tutelage are notably ruthless. Thus, the Sound Ninja Village had caught the attention of various nations. If not for the recent proximity to the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru's establishment might have already been disrupted, and its foundation would have been improbable. Currently, Konoha's strength had yet to be restored, and the same applied to other ninja villages. The other three ninjas nodded in agreement. In the medicinal fields of the Sound Ninja Village, Das leisurely strolled, surveying his surroundings, his eyes roving. His hands and face bore numerous fresh wounds, all of which had healed. These were remnants of the various challenges he had faced during the past month of missions. Lord Das, may I ask you a question? At that moment, Kaze's father, Kazama, approached Das with a hopeful expression. Das, sensing the inquiry, momentarily glared with a menacing gaze before retracting it. Go ahead. If I know the answer, I shall share it with you. The dangers of their missions had triggered his sensitivity, and Das sighed inwardly. He was not always like this. Kazama continued, my son, Kageyama, has gone to the village for ninja training. We haven't seen him in a while. Is there any chance he could return for a visit? Beside him, Lucy wore a hopeful expression as well. It had been over a month since Kageyama left, and aside from occasional letters, they had not seen him, causing them great concern. They all wished for Kageyama to become a ninja, yet they were acutely aware of the profession's inherent dangers. Don't worry about that kid. He is doing splendidly now. He has become a teacher. Das thought highly of Kageyama, who had previously shown no aptitude for swordsmanship, but had now advanced to a teaching position at the Sound Ninja Village. Reflecting on the myriad dangers he had faced in just over a month made it all worthwhile, especially since he had met a girl from a merchant caravan, someone from the coastal regions of the land of rice. A smile crept across Das's face as he pondered marriage. Thank you, my lord. Kazama understood that bringing Kageyama back was somewhat difficult, yet he felt reassured by the words of a familiar ninja. In the training grounds, a basket full of shurikens lay before Kageyama and his peers. He picked out a few shurikens, while Tora and the others observed intently. These are shurikens, and they are the real deal. Tora marveled at the gleaming blades, rubbing his hands together. Can that brat Kageyama teach us how to use shurikens? Eastwoo expressed his skepticism. Kageyama had been granted the privilege of a teacher after undergoing theoretical, swordsmanship, and physical trainings. Yet he had initially been inexperienced in shuriken throwing and would need to practice alongside them. Kageyama-sensei is quite impressive, said Kodo, waving her small hands and gazing at him with complete trust. Having been here for just over 10 days, she had received Kageyama's guidance and was learning rapidly. Suddenly, Kageyama's hands moved, and several shurikens sliced through the air with remarkable speed. They barely registered the motion before the shurikens struck the target, though none had landed within the bullseye. To hold a shuriken, grip it firmly with your thumb and middle finger while your index finger assists. When using it, he began to explain slowly. His proficiency with shurikens had reached a modest level, and his training in the system space had set him apart from others. Teaching a few beginners was well within his capabilities. Wow, that's amazing. Kodo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Torres clenched his fists, observing the successful hits on the target. Humph. I can do that too. He felt confident in his own abilities. Following Kageyama's instructions, the students took turns trying their hand at throwing. Whoosh whoosh. At a distance of 3 meters, few managed to hit the target. Many, including Torres and Kodo, struggled to even reach the distance. While Tora and his companions had greater strength, they too failed to strike the target. Kageyama observed the lively atmosphere, scanning the other ninjas around him, noting their expressions of surprise yet a lack of serious concern as they continued to observe the situation. He was testing the reactions of the surrounding ninjas. Concealing his talents entirely was not advisable. His goal was to be a teacher, requiring a certain level of ability to fulfill that role. Among various disciplines, he aspired not to be the best, but to meet the teaching standards. For the time being, it appeared that he was in the clear. This approach would solidify his position as an instructor. Assessing his own abilities, there had not been significant changes, except for his chakra level reaching 0, for cards. Glancing at his friend's diary, he noted, Das discovered an enemy and was ambushed, suffering severe injuries to his left leg. Das was captured and subjected to enemy interrogation, torture, tickling, and scorching. Das was rescued by a ninja from the Sound Ninja Village. How unfortunate for Das, Kageyama thought, left speechless. It was ironic. Despite his misfortunes, he had survived each time. While he considered Das unlucky, the methods of interrogation described sent shivers down his spine. Just then, as Kageyama pondered, several ninjas appeared at the entrance. Kinbimi glanced at the trainees, announcing, Konoha ninjas have invaded the Sound Ninja Village and fled into the surrounding mountains. We have encircled the general area. All of you, follow me to locate the enemy. Kageyama's heart tightened at the news, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Sir, we are merely genin. Isn't this too dangerous for us? Their strength felt insufficient, and Kageyama was reluctant to engage in frontline combat, feeling compelled to convince him otherwise. Kinbimi regarded him with a calm gaze. There is no room for discussion. You are the teacher. You will lead the team. Move swiftly. Chapter 45, The Nara Family. The village belongs to everyone, but life is one's own. A sudden pang surged within Ingshan's heart. Nevertheless, he complied with the instructions and addressed all the trainees. leading them back through the long corridor they had just traversed. At that moment, the corridor felt interminably lengthy. Sigh. How unfortunate am I? I have become a teacher, and yet as a novice, I am tasked with such perilous duties. I have no idea of the enemy's strength. Yingshan's gaze flitted towards Jian Meiqing ahead. His mind was a tempest of thoughts. He had anticipated that taking on the role of a teacher would liberate him from the possibility of field missions, yet here he was, still forced to venture out. Was there a way to keep himself out of danger while sending these young ones into harm's way? After pondering for quite some time, he could not devise a suitable plan. Jian Meiqing's demeanor was far too assertive. He sensed that any defiance would result in Jian Meiqing swiftly dealing with him without needing to confront the enemy. Are we about to embark on the mission? Murmured Huma. Kiyama Hiroshi remarked, I wonder which village's enemies we are up against. Given our abilities, we can merely gather intelligence, I suppose? TBU scoffed at them. You little ones, just focus on the reconnaissance. Leave the fighting to someone as formidable as myself. His prowess was indeed commendable among the group, a testament to his age and experience. Tosu and the other 6-year-olds displayed expressions of trepidation. Those who had previously boasted of their ambitions now found themselves anxious at the prospect of the task ahead, acutely aware of their own limitations. Sir, do we have more information on the enemies? Yingshan inquired. Jian Meiqing replied as they walked. The foes this time hail from Konoha. They captured Das, who was stationed at the medicinal fields, only to be discovered by the Sound Ninja village. Based on the circumstances of the confrontation, the enemy's leader is a member of the cunning Nara clan, Naruto, a CH Ni. The remaining 3 are seasoned J-Nin, each with ample experience. Your task is to gather information on their whereabouts and ensure they do not escape. We shall handle the combat. In truth, the personnel was insufficient, and Jian Meiqing's aim was to send these trainees as fodder, showing little concern for their well-being, all for the sake of the Sound Ninja village and Lord Orochimaru. Such sacrifices, in his view, were insignificant. Upon hearing that the medicinal fields had been compromised, Yingshan's heart sank at the thought of the system's alert. Realizing that Das had been captured within the village. What of his parents? Sir, I understand the mission, but are there any injuries among the others at the medicinal fields? In his anxiety, he quickly checked the system and found that his parents' favorability rating remained intact, not having turned to gray, which brought him a sense of relief. Though he still feared for their safety, Jian Meiqing glanced at him. No, the enemy captured only one ninja to gather intelligence on the village. Yingshan exhaled, relieved. It seemed that being an ordinary person had its advantages. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, they emerged from the cave. A few individuals had overheard Jian Meiqing and Yingshan's conversation, their fists clenched tightly as they exited. Konoha, the village that had shattered their families. Each person bore a knife in hand. At the entrance, several ninjas awaited them. With a basket of short blades resting on the ground, these were their commonly used wooden practice weapons. Yingshan directly seized one. The tangible grip and solid weight, instilling a modicum of security within him. Everyone picked up a knife, and due to the presence of Chakra, it was not burdensome. Nearly a couple of kilograms, easily manageable for them. The real danger lay in being unarmed. Cough, sir, do you have shuriken or explosive tags? Just a knife feels rather unsafe. Yingshan expressed his dissatisfaction. Facing an enemy with only a knife seemed exceedingly perilous. Jian Meiqing, puzzled, queried. Do you know how to use them? Based on daily intelligence, he believed this lad to be theoretically knowledgeable, yet unlikely adept in practical applications like shuriken. Yingshan smiled sheepishly. I can use them to set traps. I trust my abilities in that regard. He was indeed quite skilled at trap setting, having learned from Orochimaru and gained experience through numerous trials and tribulations. In truth, he felt that, at their age, he might even surpass Orochimaru slightly in terms of basic physical condition and reflex to techniques. Yet, time and again, he had fallen victim to Orochimaru's various traps, which magnified his understanding of the importance of traps and intelligence. After a brief silence, Jian Meiqing remarked, the Sound Ninja village is not particularly affluent. We only have a knife, so do not overthink it. Now follow me. In the bewildered gaze of Yingshan, he led them toward their mission's destination. Whoosh. Yingshan and the others appeared in the mountains outside the Sound Ninja village. After detailing the intelligence, they divided into teams of 4 and commenced their search. Yingshan took the lead with Tosu, Chin, and Huma in one team. Open, perceptive world. To avert danger, Yingshan activated his sensory bloodline, preventing any enemy traps from ensnaring them. According to Jian Meiqing, their enemies were members of the Nara clan from Konoha. Yingshan had read about this clan. It was said to be a noble family in the Land of Fire, possessing their own forest and numerous enterprises, filled with intelligent individuals. They were one of Konoha's prominent clans. While other attributes were irrelevant, Yingshan knew he must exercise caution around such shrewd ninjas. With the intelligence gathered and his strength enhanced, he now understood his standing in this world, unlike before when he was entirely oblivious. His prowess had elevated him to a prominent position among the lower ninjas, though his combat experience remained somewhat lacking. We won't encounter any enemies, will we? Chin timidly inquired as Yingshan activated his sensory abilities, her large eyes darting around nervously. The dim mountains echoed with the sounds of venomous insects, flying birds, and ferocious beasts, intensifying her fear at the mission's objective. As they traversed the mountain path, Tosa tightened his grip on the knife. You are too timid. If the enemy dares to show themselves, I will make them aware of my strength. Yet, his small hands trembled. Whoosh. After traversing a distance, Ingshan leaped onto a tree, ascending 100 meters high in the astonished gazes of his companions. Did he just climb up there? Tosu's pupils constricted. Huma's eyes brightened at the sight, as expected of Ingshan. He has learned so much. I must acquire this tree-climbing skill once we defeat the Konoha ninjas. Ingshan paid no mind to their thoughts. Exposing a little was unavoidable. It was far better than confronting the enemy in a surprise attack. Standing atop the lofty tree, he scanned the surroundings, seeking a location where enemies could not possibly conceal themselves. The village belongs to everyone, but life is one's own. Chapter 46. Misfortune. Bombardment. Transformation. Ninjutsu. Deep within the mountains lies an expansive area, where lush green bamboo conceals the entrance to a cave, shrouded in thick vines. A colossal sphere is hidden within, obscured by the foliage. The surroundings are stark and barren, devoid of ferocious beasts, presenting an open expanse, interrupted only by a few sparse trees, with a clear view ahead. Inside, where stones block the entrance, the interior extends further, illuminated by dim, yellowish lights that envelop the space, where four figures congregate in discussion. Captain Hutian remarks gravely about the injuries suffered by Shumo, indicating that his endurance may soon wane. A Konoha ninja is tending to the wounds of another, whose injuries are severe, blood seeping through the bandages, breathing labored and uneven, evidence of a grave assault by the Sound Ninja. Upon hearing this, Nara Hutian sighs. Acknowledging their dire predicament, the Sound Ninja have encircled the mountain range, and their survival hinges on the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha. Otherwise, their fate is sealed. His keen observation reveals that the mountains have been thoroughly searched by the enemy, who were conducting a systematic sweep. Another ninja interjects, urging the captain to devise a plan. In his view, as long as they remain concealed, there exists a chance to break through the encirclement. Transformation jutsu is precisely meant for such situations. Hutian, discerning his thoughts, shakes his head. No, among the Sound Ninja, there are those adept in sound-based perception techniques. They must seal the cave entrance completely. Relying on transformation jutsu to escape would be exceedingly difficult. They had been discovered before under similar circumstances, leading to the capture of their comrades. The medical ninja laments. If only Kakashi-senpai were here, he could surely fight his way out. Hutian admits his miscalculation regarding the abilities of the Sound Ninja. Had he possessed the wisdom of Clan Fukaku, they would not have found themselves in such peril. Nonetheless, he resolves to think of another way to break free. He has already dispatched intelligence through secret techniques, yet the arrival of reinforcements remains uncertain. Thus, he must find a means to ensure the survival of his team. Fortunately, their hiding place is obscure, and the surrounding area is open, likely sparing them from the enemy's concentrated search. They still have time. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Ingshan. How do we end up here? This place doesn't seem suitable for hiding. Huma looks around at the expansive surroundings, where the only means of concealment are the sparse plants illuminated by sunlight, a stark contrast to the dark forest behind them. Ingshan responds. You must now call me captain. The others have already surrounded the area. We cannot overlook this place in our search. The enemy may very well be lurking nearby. As they meticulously scour the area, it takes them half a day to traverse from the shadows, where traps could easily ensnare them, to this open space. The reason for their search here is simple. Ingshan prefers to avoid confrontation. Despite his extensive combat experience gained from battling Orochimaru, he seeks safety whenever possible. He remains vigilant, aware that knowledge of the ninja world does not warrant a lapse in caution. Meanwhile, in other parts of the mountains, the Sound Ninja continue their methodical search. The roar of beasts echoes through the terrain. Suddenly, Ingshan spots a mountain, sunlight streaming down, revealing few places to hide. He decides to ascend the mountain using his tree-climbing skills. However, as he approaches, an unsettling feeling washes over him. Trigger event, high-profile development. Discover the enemy's hiding place and eliminate them single-handedly. Reward, Celestial Ninjutsu, Star Collapse, low-profile development. Stealthily relay intelligence to other teams and encircle the enemy. Reward, Spatial Ninjutsu, Transformation Technique, in Ingshan's perception. The interior of the mountain is hollow, with a passage extending inward, its entrance blocked by massive stones and vines. Even the Sound Ninja, utilizing sound-based perception techniques, may overlook it due to the absence of echoes. Damn it, how am I so unfortunate? I hope the Haven T detected our presence. Ingshan wishes to avoid facing a Chunin and 3 Genin, especially without a full arsenal, armed only with a knife and lacking explosive tags. He selects the system's low-profile development reward and continues his ascent, pretending not to have noticed the enemy's presence, reaching the mountain summit to survey the surrounding peaks. Occasionally, he observes birds soaring in the distance, startled by the search efforts of his comrades. Captain, there is no one here. Just then, Tosi looks up at Ingshan and shouts. Ingshan stiffens, internally sighing. This fool. He signals Tosi to retreat, who, understanding the cue, slowly backs away before sprinting off. Chin and Huma also notice his gesture. Whoosh. They all quickly make their escape, moving with remarkable speed, evidently aware of their situation. Shan, observing Tosi's rapid departure, recalls his earlier threats to eliminate Konoha's ninjas, now fleeing with such haste, eliciting a bemused expression. He glances toward the cave entrance, aware they have likely been discovered. He wishes to believe that no ninja is to be trifled with. With hands forming seals, he bites his finger, imprinting a symbol on the ground. Summoning technique, wind fire wheel. With a thud, the wind fire wheel materializes. Are we about to engage that white creature again? It inquires, only to sense something amiss. The surrounding scenery appears different from before. Shan points toward the cave entrance. This time, we truly face enemies. Stay alert. If you see anyone emerge, open fire. The wind fire wheel responds eagerly, no problem. Let them witness the might of the second in command of my time city. Crack, crack. The cannon behind it is readied, aimed at the cave entrance. Just as it aligns, 3 figures burst forth at astonishing speed. The wind fire wheel remains unfazed, and in an instant, it fires. Boom. The explosion rocks the mountainside. Bang, bang. The devastated terrain scatters debris, and one Konoha ninja, slowed by the blast, cries out, "Ah!" before collapsing to the ground. Boom. The wind fire wheel focuses intently, the cannon striking the ninja directly. Flesh and bone are torn apart, leaving a gaping hole in the corpse, which twitches briefly before falling still. Chapter 47. Death. Retrieve memories. Escape. Shock. Aha, I have slain one. The wind fire wheel erupted into laughter, performing a little dance, only to abruptly halt, becoming completely immobile, standing silently upon the mountainside. What a bizarre ability. Shan observed the sparse sunlight filtering through the trees, noting the leading ninja of the opposing team connecting their shadow with that of the wind fire wheel, rendering him motionless, his expression grave. Whoosh. In an instant, his body was propelled from the height, where the sunlight illuminated the ground below. The connection of shadows was evident to Shan. The enemy's power allowed them to link their shadow with that of their adversary, thus controlling their movements. He realized he could not let his own shadow be exposed at such heights, for that would make him a target. He hoped Tosi and the others would quickly summon reinforcements. Shan retreated into the shadowy depths of the forest, intent on locating the Leaf Village ninjas rather than engaging them in battle. After all, they were already encircled by the Sound ninjas, and there was no point in exerting effort in a skirmish. The system would not reward him for mere fighting. Hey, Shan, you scoundrel, come save me. Don't run so fast. The wind fire wheel, witnessing Shan's retreat, felt a surge of anger, only to then sense a loss of control over his body, which began to move forward against his will. He was aware that he stood atop the mountain. If he advanced further, he would plunge into the abyss below. Though not excessively high, a fall would likely prove catastrophic for him. Let go of me. I'm going to die. If the wind fire wheel knew that the second in command of Time City ultimately met his demise by falling, he would surely be mocked for eternity, he grumbled. Suddenly, his feet found no ground, and he plummeted from the heights. Damn it. I've been discovered. Naruto connected his shadow with the wind fire wheel, observing the peculiar summoning beast as it descended, his expression darkening. Looking at his teammates, one had already escaped, while another, a medical ninja, lay dead beneath the onslaught. This was a disaster. The Sound ninjas would surely be approaching swiftly. Crash. Just as he feared the wind fire wheel was to meet his end, a puff of smoke enveloped him, and he vanished from their sight as the enemies released the summoning. Captain, what should we do? Another ninja returned, his face etched with concern. They could not wait for Leaf's support now, and the loss of a teammate weighed heavily upon him. Naruto declared, "We must eliminate that little brat from earlier. Even in death, he must die with dignity." He then produced a scroll, inscribing cryptic symbols upon it before burying it beneath a tree, crafting a secret code known only to the Leaf. The other ninja nodded in agreement. Whoosh. Naruto regards you with hostility. Affection -3 stars. Ono harbors animosity towards you. Affection -3 stars. Shan employed the body flicker technique, dashing through the forest. He remained expressionless as he acknowledged the system's notifications, focused solely on fleeing. Whoosh. Moments later, he heard movement behind him. The pineapple-haired captain had appeared in pursuit. How swift. Shan's heart sank, realizing this was a Chunin, undoubtedly seasoned and formidable. He formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. His body split into several clones, scattering in all directions while his true self mingled among them. Damn it. Shadow clone technique. Naruto, cautiously approaching, noted the vanishing figure of Shan. The previous distance had made discerning the enemy's true location impossible, and now, with visibility obscured, he found himself in a precarious position. Scanning his surroundings, he gritted his teeth. Convinced the enemy was hiding, intending to stall him, he resolved to find and eliminate at least one to recoup his losses. Shan, however, had no intention of revealing himself. Meanwhile, Naruto's companion followed closely, both patrolling the area, unaware that someone could transform into a mere sheet of paper. Thus, when Ji and Mei-chan led the main force to their location, the two prepared to fight, yet their efforts yielded results. They successfully claimed 2 Sound ninjas' lives. The two were ensnared by Jian Meichuan's elastic arms, strangled to death. Acknowledging the resolution of the conflict, Ingshan leaped down from the sky. Gazing at the corpses on the ground, taking a sharp breath. This was his second encounter with death. You did well, indeed courageous. I hear you wish to teach in the village. If not, join me. You possess that capability? Jian Meichuan instructed his subordinates to remove the bodies. Turning his attention to Ingshan, Ingshan replied, No. I personally dislike combat. I prefer nurturing and educating. Please, don't jest with me. Jian Meichuan said nothing further, allowing his men to carry away the corpses while Ingshan led them back to their previous hiding place, within a cave. One body lay on the ground, its neck severed, and its head utterly destroyed. Ingshan's eyelids twitched in response. My goodness, the leaf ninjas are exceedingly brutal. Even turning against their own. He lamented, relieved he was not in the leaf, or he would be shivering with fear. Jian Meichuan explained, this is to prevent information leaks. Huh? Information leaks? Why destroy the brain entirely? Ingshan questioned, perplexed. Because some can extract memories from a deceased brain. Chapter 48, The Transformation Technique. Uchiha Shursui. Itachi. Orochimaru's Enhancement. A gasp escaped from Ingshan's lips as he listened to Jian Meichuan's words, causing the hairs on his skin to rise. The chilling breeze that enveloped him sent shivers down his spine. The ability to extract memories from the deceased, what manner of power was this? A glimpse into the soul? How terrifying. Jian Meichuan elucidated. Such abilities are rare within each village, possessed only by a select few endowed with talent. And there are specific requirements regarding the subjects from whom memories can be extracted. For instance, a decapitated corpse offers scan information. For even the most adept mind-reading ninja can glean little, as brainwaves fade slowly after death, along with the biological electricity. Nevertheless, these remnants serve as crucial intelligence sources for each village. Thus, there exists a dedicated unit on the battlefield for the handling of corpses, tasked with safeguarding critical information regarding medicinal secrets and ninja techniques. Ingshan inhaled sharply, his mind racing at the implications. The notion that even the dead could yield substantial intelligence was staggering. He pondered the myriad of methods available to ninjas in this world. He understood the significance of secret medicines. Many ninjas employed them to bolster their physical growth during training, while certain specialized techniques required them as well. If intelligence regarding these medicines were to be compromised, it could lead to disastrous consequences for entire clans or even villages. Numerous secret medicines were utilized clandestinely by various ninja clans or factions. Furthermore, the techniques employed could potentially unravel enemy jutsu. Having battled Orochimaru countless times, Ingshan had come to appreciate the value of intelligence. Lost in contemplation, Ingshan returned to the village with his comrades, his heart a tumult of emotions. The array of abilities wielded by these ninjas, all for the purpose of taking lives, was astonishing. Who knew how many more secret techniques lay hidden in the shadows? Jian Meichuan and his team departed with the corpses, while the others lingered, including Tosi and Shin, opting to explore the Sound Ninja Village rather than rushing back to the classroom. Ingshan, you've grown, exclaimed Kazama and his wife upon spotting him in the medicinal fields, their faces lighting up with smiles. Ingshan nodded in acknowledgement, aware that he had indeed grown taller and stronger. His exceptional talent in taijutsu and ninjutsu was undeniable, marking a stark contrast to his former self. Mom and Dad, has everything been well in the fields lately? Not particularly, however. Poor Lord Da suffered greatly. We saw him being carried back yesterday, drenched in blood. It was horrifying. After a brief chat with his parents, Ingshan learned that the fields had been manageable even without his assistance, as his parents were still in their prime. Merely cultivating herbs was not a daunting task for them. Following a family dinner, Ingshan returned to the training base, where everyone had already gathered. At the border of the land of fire and the land of rice, a formidable team emerged, led by a figure known for instilling fear across villages, Uchiha Shursui. Beside him stood the prodigy, Uchiha Itachi. Brother Shursui, the intelligence relayed by Senior Hutian suggests that Orochimaru is absent from Sound Ninja Village, Itachi remarked. Indeed, Shursui confirmed. This is precisely why the Hokage dispatched us to gather intelligence. Based on the information, Senior Hutian's situation appears dire. We must prepare ourselves mentally. With that, the team proceeded to the location where Senior Hutian had met his demise, uncovering vital intelligence left behind. As they absorbed the details, Shursui and Itachi cast a lingering glance towards Sound Ninja Village, exhaling deeply. While Konoha possessed the might to obliterate Sound Ninja Village, they were acutely aware of the potential repercussions that could plunge them into war. Shursui and Itachi were not inclined to contemplate a direct assault on the village. Additionally, the presence of Orochimaru complicated matters. As long as Sound Ninja Village existed, they could continue gathering intelligence on him. Without it, the task would become increasingly arduous. Several days had elapsed since the reconnaissance mission. On the training grounds, Ingshan initiated a physical combat session, pairing off for swordplay. Following their previous mission, Jian Meichuan regarded him with renewed respect. Jian Meichuan's favorability increased. Current rating, 3 stars. Consequently, he found teaching to be considerably more effortless. Tosi, once a brash lad, now refrained from his usual sarcasm and instead focused on improving. Sensei, watch my swordsmanship this time. I won't flee again. After a previous mission where Toshi had sprinted away, he now grasped a wooden sword, intent on proving his strength against Shan. Shan smiled gently. Excellent. That's the spirit. In less than a minute, after providing Toshi with a brief lesson, he effortlessly disarmed him. With an increase in intelligence gathering within the ninja world, Shan felt emboldened to gradually reveal some of his abilities. That will suffice for today. I shall take a break. You may continue practicing, but refrain from causing harm. The sounds of wooden swords clashing reverberated through the air as Shan settled on the ground, immersing himself in the training system's realm. He selected Orochimaru's Coliseum space, the most confined environment and the smallest tactical arena of the infamous ninja. Before him appeared Orochimaru, wielding a broadsword, licking his lips with a predatory gaze fixed on Shan. With hands forming seals, Shan unleashed a unique jutsu, an unusual sealing technique that spread from his palms to the hilt of his sword, enveloping the blade in writhing runes. These pulsating symbols represented the essence of the transformation technique. This summoning technique, combined with others, allowed him to summon ninja tools directly onto his person, requiring no disrobing for clothing nor effort for weapons to materialize in his hands. In Shan's eyes, this was an extraordinary jutsu. It enabled him to venture forth without burdening himself with excessive tools. As long as he marked his ninja gear, he could seamlessly transform and adapt. With a clang, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu and ninjutsu. As Shan's broadsword slipped from his grasp, Orochimaru contorted his body to evade the strike. In a flash, Shan's right hand thrust forward, catching Orochimaru off guard, while his left hand formed seals, unleashing a sudden attack. In the bewildered gaze of Orochimaru, a blade materialized in Shan's right hand, piercing through him with a swift twist, blood spilling forth. Detection confirms that the summoned Orochimaru poses no further threat. Combat strength elevated to that of a 12-year-old. Chapter 49, The Serpent of Communication. The romantic blaze of a man. The transformation ninjutsu is truly useful. Shan, gripping the blade in his hand, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. The transformation ninjutsu had alleviated a significant predicament, affording him a plethora of tactical options. However, there was one challenge that proved difficult to manage. Lacking an ample supply of ninja tools, he found himself limited to storing a few prepared pieces of wood to serve as substitutes, compensating for the inherent shortcomings of the substitution technique that required prior markers. Commonly used ninja tools such as explosive tags, shurikens, and wire were entirely absent from his arsenal, relegating him to utilize them solely within the training space. Scratching his head, he mused that it would be splendid if the system could reward him with the ability to manufacture ninja tools someday. He then noticed a system notification. Orochimaru had ascended to the age of 12. What difference could that possibly make? Nearly a 2-year increase. Perhaps gaining a bit more combat experience or enriched abilities, yet with his current prowess, he felt quite formidable. Glancing at his system panel, he assessed his capabilities, realizing that he was far from naive enough to believe any peers could rival him. With top-tier talent and an abundance of abilities, it would be utterly implausible for him to be bested by contemporaries. Name, Shan Lingji. Lifespan, 1075. Race, human. Chakra, 0. 5 card. Bloodline limitations. Transparent world. Upon activation, the user's ability to predict movements and evade attacks significantly enhances, allowing for a clear view of the opponent's anatomical structure. Ninjutsu. Chakra refinement method, binding perfected, level 6, instant step perfected, needle technique, mastered, elastic love, mastered, clone technique, minor, substitution technique, minor, transformation technique, minor. Summoning technique, motorcycle clan, transformation, beginner. Physical skills, basic swordsmanship, perfected, heartless stab, perfected, untying technique, perfected, shuriken throwing, mastered, kunai throwing, mastered. Basic fisticuffs, mastered. Sealing techniques, none. Ninja tools, none. Ninja talents, fated 5 elements, top-tier elemental aptitude. Inyong convergence, top-tier inyong release aptitude. Absolute control, top-tier physical skill aptitude, self-taught. Acquired chakra refinement method and the bloodline limit. Transparent world, view interpersonal relationships, real combat training space. He felt that Orochimaru's elevation to 12 years of age would not pose a significant challenge. Within a matter of rounds, he could dispatch Orochimaru effortlessly. If he employed the wind-fire wheel, defeating the 10-year-old version would be even simpler. And the 12-year-old should not be vastly different. Although he harbored a timid disposition, fearing death, he was not foolish. A 12-year-old should not be his match. Observing Orochimaru's renewed form, clearly aged, Shan brimmed with confidence. Are you ready? Orochimaru licked his lips, the smile on his face morphing into something more sinister. After Shan nodded, Orochimaru bit his finger, swiftly forming hand seals on the ground. Summoning technique? A surge of alarm coursed through Shan as he recognized Orochimaru's sealing method. Bang! Before he could fully comprehend, a colossal serpent, towering several meters high, materialized before him. with Orochimaru perched atop its head, surveying him from above. Next, it was my turn. Swish! The serpent surged forth with astonishing speed, entering Shan's transparent world observation range in an instant, its massive head barreling toward him. You are not the only one capable of summoning. Shan felt a wave of trepidation. This summoned beast was overwhelmingly powerful. He realized he had no choice but to bite his finger and activate his own summoning technique. Too late. Orochimaru, unbeknownst to him, formed additional hand seals, executing a unique seal that drastically altered Shan's perception of the transparent world. He found himself no longer in the arena but rather on a playground, where a figure with white hair appeared before him. It was Kabuto, the one he had encountered previously. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and smiled. Possessing remarkable talent and extraordinary abilities, you have managed to conceal your identity within the Sound Ninja Village for so long. Speak. Which village do you serve as a spy? If not, why the subterfuge? He has uncovered my intentions. A shock rippled through Shan, quickly followed by a realization. No. He should be in the arena. Kabuto could not possibly appear here. He had yet to encounter Kabuto since commencing his training in the Sound Ninja Village. It is an illusion. Shan recognized this particularly troublesome ability. Previously, Orochimaru's illusions had proven to be quite a nuisance. Only with the arrival of the Wind Fire Wheel had they managed to contend with one another more effectively. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to handle. Now, it was evident that his opponent's illusionary capabilities had intensified. Bang! Before he could harness his chakra to counteract the debilitating effects of the illusion, he felt a searing pain as his head was severed, his gaze fixated on his lower half, which had been bitten off by the serpent. All while Orochimaru wore a sinister smile. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Has the illusionary ability truly escalated to this extent? Shan was astounded. Orochimaru's illusions were evidently faster and more discreet, and by the time he realized what was happening, Orochimaru had already completed the release of the illusion, coordinating seamlessly with the summoned beast's assault, rendering him nearly defenseless. If he could not dispel the illusion in the blink of an eye or evade it entirely, the synergy between his opponent and the summoned beast would render his abilities moot. Illusions were indeed his Achilles heel. Previously, it had been manageable. However, now that there was coordination, it was akin to the combination of the wind-fire wheel, resulting in a synergy that surpassed expectations. 1-1 was indeed greater than 2. No rationale could be applied. As his body reformed, Orochimaru once again stood before him. Begin. Summoning technique. Bang bang. Both Orochimaru and Shan executed the summoning technique simultaneously. This time, Shan did not summon the wind-fire wheel. This was clearly beyond what the wind-fire wheel could handle. He sought to summon something far more formidable. The summoning technique spread across the ground. A massive serpent and a crimson sports car appeared in unison. Motorcycle warrior, transform. The sports car morphed into a robot adorned with fiery patterns, wielding a weapon reminiscent of a QNGL, NYNUDO, Mecha King. I'm the Blaze of Romance. Is this my opponent? It appears quite formidable. Although it was the first time the Blaze of Romance had been summoned, it had heard tales of the Windfire Wheel's prowess. Shan's eyes lit up. Wow, the romance of men, a colossal robot, and a transforming warrior. Greetings. I am Shan Lingji. Let us join forces and vanquish him. With a smile on his face, Shan sought an ally, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru. Surely, with assistance, he could triumph over Orochimaru. Yet, he sensed that his chakra reserves were dwindling. The consumption was significant, especially compared to the wind-fire wheel. After a single summoning, his chakra had nearly run dry. With only 0.5 cards of chakra remaining, he barely possessed enough to sustain his life, devoid of any reserve cells. Fortunately, his recovery was swift. With time, his innate abilities would restore his chakra. Chapter 50. Thunderfire. An emergency. The fierce tiger unleashed. Tremble. Bang. Bang. In the arena, Thunderfire unleashed its firepower, targeting Orochimaru and his summoned beast. It appeared rather unimpressive, and the Wind-Fire Will had mentioned that the people of this world were quite cunning. Thunderfire wielded dual firearms, continuously firing. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the agile enemy darting across the ground. Be careful. With a swift movement, Shadow Mountain appeared behind Thunderfire, his katana striking with a resounding clash. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, gripping a katana. Their blades collided, sparking with intensity. Earth Escape Technique. Shadow Mountain was unfamiliar with this ninjutsu, but he understood that the opponent could burrow underground. Had it not been for his keen perception, Thunderfire would have already succumbed. Despite Thunderfire's armored appearance, it was uncertain whether he could withstand a chakra-enhanced blade. Before he could react, a chilling sight unfolded. Orochimaru unleashed numerous serpent heads from his hands, ensnaring Shadow Mountain tightly. Bound and restrained, he could only form seals. Me 11 Hualaji. Bang. Transforming into paper, he escaped the bindings. In the instant of liberation, he reverted and delivered a vertical strike. Buzz. This time, it was Orochimaru who had to defend. Thunder Moon Slash. In a moment of brilliance, a flash of lightning surged forth, and the massive crescent blade cleaved Orochimaru in two. Thunderfire smiled. My ultimate technique. Speed is my forte. As a warrior of the speed-focused motorcycle clan, he excelled in velocity. Be cautious. Shadow Mountain's pupils constricted. Before Thunderfire could react, a colossal serpent tail descended from above, crashing down with a thunderous impact, flattening him. Orochimaru, who should have perished, transformed into mud. Earth substitute. Now, Shadow Mountain faced both man and serpent, sighing softly. It seemed they still had much to learn. Their collaboration was far inferior to Orochimaru's prowess with his summoned beast. Returning to a more mundane existence, Shadow Mountain not only provided theoretical knowledge to others, but also immersed himself daily in the library, seeking a deeper understanding of this world. With Shadow Mountain's generous guidance, his reputation within the group soared. To avoid offending anyone, Shadow Mountain maintained excellent relationships, wary of potential betrayals. Friendship levels soared, even with the brash Dongwu or the more subtle Tosu. Dongwu's favorability towards you has increased. Current level 4 stars. Tiger Maru's favorability towards you has increased. Current level 4 stars. Kiriyama Hiroshi's favorability towards you has increased. Current level 4 stars. Ichinos's favorability towards you has increased. Current level 4 stars. Tosu's favorability towards you has increased. Current level 3 stars. Shin's favorability towards you has increased. Current level 3 stars. In the training base, Shadow Mountain had become an authority. In the library, he was engrossed in a book on medical knowledge. Having mastered many foundational skills, he contemplated the issue of injuries. Recalling how he was often wounded by Orochimaru's traps during training, rendering many of his abilities useless and leading to his demise. This made him acutely aware of the significance of injuries in combat. The ability to bind could mitigate physical harm to some extent. But it was not a true medical ninjutsu. Teacher Shadow Mountain, there's been an incident. Dongwu and the others have been missing for over an hour. At that moment, Shin rushed in, panting heavily. Shadow Mountain furrowed his brow. Could it be that enemies had invaded, perhaps from Konoha? He glanced at the system. Dongwu's shuriken injured the fierce tiger. He was swept by the tiger's tail, breaking his ribs. Takuto was ensnared by steel wire, dragged by the fierce tiger, resulting in severe blood loss. Tianma plunged a knife into the tiger and Appo's rear, only to be kicked away and spit out blood. Tiger Maru taunted Dongwu, evading the fierce tiger's attack, leaving a gash on his skin. Kiriyama Hiroshi transformed into a female tiger, drawing the fierce tiger's attention. Ichinos's shadow clone technique obstructed its vision, stabbing the fierce tiger in the other eye. Swoosh. Swoosh. Moving swiftly between the trees, Shadow Mountain felt relief upon reading the system's log. As long as it was not an enemy invasion, he could breathe easier. After 3 months of acquiring the transformation ninjutsu, he feared it could be an invasion from another village, at which point he would have to flee. Fortunately, it was merely a ferocious beast. Over these months, he had made significant progress, mastering various ninjutsu and physical techniques. However, he had not encountered Orochimaru or any of the higher-ups from Konoha. It seemed as though everyone had pressing matters. Only Kenbi and Akagi frequently returned, while he occasionally spotted Yakushi Kabuto. Yet, he had not seen Orochimaru even once. Even the instructors, aware of the student's progress, had not returned, seemingly delegating the training responsibilities to a mere child. Absurd. Ridiculously absurd. Thus, faced with an unexpected incident, Shadow Mountain felt a deep sense of concern. His battle with Orochimaru had illuminated the differences in tactics among ninjas of varying ages. If another village were to invade, he would have to flee. Summoning the wind-fire wheel in a relatively open area of the dense forest, Shadow Mountain prepared for action. Buzz. The wind-fire wheel, a wise motorcycle, maneuvered swiftly through the mountainous terrain. Whoosh. Within the thick forest, a massive figure, 4 meters tall, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Its enormous tiger eyes were now hollow, having vanished entirely. Surrounding it were several bodies lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Dongwu, what have you provoked? We're in big trouble. Shadow Mountain will undoubtedly punish us severely. Tiger Maru glared at Dongwu, his anger palpable. Were it not for their shared origin in the Sound Ninja village, he would have refrained from aiding them. The trio of Dongwu, Takuto, and Tianma lay sprawled on the ground. Tiger Maru, Kiriyama Hiroshi, and Ichinos had come to their rescue. Hey, we just felt stifled in the base and wanted to stretch our legs. Dongwu grimaced in pain, clutching his ribs. His injuries were severe. Looking at his 2 companions, they were in a similar state, bleeding profusely. Roar. Just as they had dealt with the fierce tiger and pondered how to face Shadow Mountain, a tremendous roar shook them to their core. They turned to face the source of the sound. Crack. Crack. An even larger fierce tiger, towering at 6 meters, emerged from the dense jungle, each step resonating through the forest, its murderous gaze directed at the 6 of them. Its limbs pressed against the ground, making no sound except for the occasional snapping of twigs beneath its weight. A chill coursed through their veins. The 6 of them felt their pupils dilate, their skin prickling, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. This is it. There's another one. Roar. Chapter 51. Orochimaru. Sack. Triple Cannon. Salvation. Disdain. In the shadowy forest atop the hidden treetops, 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood upon the branches, observing 6 individuals sprawled upon the ground, on the verge of being torn apart by a ferocious tiger. Is this the prowess of the Sound Village, Lord Orochimaru? To have slain such a beast, yet it seems this one shall not prevail, remarked Sak. His diminutive figure gazing down at the fallen group, awestruck by the might of Orochimaru's village. Having survived the harsh conditions of the land of rice, Sak had been acknowledged by Orochimaru and had since remained by his side, acquiring numerous ninja techniques. His very body had undergone transformation under Orochimaru's guidance. Despite his own burgeoning strength, he could not deny the superior foundational qualities of the six below. However, he merely perceived them as older than himself. Had he been of their age, he believed he would have surpassed them significantly. After all, he was an individual recognized by Orochimaru, enhanced by his master's modifications. Orochimaru licked his lips in contemplation. It has been long since I returned to the Sound Village. These must be the new recruits undergoing training. Achieving this level of proficiency rivals that of the Leaf Village's ninja academy. Their talents are commendable. His excitement surged within. The true talent he referred to was not those engaging the tiger, but rather the one responsible for their training. As the leader of the Sound Village, Orochimaru was acutely aware of the internal affairs. Knowing that a young prodigy named Zero Ikigami was at the helm of their training, an individual he recognized as exceptional upon their first encounter. As anticipated, Ikigami had excelled in his role as a temporary instructor, even surpassing his predecessors. Orochimaru, satisfied with Ikigami's performance, noted the synergy and basic abilities of the 6 individuals below. He mused that, barring delays in his experiments or personally leading the training, replicating such progress in a mere few months would be an arduous task. Perhaps the Sound Village could indeed establish its own ninja academy? A thought struck Orochimaru as he pondered the recent demands of the Akatsuki organization, which had consumed much of his time alongside his experiments, leaving little room for managing the affairs of the Sound Village. A ninja academy was an essential component of a competent village, yet he had only permitted Kabuto to establish a training base. Ultimately, to him, everyone was merely a subject, a means to achieve his immortality. However, witnessing Ikigami's capabilities piqued his interest. If Ikigami's talents were still on the rise, perhaps an academy could greatly benefit him. Lord Orochimaru, allow me to rescue them with my newly learned ninjutsu, Sak exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, eager for Orochimaru to witness his abilities. This was a prime opportunity to showcase his skills. Suddenly, Orochimaru raised his head. No need. Assistance is already on its way. Sak scratched his head, glancing down to see a fierce tiger charging towards the fallen individuals, oblivious to the approaching savior. A distant flash of fire erupted, followed by a resounding explosion that sent the tiger soaring through the air. The advancing tiger exuded a formidable aura, causing cold sweat to bead on the brows of the remaining ninjas, yet they clutched their weapons tightly, determined to fight to the last breath. Especially the trio of Tiger Maru, who, as the last standing ninjas, were resolute in their decision to confront the beast. Damn it, if I survive this, I'll strive to become even stronger, thought Kiyama, his eyes sharp as he gripped his sword, trembling slightly. He was not alone. Tiger Maru and Ichinos shared the same resolve. Drip. The sound of sweat mingling with fallen leaves echoed in the tense air. The towering tiger, 6 meters tall, bore down upon them with overwhelming pressure. We're doomed. This monstrous beast is beyond our capabilities, they realized. With their prior injuries, escape was not an option. Even if they attempted to flee, they wouldn't get far with the tiger's speed. Ichinos clenched his teeth. I have yet to avenge my clan against the leaf. I cannot perish here. If only I had mastered the tree-climbing technique Ikigami taught us, we might have had a chance. With a fierce determination, they prepared to charge at the beast, ready to fight to the end. Suddenly, a bright flash of fire erupted, and the tiger was blasted away, leaving them in stunned silence. Boom, boom, boom. The tiger collided with trees, and their gazes shifted toward the source of the attack. Hey, it was me who shot you. A robot appeared, waving at the tiger while its cannon unleashed a barrage of fire. With a furious roar, the tiger, disregarding its injuries, charged toward the robot, displaying agility that allowed it to dodge the incoming firepower. What speed? How can it move so swiftly? It can't possibly possess the Storm Nebula technique too. Windfire will gasped, realizing that despite his improvements, he was still outmatched by the tiger. Transforming swiftly into a motorcycle, he sped away, the roar of the engine propelling him forward. The tiger pursued relentlessly, its speed remarkable but still unable to match that of Windfire wheel in motorcycle form. What on earth is that? Tiger Maru pondered, bewildered by the unexpected savior. It's obvious we've been rescued. The mystery lies in who it is, Eastwu remarked, clutching his wound. Regardless, we are alive, Ichinos affirmed, fists clenched. This was their first serious setback. They had believed their strength was sufficient for a mere outing, only to be faced with such dire circumstances. How shameful it is to feel joy upon being rescued. Just then, a voice broke through the air, and a figure descended from the sky, an impudent youth with spiky hair, who regarded them with utter disdain. Who are you? Chapter 52, The First Encounter. The terrifying power. Utterly defenseless. The great Orochimaru. Swish, swish. Orochimaru licked his lips, completely suppressing his presence as he observed the distant scene. With unparalleled mastery of the body flicker technique, he effortlessly kept pace with Wind Fire Wheel and his companions. At such speed, his body met the air without producing a single sound. This is a summoning beast. Orochimaru sensed the aura of the summoning beast from Wind-Fire Wheel. It was an intriguing creature indeed. Possessing a mechanical body, it could speak and exhibited intelligence. Most importantly, the cannon strapped to its back piqued his interest. It was a type of ninja tool capable of launching explosive tags. If such a tool could be developed and utilized by the Sound Ninja Village's shinobi, it might accelerate the village's growth significantly. Buzz, buzz. Here it comes. The roar of engines reverberated as Inuyama stood atop a tree, wielding a genuine katana. Not a wooden one this time. After months of training, he had managed to procure this equipment using public funds. His gaze was fixed on the ferocious tiger, whose muscles tensed as it ran, exuding an overwhelming aura. The beast's thick limbs and long fangs made Inuyama realize that he could only rely on wit, not brute strength. Roar. Help, Inuyama, it's too fast. Wind-Fire Wheel felt his energy waning. He had forgotten to refuel before setting out. Despite the predicament, he swiftly adhered to the predetermined plan and charged down a specific route. The tiger was not slow either. With a mighty roar, it lunged directly beneath Inuyama. A slight smile crept onto Inuyama's lips. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless iron wires shot out from the surrounding trees, emitting a silent hum as they swiftly ensnared the tiger. The beast roared, muscles taut, attempting to break free using its brute strength. It was naive to think that raw power could triumph over intelligence. Unbeknownst to him, Inuyama had grasped a wire's end in his left hand, channeling chakra along it to enhance its strength and resilience, allowing for remarkable flexibility. With the chakra's attachment, the tiger's limbs were thoroughly bound, losing much of its leverage. It struggled futilely on the ground. It's over, confirming that the tiger was completely ensnared. Inuyama leaped high from the tree, aiming the katana directly at the heart of the beast. The transparent world revealed the tiger's weakness to him. Given the beast's towering height, Inuyama knew he could not pierce its heart with a single strike. Yet, he had a strategy. If this blade could penetrate, the tiger's demise would be certain. The katana shimmered coldly, inching closer to the tiger's skin. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, an incredibly swift shuriken entered Inuyama's field of perception. Cold sweat broke out across his brow. In an instant, fear surged within him. Clang. Just in time, he managed to deflect the shuriken with his katana, causing his grip to go numb as he was propelled backward, twisting in midair to dissipate the force. Finally, he landed on a tree trunk, directing his gaze toward the source of the attack. His reflexes were commendable. However, this tiger represented a formidable force for the Sound Ninja Village, and it would be prudent to capture it. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Inuyama finally recognized the newcomer, Orochimaru, with his pale visage, familiar snake-like eyes, and long black hair, albeit his tongue was somewhat off-putting due to its length. Lord Orochimaru. Upon seeing him, Inuyama's previously anxious heart finally relaxed, and he descended from the tree, speaking with utmost respect. He held profound reverence for Orochimaru, who had provided him with safety. Nowadays, his life was leisurely, filled with training and reading, occasionally disrupted by minor misfortunes, all thanks to Orochimaru's presence, which allowed him to feel secure. Unsure of Orochimaru's intentions, Inuyama observed as a dark brown giant snake surged forth from behind Orochimaru, coiling around the struggling tiger. Orochimaru performed hand seals above the tiger's head, releasing a ninjutsu. Countless runes surged forth, entwining themselves around the tiger's head. The giant snake then released its grip, and as Inuyama instinctively loosened the wires, the tiger, now aware of Orochimaru's smiling gaze, promptly fled into the depths of the forest. Clap, clap. Orochimaru applauded. Inuyama Reiji, you are quite the talent. Your recent maneuvers were commendable. It seems you have grown considerably during these days. Inuyama's actions had demonstrated the qualities of a competent ninja, strategizing before acting. He had not attempted a head-on confrontation, instead using the summoning beast's speed to lure the tiger and setting a trap in advance. While it may have seemed foolish to attempt to stab the tiger's thick body with a katana over a meter long, Orochimaru believed Inuyama would find a solution to this flaw. He was correct. Inuyama possessed remarkable adaptability. As long as he could carve a pathway into the tiger's body, he could suffocate it or crush its heart. With chakra infused within, numerous possibilities arose. The powerful transformation of chakra he wielded was potent, unlike the ineffective forms possessed by others. Inuyama replied, all credit goes to Lord Orochimaru for providing me this opportunity to grow. I will strive to be an excellent teacher and provide better support for you in the future. Very well, follow me back. Orochimaru nodded. In the distance, Sak and others approached swiftly, carrying the trio from the tiger team, who were still able to move. Sak, still only 6 years old, lacked the strength to intervene. Observing Inuyama conversing amiably with Orochimaru, a flicker of animosity ignited within Sak. It was the first time he had seen Orochimaru display such warmth toward someone else. This should have been his privilege alone. Inuyama glanced at Sak but chose to remain silent. You lot are truly a headache. Always thinking you can handle things alone. Judging by your injuries, it seems you'll need several days to recover. Upon returning to the Sound Ninja Village training base, Inuyama watched as Orochimaru utilized medical ninjutsu to tend to the critical injuries of the East Martial group before disappearing from view. So this is medical ninjutsu. I didn't expect Lord Orochimaru to possess such skills. Nevertheless, it is said that he is a versatile ninja, though perhaps not an expert in this field. Using the medical knowledge he had acquired over the days, Inuyama examined the individuals and found that while their severe wounds had been treated, they were not entirely healed. Yet their lives were not in jeopardy. Clearly, even Orochimaru's medical ninjutsu had its limitations. Otherwise, how could such an exceptional person not fully heal them? The other students, having reverently watched Orochimaru vanish, gathered around Inuyama, eager to learn what had transpired. At that moment, Sak interjected, "Hey, what's your name?" "I'm Sak Dint, recognized by Lord Orochimaru. Don't think you're special just because you're a bit older." Chapter 53, Principal, the Great Orochimaru. Zanpakuto. Ingshan turned around. Sensing that Sake was undoubtedly of a similar disposition to Toshi and his ilk, exuding an air of arrogance. Despite his youth, he carried himself as though he possessed exceptional talent. Ingshan refrained from claiming to be particularly gifted. "Sake, I am nothing remarkable, merely a touch older than you. If you have the ability, outlive me. Otherwise, dying young is all too common for ninjas." Ingshan had no desire to vie for Orochimaru's approval. As long as Orochimaru held no ill will towards him, that sufficed. As for recognition, within the training space, Orochimaru had already acknowledged him greatly. Upon hearing this, Sake seethed. "You insufferable brat, do you dare to challenge me?" With a swift motion, Ingshan's hand struck Sake's head with a resounding thud. As Sake inhaled sharply, Ingshan vanished from sight. "I will handle those 3 matters. You all focus on your training. As for your desire to teach me a lesson, I welcome it any time." Ingshan had come to terms with the necessity of revealing some of his strength in this world. Overly concealing oneself could lead to becoming entirely inconspicuous. It was prudent to remain somewhat hidden, yet possessing a modicum of strength was essential to face the scrutiny of others. After all, the Sound Village was a commendable place for ninjas, and with his concealed prowess, he felt equipped to handle numerous challenges. At present, he recognized that he had become one of the elite within the Sound Village. Once, he believed his skills were merely a notch above Demise, insignificant in the grand scheme of the ninja world. However, as he gathered more intelligence, he discerned otherwise. His talent and abilities were indeed noteworthy within the realm of ninjas, though not on par with the top-tier warriors. His extensive repertoire of skills, honed through Orochimaru's training and numerous brushes with death, set him apart from ordinary ninjas. Previously, he viewed the ninja world through a distorted lens, compounded by his own misfortunes, which led him to perceive the world as fraught with peril, necessitating extreme caution. Now, he had recalibrated his approach. Staying within the Sound Village sufficed, allowing for a measured display of strength, enhancing his safety. Otherwise, he would appear an easy target. Days passed, and due to the absence of the village's doctor, Yakushi Kabuto, only a few ordinary medical ninjas were available, resulting in a slow recovery for Huma and his companions. Ingshan merely advised them to refrain from training temporarily. After all, he was not their parent, and a modicum of concern was warranted. The system's friendship diary required their contributions. Once they embarked on their missions, he could peruse their diaries filled with their exploits, allowing him to gather intelligence without jeopardy. How perilous this forest is. How has teacher Ingshan grown so strong? He must have been hiding his abilities. Huma and his friends, still nursing their injuries, began to discuss Ingshan and Appo's prowess. They had heard how Ingshan had dealt with the ferocious tiger, an acknowledgement even Orochimaru had granted. Ingshan paid them no mind. He had approached Orochimaru. "Speak. You have performed admirably in the Sound Village. Do you wish to accompany me on missions as my invaluable assistant, or remain here to nurture ninjas? I am aware of your capabilities, yet I wish to offer you a choice. I hope you do not disappoint me." In the hall, seated on the sofa, Orochimaru licked his lips, observing Ingshan's figure. During his recent return, he had transformed intelligence into tangible assessments, discovering that these new ninjas possessed superior qualities compared to previous generations. In a matter of months, their ninja qualities had reached commendable heights. Ingshan's talents were indisputable. In Orochimaru's estimation, the significance of Zhengang had diminished. Ingshan's teaching quality surpassed even that of the esteemed Konoha Ninja Academy, renowned for producing numerous war geniuses. Furthermore, Orochimaru noted Ingshan's combat aptitude and his handling of the tiger, recognizing his competence in various ninja attributes. Event-triggered, high-profile development. Accompany Orochimaru on missions, becoming his right-hand man. Reward, Zanpakuto. Low-profile development. Quietly educate within the village. Reward, summoning technique. Legend of the Magic Soldier. Ingshan paused, glancing at the system. Orochimaru-sama, I believe my talents are best utilized as a teacher in the Sound Village. I fear for my life. Naturally, he opted for low-profile development. The Zanpakuto was merely a ninja tool and of little use to him. The summoning technique had already proven its worth, though he remained uncertain about what the legend of the Magic Soldier entailed. Orochimaru chuckled, not surprised by Ingshan's choice. Intelligence had repeatedly indicated Ingshan's profound fear of death. He would not force someone so apprehensive. He appreciated this trait, as he too feared death, which was precisely why he sought to develop the art of living corpses. Such individuals intrigued him, and he had never been one to impose his will upon others. Throughout his life, he had never coerced anyone, All those around him had chosen to follow willingly. Very well, in that case, I shall establish a ninja academy in the Sound Village. You will be the principal and a teacher, granted full authority to cultivate ninjas for my service. Should you desire anything, ninjutsu, tools, experimental subjects, I will procure them for you. Additionally, I shall provide you with a period of ninjutsu guidance. Do not conceal your abilities from me, for I detest those who hide their talents in my presence. Orochimaru licked his lips, eager to witness Ingshan's capabilities. Conveniently, the Akatsuki had no immediate concerns, allowing him to remain in the Sound Village for a while. The experimental base would be established there, as the living corpse technique had been completed, though many details still required refinement. Hearing this, Ingshan beamed. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. I shall undoubtedly fulfill your tasks to the best of my abilities. How splendid. Being a principal in such a supportive role, Ingshan had never envisioned how to engage in battle while ensuring safety. This was truly splendid. As for revealing his strength, he merely needed to conceal a fraction. There was no need for excessive discretion. Orochimaru was an exceptional individual, and he would even instruct him in ninjutsu. This was nothing short of fantastic. He had never anticipated that Orochimaru would establish a ninja academy. He chuckled. Now a founding elder of the Sound Village, which had only been established a few years prior. Once the Sound Village flourished, he might very well achieve a lasting legacy, a name immortalized as the first principal of the Sound Village. Chapter 54. The popularity of the motorcycle clan. The study of ninjutsu. I am the Hokage. Within the village of Sound Ninja, countless construction teams were demolishing buildings. Several bulldozers swiftly toppled structures, creating a cacophony of noise as they flattened and compacted the ground. To my astonishment, my family of strongmen was being utilized by the Machine War King for excavation tasks. Who would have imagined the Machine War King possessed such capabilities? Indeed, it was vastly different from what the Wind Fire Wheel had described. These were other Machine War Kings who had entered into a contract with us. Moreover, several bulldozers of various colors began to speak, offering endless commentary. A few ninjas sat inside, maneuvering the bulldozers as they worked. These summoning beasts were incredibly useful. I couldn't fathom how teacher Ingshan had acquired them. They surpassed even those companies found in the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice, perfectly suited for leveling buildings and performing tasks. I heard these summoning beasts were not only useful for construction but could also be employed in battle, albeit lacking agility and limited to heavy labor. One should be content. Such summoning contracts are indeed rare. In the past, they were not easily found, and many people possessed them. These summoning beasts were all summoned using Ingshan's own contract, as they were essential for constructing the Ninja Academy. The contract with the Motorcycle Clan was made public, allowing all ninjas of Sound Village to summon the Motorcycle Clan and become Machine War Kings. After all, the Motorcycle Clan had a significant population. Apart from a few city lords and the Wind Fire Wheel, Ingshan granted all permissions. As long as one had the capability, they could summon warriors from the Motorcycle Clan, the Mighty Strongman family, the Off-Road Vehicle Clan of the Holy Night Forest, and the sports cars of Time City and Moon Temple, along with the aircraft and helicopters from Snowstorm City and Energy City. Buzzing. A helicopter soared through the sky, with a ninja aboard, hauling massive supplies constructed from wooden frames. All the ninjas displayed expressions of excitement. Boom. In the forest, Ingshan formed hand seals, causing a mud dragon to emerge from the ground, which opened its mouth and spat mud balls at the colossal Orochimaru across from him. Bam. Remarkably, within just a few days, he had mastered a complex earth release technique. His talent was commendable. Perhaps I might cultivate someone akin to my teacher. Orochimaru evaded the attack with a swift motion, his eyes alight with excitement as he regarded Ingshan. He had not anticipated such talent from him. After a month of guidance, Orochimaru recognized Ingshan's potential. Despite lacking a bloodline limit, he was remarkably close. In terms of innate ability, he was nearly perfect, possessing attributes in 5 elemental natures, and his aptitude for Genjutsu and Yang release was astonishing. He seemed to see reflections of himself and his teacher within Ingshan. All ninjutsu was learned effortlessly, and comprehension came swiftly. The speed of his learning was astounding. Orochimaru began to contemplate keeping Ingshan by his side for assistance rather than allowing him to teach at Sound Village. Coupled with Kabuto's abilities, this would be immensely beneficial for his experiments. However, after a month of interaction, he realized that Ingshan was deeply passionate about the role of principal, repeatedly emphasizing his ambition to establish the greatest ninja academy in the world. Never mind. He did not wish to impose upon others and would wait until Ingshan came to a realization on his own. Orochimaru-sama, how about my mud dragon technique? Ingshan paused his assault, scratching his head and smiling. The adult Orochimaru was extraordinarily powerful, and Ingshan admired him greatly. The mastery of elemental ninjutsu, secret techniques, genjutsu, and summoning arts was nothing short of omnipotent. Within just a month, he had taught countless ninjutsu, a feat bordering on the absurd, and Ingshan executed them with remarkable proficiency. Not bad, Orochimaru replied, but in comparison to my teacher, your proficiency still needs improvement. Yet, being young, you may surpass my teacher someday. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to him. Orochimaru-sama, perhaps not. I prefer to remain here in Sound Village, focusing on educating others. I have no desire to wander. The world is perilous. Ingshan replied, taken aback, firmly declining. He was well aware that Orochimaru was a legendary figure, with a teacher even more formidable, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure. Based on information from books, he was the strongest existence in the world. He understood that Sound Village was not a major power but merely a small ninja village in the land of rice. Konoha was the true powerhouse. At one point, he had thought of Konoha as a minor force, but now he had no intention of meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. Orochimaru chuckled, very well, but you must cultivate a few powerful individuals for me. I shall require them in the future. Ingshan's abilities had gained his recognition, and he could entrust the teaching of ninjas to him while he focused on his experiments. Konoha, Hokage Office, Special Intelligence from Sound Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Umino Irika studied the intelligence in their hands, all plunged into contemplation. Recent reports indicated that Sound Village had been exceptionally active over the past month. From the sky, flying metallic objects frequently appeared, transporting numerous supplies from various directions, including the land of rice, the land of crafts, the land of iron, and the land of lightning. This was indeed a grand display. According to intel from the Umbu, these were summoning beasts capable of flight, which nearly every resident of Sound Village could summon, provided they had sufficient chakra. This intelligence was gathered from spies, and they were particularly vigilant regarding Sound Village. It seems we must eliminate Sound Village, Danzo declared. The formidable aerial transport capability made him envious. If Konoha possessed such abilities, their strength would increase significantly. Whether for transporting materials or launching aerial strikes, it was a highly advantageous capability. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, no, this is their skill. We need only manage our village well. I do not wish for this matter to plunge the ninja world back into war. He understood his students' capabilities. With Sound Village intact, it would be easier to gather information about Orochimaru. Without it, Orochimaru's existence would become perilous. Danzo retorted angrily, you are being obtuse. If we allow Sound Village to develop further, Konoha will be in danger. We must nip this threat in the bud. Danzo, you do not sit in the Hokage's seat and thus lack a clear perspective. Listen to me. Do not disturb Sound Village. Just gather intelligence, and I will handle the rest as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, emphasizing his authority. Bang. Danzo's face contorted in frustration as he slammed the door behind him. Umino Irika and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances, speechless. Chapter 55. Intelligence. Various movements. In the village of Sound, a caravan passed through the inspections and entered the village. Two children in the convoy gazed intently at the surroundings, their eyes wide with curiosity about the village. They were the special summoning beasts mentioned in the mission. Uchiha Itachi observed in the distance as a massive bulldozer demolished a building, while other bulldozers systematically cleared away the debris. Indeed, these were extraordinary summoning beasts. Uchiha Shursui expressed his admiration. The mission had dispatched both of them to gather intelligence on the new summoning beasts of Sound Village, which had been developed under Orochimaru's influence. The serpents summoned by Orochimaru were already astonishing, and witnessing these machines and bulldozers was even more surreal. It was unclear where these summoning beasts originated. It possesses great strength and agility akin to that of a human, Itachi remarked, analyzing the situation. Although they may not excel in speed, it appears these summoning beasts are utilized for construction purposes, potentially lacking in combat proficiency. As the convoy passed the demolition crew, he rapidly assessed the current intelligence. For ninjas, the combat capabilities of these machines were indeed unimpressive, regardless of their strength. Yet for architects, such power was remarkable, enabling them to accomplish a myriad of tasks crucial for the development of Sound Village. The duo continued their intelligence gathering under the guise of herbal merchants. Occasionally, helicopters soared overhead, a detail they deemed significant. Should Sound Village intend to launch an assault on Konoha, the presence of airborne summoning beasts would pose a considerable threat. Low-altitude suppression was exceedingly perilous. Buzzing sounds echoed as an aircraft flew by. Suddenly, a metallic contraption, radiating light and flashing intermittently, passed by, from which several ninjas emerged to patrol the vicinity. What are these peculiar machines? How can they move without being drawn by cattle? Shursui inquired of the local residents. The inhabitants, recognizing the newcomers as merchants, smiled warmly. This is a benefit from Lord Orochimaru. Soon, every ninja in Sound Village will be equipped with a summoning beast to assist in its development. It makes me wish to become a ninja myself. Though I lack the talent, it is remarkably convenient. I heard that previously, a cart would take a full day to traverse. With these summoning beasts, it could be accomplished in half a day or even less. Bit by bit, the spies from Konoha collected a wealth of intelligence. The transforming vehicles could adapt to the terrain, navigating through obstacles without concern, albeit their only drawback was the chakra requirement. The more adept the machine, the greater the chakra consumption. For instance, the flying machines demanded even more chakra, manageable only by a select few ninjas. They soon stumbled upon a large construction site, where numerous ninjas patrolled cautiously. From a distance, they observed the words Sound Village Ninja Academy in the ongoing construction, allowing them to deduce significant developments. Sound Village was clearly planning something grand, a prospect that did not bode well for other ninja villages. At that moment, an ordinary citizen watched the scene with a complex inner turmoil. Who could have anticipated that Sound Village possessed such capabilities? He was a spy from the Hidden Cloud Village, dispatched to investigate the unusual intelligence surrounding the summoning beasts. Witnessing this spectacle was an eye-opener for him. If the Hidden Cloud Village had access to such summoning beasts, it would be immensely beneficial, particularly the airborne ones. The Land of Lightning had many canyons, while the terrain was not as exaggerated as that of the Hidden Rock Village. It was riddled with straits. The presence of aerial summoning beasts could significantly amplify the strength of the Hidden Cloud Village. He resolved to promptly inform Lord Rakage. Such assets could not remain with Sound Village. The Hidden Cloud Village needed them. Outside Sound Village, he released a messenger hawk toward the Hidden Cloud's direction before returning to continue his mission. According to the intelligence gathered, these summoning beasts were not creations of Orochimaru, but rather developed by a ninja from Sound Village, specifically the future principal of the soon-to-be-established Ninja Academy. However, there was still insufficient information, necessitating further espionage. Quickly, he dispatched a message to Lord Suchikage. The cunning Anoki had certainly noticed the anomalies in Sound Village and sent agents to investigate. A hawk soared into the sky, heading for the Hidden Rock Village. The summoning beasts were valuable to the Hidden Cloud, but even more so to the Hidden Rock Village. With its mountainous terrain, the Hidden Rock Village required aerial support, as only a few ninjas could fly, and none were adept at transportation. In the office of Sunagakure, Maki scrutinized the intelligence in his hands and addressed Kazekage Raza. Kazekage, Sound Village was established by Orochimaru. We must curtail his development. He poses a grave threat. The surrounding elders nodded in agreement, supporting Maki's assertions. It was not merely a matter of Orochimaru, but of Sound Village as a whole. No one wished to witness the emergence of another ninja village developing rapidly in their midst. Thus, containment was imperative. The world could not accommodate a sixth great ninja village. The existence of these peculiar summoning beasts in Sound Village represented a significant threat to Sunagakure, particularly under Orochimaru's leadership. Raza nodded. Send agents to disrupt Sound Village and assassinate the principal of the Ninja Academy. He understands the implications of such an institution. We cannot permit another village to establish a school that can systematically train ninjas. This poses a direct threat to Sunagakure. In a dimly lit underground space, figures materialized, appearing as holographic projections while discussing the intelligence at hand. How intriguing. Our comrade Orochimaru has stirred up quite a situation, the leader remarked, addressing Scorpion. Where has Orochimaru gone? Scorpion replied, he mentioned needing a period of rest. It seems he has returned to develop his village. His ambitions are indeed vast. I believe we should not have welcomed such a character into the Akatsuki. Chapter 56, The Unusual Boy, A Battle of Talents. Upon entering, I seem to overhear disparaging remarks about myself. Such behavior towards one's comrades is hardly commendable. Scorpion. The figure of Orochimaru suddenly materialized, addressing Scorpion. Scorpion retorted. There are numerous tasks piling up within the organization. While you seem to be enjoying your leisure at home, I have been the one carrying the workload lately. If it were not for the leader's prohibition, I would have eliminated you long ago. Orochimaru, licking his lips, chuckled. Ah, how I eagerly anticipate that day. Furthermore, I am not idly relaxing at home. I have accomplished much. Just look at my Sound Ninja Village and its thriving development. Perhaps in the future, it may even surpass Konoha and unify the entire ninja world. Isn't that the realization of the leader's dream? Of course, he did not genuinely believe that. Recently, within the Sound Ninja Village, he had sensed the potential of Inzhan, although he was uncertain where Inzhan had acquired those peculiar mechanical summoning beasts. Nevertheless, Orochimaru dismissed them as mere combat-oriented summoning beasts, easily vanquishable by him. However, in terms of logistics, these summoning beasts possessed certain advantages, which is why he had instructed Inzhan to disseminate the summoning scrolls, enabling all the ninjas of the Sound Village to train in the summoning technique. It appeared quite successful. Subsequently, the members of the Akatsuki organization briefly discussed the affairs of the Sound Ninja Village, which had little impact on the functioning of Akatsuki. What followed were reports regarding the tailed beasts and the growing reputation of the Akatsuki organization within the underground, having amassed numerous tasks issued by the nobility. The task from the nobility of the bird country is assigned to you, Kakuzu, stated the leader. The mission of the Akatsuki organization was to develop its influence among all the smaller nations under the guise of an underground ninja organization, simultaneously nurturing connections with the nobility while gathering resources. They aim to encircle the great nations with the smaller ones, diminishing the resource availability for all ninja villages and rendering the smaller nations increasingly reliant on the Akatsuki. Thus, they would sever the monopoly of the 5 great nations over resources, impeding their growth. Whoosh! Inzhan descended from the sky, leading a team to patrol various aspects of the Sound Ninja Village, aware that many spies would likely be lurking. Recently, he had gained a deeper understanding of his abilities. No longer harboring the fear he once felt about revealing his power. With his current strength, even if he encountered formidable ninjas, fleeing would pose no problem for him. As long as he remained within the village and was not subjected to a large-scale assault, he felt unafraid. Developing the Sound Ninja Village would allow him to live quietly. However, he wondered if any spies would present a challenge for him. This fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he truly did not wish for any spies to reveal themselves. Fighting was perilous. Why engage in bloodshed when a more discreet life of cultivation would suffice? He passed by a roadside stall and purchased some sweets. Enjoying the additional income he had recently gained from teaching, Orochimaru had been quite good to him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a diminutive figure, seemingly younger than himself. The child's ordinary attire and appearance indicated he was the son of a merchant. However, Shan's keen perception sensed something amiss. "Excuse me, do you require assistance?" Uchiha Itachi smiled as he noticed Shan's gaze. The patrol team of the Sound Ninja was currently vigilant against spies. Curiosity piqued, Inzan inquired. What could possibly compel someone so young to engage in espionage? Such a dangerous task. What does your village think? Whoosh. Clang. Within the transparent realm, he discerned that the individual was indeed young, with a small chakra reserve, weaker than himself. He could eliminate him. Fear of engaging in combat stemmed from situations where one faced formidable opponents, but facing someone so feeble, especially one younger than himself, he felt emboldened. Having experienced numerous deaths in his training space, even against Orochimaru, he had grown capable of striking decisively. Mercy towards one's enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Intan drew his short blade, its gleam flashing as he aimed for the opponent's neck. Clang. His comrades were taken aback by his sudden aggression towards a child. But upon witnessing the attack being countered by Kunai, they were incensed. It's a spy. Let us engage him together. Bang. Clang. Thud. In the blink of an eye, Intan exchanged blows with his opponent in multiple rounds, growing increasingly astonished. How could this individual mirror his own actions as if possessing the same transparent perception? Did he also wield a similar bloodline ability? Intan soon realized that his opponent seemed to anticipate his attacks, but quickly he noticed something unusual in the adversary's eyes. It must be a unique bloodline limit that enhances perception. Seeing the three tomo in the opponent's eyes, Intan mused. Suddenly, he felt a jolt, a disorienting sensation. Release. Body flicker technique. Having been subjected to such experiences by Orochimaru multiple times, he had gained expertise and swiftly dispelled the opponent's illusion. His teammates seized the opportunity to launch Shuik hints at the enemy. Be cautious. Their eyes can cast illusions. Do not gaze into them. Intan closed his eyes, employing the body flicker technique to ensnare his opponent, preventing escape from the realm of perception. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. He despised illusions. Thankfully, it seemed the opponent's illusion was visual-based. Physical combat was his forte. Even Orochimaru's straightforward physical techniques could not compare to his, and with the assistance of his teammates, he could strike decisively. Clang. A blade sliced through the adversary's neck, blood spraying forth. However, Shan's expression turned grave as countless crows dissipated. And upon reappearing outside the transparent realm, he opened his eyes to find only the figure of his opponent retreating. Yet, he had witnessed the injury inflicted upon the opponent's neck. Substitution technique. Captain, pursue him. Be cautious. Do not act alone. Intan was profoundly astonished. This individual, younger than himself and with a lesser chakra reserve, possessed an overwhelming amount of battle experience and tactical acumen. Despite having fought Orochimaru numerous times, he had still allowed this opponent to escape. It must be a top talent from another village. Whoosh. Whoosh. What remarkable physical techniques. Moreover, the adversary could see even with his eyes closed. Was it some form of sensory ninjutsu? A formidable opponent indeed. Uchiha Itachi departed from the battle site, ensuring he was not being followed, and returned to the rendezvous point agreed upon with sure sway, astonished by the strength of that individual. He was certain that they were of similar age. This was the first time he had encountered such a person. It felt as though, if given a little more time, he might have met his demise. He felt the wound on his neck, nearly fatal. Such was the prowess of a technique that could only be discerned with the Sharingan. Truly formidable.